there's another death, which is really sad to hear. I don't know the show Honey Boo Boo. Here Comes Honey Boo Boo, but it's terrible that one of the kids died. Anna Chickadee Cardwell died on Saturday. She had stage 4 adrenal carcinoma. She was 29 years old.
Wow.
I know, right? Mama June announced the news on Instagram on Sunday, writing with the breaking heart. We are announcing that Anna Marie is no longer with us. She passed away in my home last night. June wrote, adding that Cardwell gave her she gave one hell of a fight for 10 months. She passed away with her family around her. Alana Honey Boo Boo Thompson paid tribute to her late sister on Instagram on Sunday as well, writing, I really don't know what to say as my heart is completely broken watching my 29-year-old sister this last year battle this horrible disease. Hasn't been easy. Anna was a fighter and still is. Lord, please wrap your arms around her 2 babies and our family as the next couple of days will make this all a reality.
I think briefly she was the caregiver to Alana Honey Boo Boo, that when the mom was off in rehab and all that stuff, I think it was her older sister that was taking care of her.
Wow, that's sad news. All right, on to other things. We had a couple of deaths. We'll move on to this. Jada Pinkett Smith told the Daily Mail in an interview, which was published on Saturday, that she is grateful that her husband Will Smith slapped Chris Rock at the Academy Awards. And the reason for this is she believes it saved her marriage. What the
I thought they were together.
I know.
Dude.
What an crock.
Dude. Her marriage.
What marriage? You said you're not together.
And then she says she is, and then they're not. And now the slap, which she initially was against, now is a marriage saver.
So she said, after all those years trying to figure out if I would leave Will's side, it took that slap for me to see that I will never leave him. Who knows where our relationships would be if that didn't happen?
She feels that he could help improve their sex life if he would choke out Kenan Thompson.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, listen.
So anytime
not
he acts
just saving the marriage, but
right,
the sex life too.
If he acts aggressively to another person, it really benefits their marriage. Push someone down the stairs, Will.
Yeah, she had said that they had been secretly separated since 2016.
So what? Yeah, like Kathy, what marriage are you saving?
What marriage are you saving?
What are you
You've been
saying?
Separated.
She said, I call it the holy slap now.
Oh, shut up, woman.
Because so many positive things came after it.
The holy slap? Wait till Chris Rock addresses that.
Oh, yeah. She said that moment of the S hitting the fan is when you see where you really are. I mean,
Shut up.
The dude, let us not
He
forget
assaulted
about
him.
what happened. The dude stands up, walks up, and assaults the guy on national television.
And she's seeing it as a plus.
Oh, my God.
You know, this was a notion was originally floated when it first happened. Like, do you think that this was, that she was impressed by him standing up to him? And so, but everyone dismissed that. Even she dismissed that. Now she's saying,
Now she's saying
I kind of dug it.
That it did.
I wish he had kicked him in the ball.
Now, that would have made for even funnier television.
You get over here and let's F right on the table.
I mean, that would have been, it would have been as shocking, but adding a little bit of humor. Because when people get hit in the nuts, it's funny.
Preston, he walks up with his hand cocked, but then kicks him in the...
Even better.
A little fake out.
Oh, I love it.
You know, when there's a couple and you like one, but really you don't like the other, and it's like, should we hang out with them or not? Because I feel like that's them. Now, he was the idiot that slapped Chris Rock, but like, she's so annoying. I think that I would skip hanging out with Will Smith because she's so damn annoying.
Well, there's been such a morass of conflicting information and stuff that she's saying, and she was selling her book, and, who knows? It's just a complete reversal of what she was originally saying about the whole thing, about it was an embarrassment. And she originally said, I was sitting there watching like I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And the body language that he says he read was not what I intended and blah, blah, blah. And now she's saying, hey, that was pretty wild.
It saved our marriage.
Marriage saver.
She shot him.
So listen, if you're having trouble in your relationship,
beat up the neighbor.
Get up, go over to a random person and hit him.
Yeah.
In the face.
This is for you, Damien.
See if that works for you. Oh, my God. Yeah, it's right out of the Omen. God. Actually, don't do that.
Yeah.
Keke Palmer gave fans a glimpse at how she's doing after she was granted a temporary domestic violence restraining order against her ex-boyfriend Darius Jackson last month. On Saturday, the actress shared an Instagram reel showing herself standing in a kitchen in a bathrobe and holding her 9-month-old baby. And she wrote, when reality TV makes everyone believe all celebrities' lives are just one big marketing strategy and scheme, but my life is truly unraveling at the seams. And I just wear trauma like a Dolce & Gabbana coat.
All right.
Because Sharon didn't raise no bitch, she wrote.
Well, that's beautiful.
Sharon's her mom, by the way. So that's how she's living her life.
If I were her, I would first start seducing Will Smith and then start down-talking the ex who was abusive to her.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Send him over.
Yeah.
And that's a good idea. Start using
I got a lot of slapping to do. The whole weekend is filled up with slapping.
So, according to Us Weekly, Sophie Turner is excited about her blossoming romance with Peregrine Perry Pearson.
Peregrine Perry Pearson?
Please.
From Paloma?
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sophie has been casually dating a few people since her split from Joe, a source told the outlet, adding that the Game of Thrones actor really seems to like spending time with Perry. The source also
Is he the
shared
professional pole vaulter?
that the pair have gotten progressively closer over the last few weeks.
This is perplexing.
And this comes after Turner and Joe Jonas announced in September that they were divorcing.
So she's back up and running. Is he even associated with anybody that he's dating now?
Joe Jonas, not that I know of. By the way, maybe she just likes alliterative names.
Yeah.
Joe Jonas,
Like
Peregrine Pearson.
Right, like a Marvel world.
Yeah, maybe like that. So maybe she sees a superhero in all of these people.
Stan Lee.
Yeah, no.
Well, Stan Lee that was his thing. He would always name I
thought you were pointing out Stan Lee.
That's not a
No, but you are correct.
Yeah.
Us Weekly reports that Joe Manganiello and Caitlin O'Connor made their red carpet debut on the Children of Armenia Fund Gala on Saturday.
Always a great gala.
The couple were first linked in September, and this marks a True Blood actor's first relationship since he and Sofia Vergara announced in a joint statement in July that they were divorcing after 7 years of marriage. So I don't know who she is.
Sofia
Caitlin
Vergara?
O'Connor?
No, I think she's a model. I think, a model actress.
Yep.
But they usually are. The word for their split was apparently, Preston, that Mangananga was more of a homebody, while Sofia Vergara was more inclined to want to go out, and those life patterns weren't coinciding.
They just didn't match up.
I think sometimes they can, though. You know, if you,
I agree.
Yeah, you accommodate, and you have your time together when you have it, and that's it.
Yeah, but apparently it did not work out for those guys. And but
the Manga Man.
Now Manga Man has moved on. Now, all right. Let's see. What am I doing here?
Out of the press.
Charlie Sheen.
Charlie Sheen.
I don't have the Charlie Sheen clips.
Casey's taking a dump.
He had to step out for a moment. So he gave up drinking nearly 6 years ago.
Gave up drinking nearly freaking 6 years ago.
To focus on raising his kids.
Because I'm a real dad.
Next month, he said, I'll be 6 years sober. He's in a People magazine interview.
People.
He said, I have a very consistent lifestyle now, and it's all about single dad stuff and raising my 14-year-old twin boys, Max and Bob. Nowadays, he wakes
didn't
up.
mention his daughter.
He said he wakes up around 4:30 or 5 a.m. to get an early jump on the news, work out, answer emails, and help get his kids ready for the day. He said, then I get the kids up.
Oh, wow.
Help them with their morning routine, if you can call it a routine.
Then some freaking vacuuming, freaking polishing, freaking cleaning, freaking laundry. Freaking do the bills.
Sheen, who shares the twins with his ex-wife, Brooke Mueller, is also dad to daughters Sammy, who is 19, and Lola, who is 18. That's with his ex-wife, Denise Richards, as well as daughter Cassandra, who is 38.
Wow.
From high school girlfriend Paula Prophet.
So Sammy is the one that just had a boob job that has the OnlyFans account?
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, and he's given his blessing.
She said that he decided...
It'd be a little hard. You can't do that. It's an embarrassment.
Sheen said he decided to get sober after going back on a promise he made to his daughter while he was drunk. He said, one morning I'd forgotten that my daughter had an appointment I'd promised to drive her to, and I'd already had a couple of pops that day. He said, so I had to call my friend Tony to take us. When we got her there on time, We did get her there on time, but it broke my heart because she was in the back seat, and I just could tell what she was thinking. Why isn't Dad driving? So I got home, sat with that for the rest of the day, and the next morning I just stopped. And that's the way it can go sometimes. You know, your kids. You notice that you've embarrassed yourself horribly in front of your children.
Absolutely.
And it's like, what am I doing? I can't do this anymore.
And you can't not celebrate 6 years sobriety. Good for him.
Yeah.
I mean, it may be better late than never.
Sheen, who says he gave it
freaking late than never.
The drugs long before he ditched the bottle, noticed that it wasn't an easy process. He said, I think the first month I was like, all right, I'm going to give it a month. Just to see if I feel any better and if my interactions with those that are closest to me improve. And they did, he said. And then I'm like, all right, I'm going to go another month.
I'm a warlock.
Then I got traction. I had momentum. And he said that that this was the side I needed to be on. I couldn't be in denial about that anymore. I wonder if he's still, even though he's straightened up, there's still got to be a little bit of that.
Oh, yeah.
Bizarre Charlie in there. You know, I'm sure he's
absolutely
gotten rid of a lot of it, but he's still got to be.
They say the egg coloring doesn't fall far from the elephant or something like
that. So he said there was instant evidence. This was
denial isn't just a river in Egypt.
Now that he feels comfortable in his sobriety, he's ready to make his Hollywood comeback after watching his reputation crumble following his infamous 2011 meltdown. In March 2011, he was the highest paid actor on TV at the time. He was fired from his hit series, going on a series of profanity-laced rants. During that time, Sheen, who was on what he called an epic drug run, did several interviews in which he coined the terms winning and tiger blood, of course.
Tiger blood, Silver Surfer,
all that stuff.
Warlock. It was the what was it? The bullet of truth. The missile
torpedo.
Torpedo of truth.
The torpedo.
You can't handle it.
Of Truth tour.
With Jeff Ross for a while. Do you remember that?
Yeah, Jeff had to host it.
Yeah,
because,
that mess.
Did you go to that, Marissa?
I went to actually two, not screenings, but two shows of it. The first one, he did not have a host, and he thought that he could just go up there and do a 2-hour show.
Yeah.
It was terrible. So then in Atlantic City, he brought Jeff Ross on, who at least hosted it and made it good. But it was all audience-driven. He just kind of opened it up to the audience, and he's like,
questions?
"Hey, who's got a question?"
Yeah.
And that was it. And no one was there.
Good? Was it?
He was telling good stories, but nobody was there to line up the people who were coming out of the audience.
How much?
Or there was just no,
just random
whatsoever.
How much of the show and that first time you saw it was him remembering stories, and how much was audience interaction?
Steve, it was a long time ago, but I'm thinking it was like 10 or 15 minutes of him just talking, and then he was like, "Hey, do you guys have any questions?"
Oh my God!
And then it was like 90 minutes
God.
of trying to get questions from the audience.
Anyone have a question or something?
Where was it? Was that the Tower?
Yes, and then the second one was down in Atlantic City.
Hey, to the people who ask questions, could you ask them again?
Yeah. Yeah, for those who have never stepped on the stage with a microphone and no material,
right?
You have, I mean, with no real direction of what to do, you have no idea how it just feels, it's so empty, and it feels like you have forever to fill.
Now I'm going to do my one-man version of the movie Lucas. There are a lot more characters in that.
God.
Well, and then the questions were bad because
sure.
it was just like bros running up.
Vetted it.
Nobody fielded them.
No,
Yeah.
you had two options that night. Go watch a fresh car accident or go see Charlie Sheen.
Right.
And I went twice.
That time though, for us, was watching that was like
It was amazing.
It was.
It was amazing.
He was crumbling in front of everyone and was proudly throwing all that out there.
Yeah.
Sheen says he's now proud of the choices that he has made and the man that he has become. So,
All right. Each his own.
Yeah. A couple other quick things, and we'll move on to the clips. According to the Hollywood Reporter, Grey's Anatomy spinoff Station 19 will be ending with its 7th season.
I've heard there's a massive writing campaign for the show. Have you heard this, Preston? Did you watch it?
No.
Okay.
No. Executive producer Shonda Rhimes said goodbye to the show on Instagram on Friday, wrote, grateful for an unforgettable run, a heartfelt salute to the exceptional cast, whose brilliance brought the characters to life, and to the viewers who continued to make it possible. Thank you for the magic, the moments, and the memories. So she posted alongside a photo of the cast.
Fucking mess you.
Jana Lee Ortiz, who has played Andy Herrera on the show since 2018, shared her post. Showed Rhimes' post to her Instagram story and wrote, "Still processing this. The love runs so deep. Thank you, Shonda." And then one final story. Julia Stiles made a surprise cameo on Saturday Night Live over the weekend. During the weekend update segment, cast member Chloe Fineman said, "The perfect holiday gift this year is the dance that Julia Stiles does at the end of the 2001 movie Save the Last Dance."
Yeah.
And so she's doing some of it, and then all of a sudden Julia comes out.
That's
and
awesome.
They did like a segment that supposedly wasn't in the movie.
Have yet to watch it. That's cool.
So they did indicate that her character gets into Juilliard after the audition.
She was also in 10 Things I Hate About You.
She dances in all her movies.
Does she?
Yeah.
I just thought she was pretty adorable.
Yeah. And she was
cool
good in the Bourne series.
Yeah. So, all right, we're ready for clips?
We are.
All right, drum roll, please. All right, let us begin with this one. The Artful Dodger tells a tale of 15 years after the events of Oliver Twist, and Jack Dawkins' past returns to haunt him as he moves back to the world of crime after leaving behind pickpocketing to become a surgeon. In this clip, actor Thomas Brody Sangster talks about his character's struggles with wanting to fall in love, but his past is knocking on his door.
Yeah, I think it goes back down to love, really. His experience of love has not been the best. So I think he's a little afraid and intimidated by the idea of love in general. But yeah, he desperately wants it, as we all do. But it means that you have to expose yourself. It means you have to completely let everything go. And that's a very hard thing for people to do in general.
Shut the up, huh?
Season 1 of The Artful Dodger is streaming on Netflix. Here's the next clip. Silent Night is a new thriller about a grieving father who enacts his long-awaited revenge against a ruthless gang on Christmas Eve. And here, actor Joel Kinnaman talks about what it was like to prepare for a role with little dialogue.
Yeah, down to love.
All right, here we go.
Usually the text becomes sort of an anchor point, and it helps like propel you emotionally into the scene and telling the story. And when you remove that, you're completely dependent on the actual emotion that you're feeling. So, as an actor, there's no hiding. You have to be true in the moment or your eyes are going to tell that story.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Silent Night is in theaters now, by the way. All right, and that's it. Get the hell out of my way. I'm done. That's all the entertainment I want. What the hell do you want me? Santa's got to go.
Freaking gotta go.
Gotta go. We are going to have on the program comedian Eric Schwartz around 9 o'clock. We will talk to him, and we're also going to give away some Christmas Miracle passes. You know what? Screw it.
Really?
I'd like to give away some right now. Yeah.
Oh my God!
So we are going to be doing the Christmas Miracle. This is coming up on Wednesday, the 20th, I believe.
So excited.
And we are headed to Phoenixville for the first time, the Colonial Theater. And if you win a seat, you'll be eligible to be called up on stage to compete for great prizes live on air. Everyone in attendance in the audience will be up for some drawings throughout the morning.
Yes.
You can go to WMMR.com for another chance to win. But I will take callers 10, 11, 12, and 13 at 215-263-WMMR. Don't forget, it's the Miller Ugly Sweater edition of the party, so wear your ugly sweater, and you could win some good stuff from our friends at Miller Lite. All right, in order to win that, you have to be at least 21 years of age or older. So we'll take those callers now, 215-263-WMMR, and we'll get you on board for the Christmas Miracle. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a sec. Stay with us. We go to Michael here. Hey, Michael, good morning it. Good morning it.
Good morning, it.
Good morning it.
Good morning, it.
Just hanging out. Good morning, it. What you doing over there, buddy? What you doing? Just good morning, it.
Good morning, it.
Yeah, no, I have a home office.
You're going to have to hang on a second. Look it.
Just hanging out. Good morning, it.
Good morning it. Look it. It's good morning it outside. Jesus.
Oh, my God.
Hey, Michael. Good morning it.
The
Cabbage Patch, though, was such a huge hit, and they smelled nice. They smelled like baby powder.
Like babies.
And so
that was like fight over them at the store during Christmas time.
Oh, there were bulls.
They would release new ones.
Kathy, that Schwarzenegger movie,
Jingle All the Way,
that is predicated on those famous toy store brawls over Cabbage Patch dolls.
But the cool thing about Cabbage Patch, they all had Xavier or whatever the guy's last name's
on the butt.
They all had a tattoo. They were all branded.
The Cabbage Patch dolls were part of the Nexium cult.
But so I had a very vivid memory of I got my first Cabbage Patch doll. I couldn't wait. I was 10 years old. I got him for my 10th birthday. You get the birth certificate, and I was able to rename him, right? So you send that thing, and you get back, and so mine was named Casey Jr. I was so excited to get this thing, right? And
the Cabbage Patch doll.
The Cabbage Patch doll. I was so because it was the thing. I was 10 years old too.
Right.
It was the thing. It was the thing that everybody had and whatever. My neighbor across the street, and I'm going to say your name. Your name's Wayne, and you're a piece of trash because he called me the slang word for a gay person.
Because you had a doll?
Because I had a doll. He was an adult, Kathy. This dude is probably like 30 years old. Called me, and I was so happy about having this thing for my birthday.
Terrible.
And he called me
terrible.
that. Terrible.
What a jerk. How old were you? And how old were you?
10 years old.
10 years old.
And it was my birthday.
What a dick.
I know. But like, oh my God.
Where's that dick now?
I have no idea. Wayne.
All right.
Terrible person.
How many times you asked that question in your life, Kathy?
God, where's that dick now?
When I need it.
There are so many dicks that I'm wondering where they are.
Yes. All right, back to toys.
All right.
Toys.
Okay. So,
Casey's in town now.
American Girl dolls.
I'm out of it now. I'm out of it.
And then there was we already did another pre-screening. Like Marissa hosted that, right?
She hosted it last night at the AMC Fashion District.
It was last night, and then Casey hosted a screening last week
At the same exact place.
for the movie Free Guy.
Yeah.
And while we were on vacation, we got a text from Casey out of nowhere explaining that things didn't go quite the way he wanted them to.
So if it's possible to suffer a concussion without actually hitting your head, that's what I think you experienced, Casey.
Yeah. And so I don't want to. I'm hoping
I'll find the text.
Okay,
Here. I'll read it.
I'm hoping that I didn't lead you guys down in the wrong direction of where you think this story is going to go.
No, we don't know anything. We know that, but it was so heartfelt, the text you sent out, that we knew it had to, because there have been similar situations in all our lives, but this one seemed like, wow, we had to be a little.
Yes. So I have the text here.
Okay, go
it says,
ahead.
"Oh my God, I'm at the screening for Free Guy." And by the way, I sent you this text. I'm still there. I have not hosted the screening yet. Okay, I'm still there. I have already embarrassed myself, and I needed to go somewhere and be by myself, decompress for a second, and then I had to admit to somebody what an ass I am, and just to sort of make myself feel a little bit better. And guess what? It didn't help. I still felt terrible. And I said, so they asked me to hype up the crowd and then introduce one of the stars of the movie. So this guy named Joe Keery, who plays Steve from Stranger Things, is in the movie Free Guy.
Yeah.
He was there to introduce the film, and I was there essentially to introduce him.
Right.
So I had come back I was on vacation in Wildwood. I had come back just to do this. I thought it was a really cool experience.
Real quick, had you met him at this point, or is he still?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
By the way, he seems like he's awesome. I love that character, Steve from Stranger Things. He seems like I've seen him interviewed before. He seems like a cool guy.
He was a great guy.
Okay.
And I will say that, categorically, he was a great guy, and the movie is hilarious. It's a great movie. And the movie had been on the shelf for a year.
Yes.
They wanted a theatrical release, and so they were like, we're just going to wait.
Only theater.
And only theater. So, and then I wrote, I just had a classic embarrassing moment. It's a classic shut the F up, Casey, and walk away kind of a moment. I'm pretty embarrassed, but it's also a really funny story. So,
and you said you weren't sure if it was going to translate on the air.
I'm not sure if it's going to translate on air.
Okay.
So,
well, let's hear it.
Well, deliver it in the original Farsi.
Right.
All right, so here's the deal. This movie was at the Fashion District, the old Galleria, the AMC there. I had never been there. By the way, what they've done to the place, the whole Galleria, the Fashion District, is awesome. It's really, really nice. So I get there. Joe had gotten there earlier than planned.
From the movie company.
From the movie company. But I had also gotten there an hour early, so I decided to walk around a little bit.
Right.
Side story, but it also is part of the story. I went to a place called Wetzel's. Have you guys ever heard of Wetzel's Pretzels?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Listen, I love Philadelphia Pretzel Factory, and I love Annie Ann's.
Yeah.
Wetzel's Pretzels is like the best pretzel I have ever had in my entire life. I couldn't, and I was so happy with myself for going, you know what? I've never had a Wetzel's pretzel. Let me stop by and try one, right? Hey, me. And this thing was amazing.
And you were really proud of yourself.
And I was really proud of and I couldn't believe how it was big.
Oh, is this hand shocked?
Yes. It was amazing. And I'm sitting there, I'm eating this thing, and I'm going, I think I need to open a franchise. I'm like, this is like I have just discovered gold for the first time. That was like amazing. So I get done eating the pretzel, and Hannah from Allied Advertising she's my handler, and she says, "Hey, Joe's here. I can bring you back to meet him." I'm like, okay. I decide to use Wetzel's Pretzels as an icebreaker. Okay.
Well, you were completely enamored of Wetzel's Pretzels. It would be ridiculous not to.
Okay. I've been sober almost 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay. I go into this place like I had just done 7 rails of coke. Okay.
You're hyped up.
I'm hyped up. Okay. And let me also preface this by saying I'm fairly aware of who I am as a person and what I am as a person. And sometimes I have, how do you say, no chill.
You have moments.
Yes. No,
I had these moments, but listen,
that's a valid criticism of yourself.
Right.
But as we've told you throughout the years, to put a tap on that would be throwing out the baby with the bathwater, because that same energy delivers so much greatness to what we do
on the radio.
On the radio,
in person,
on the radio
with a stranger.
Yes,
might be different.
So
yes, like someone who's never met you, who's in a new town promoting a movie.
And there are 3 people in this room that have never met me. And so, as the great Ted Lasso once said, "Know thyself, rest in peace, Socrates." I did not realize as I was going off the rails what was going on here. So I'm brought into this room. I go off on Wetzel's Pretzels. As it turns out, all 3 people in the room have heard of Wetzel's Pretzels before.
Oh, good.
And yes. So it
was relatable.
It was relatable, and we had this thing.
You picked the perfect icebreaker.
Right. So I meet Joe. Joe's a great guy. And then I meet 2 of his handlers. One of them, the female, was from Disney, right?
Yeah.
So she was his handler from the movie company. Hannah, who had brought me in and introduced me, has now left this room. We're in like this office, and I just go off the rails. That's all. Like, I was just being nice. I was being a nice guy, and I just didn't shut up for like 5 minutes straight. And
that's sometimes your Caseyism. Like, you don't know when to end it.
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Well, so I had 2 or 3 different times talked myself into a corner.
Well, let me jump in here also. Throughout the years, and it used to be the thing where I had asked, if you realized this story was not going anywhere, and then an asteroid hit the Earth.
Yes.
I asked you to say, and then an asteroid hit the Earth, and we all died.
Right. So there were a couple of, and listen, this is Steve from Stranger Things, and and prior to this, I thought maybe I was going to have to do a Q&A with him, so I did a little bit of research about him, and so I knew a little bit more about this gentleman. And as it turns out, I wasn't doing a Q&A. I was just introducing him, and that's fine. Yeah. So. Hannah's not there. I know, like, I have to leave. I have to get out of here. Like, I am, I'm
in a pretzel loop.
I have overstayed my welcome. I have moved on from pretzels. I don't even know what I don't know what the bridge from pretzels to Van Wilder was. But now I'm at Van Wilder, and because Ryan Reynolds is in Van Wilder.
Sure.
All right.
Sure.
So, and I'm relaying the story. I had a really great interaction and encounter with Ryan Reynolds at the Van Wilder screening and press junket in Panama City, and I'm relaying this story, and then I just hear a knock at the door. And I'm like, okay, let me answer the door. It's Hannah from Allied Advertising. So I open the door, and she goes, hey, there's some people out here who want to have their picture taken with you. And I go, oh, okay, And I start walking out the door, I get halfway out the door and I go,
You weren't talking to me, were you?
wait, no. No.
No, what?
She was talking to me.
Okay, all right.
All right. But I kind of made a joke like, Joe, no, they want some pictures. She goes, no, they want pictures with you, with me. I'm like, oh, okay. And I walk halfway out the door, and it dawns on me that there's nobody out there to take pictures with me.
Oh my God.
The girl from Disney
Oh, God, said,
essentially texted Hannah like, dude, get this guy the F out of here.
Oh no. Oh no.
Right? And it dawns on me, and I step out the door.
Oh God.
And then I turn back. I go, wait a second.
Oh God.
I go, did you send her a text message to tell her to come and get me?
Oh no. Oh no.
She did. She flat out did. I go, you did. I go, it's fine. I go, I get it. Oh, I'm so sorry, man. Listen, sometimes I have no chill or whatever. But I go, I know you totally did that, right? And then I shut the door and I walk away from Hannah and I go, did she send the text message? She goes, yeah, she did. I was like, oh my God. And listen, I don't care that I called her out on it. I don't.
No.
That's
if you're going to do it, you got to own it.
Yeah. I'm like, and you did. I don't know what the text to Hannah said. I don't know if it was like, hey,
get this guy.
Can you get this guy? I don't know if she was nice
Please
about
get him
it.
to talk about pretzels again.
Oh my God. But
I mean, we're closer with Hannah than them. You should really ask I want to know what the text said.
I would, you know what? I will ask her, but she confirmed that no, there was nobody out there to take pictures with me. So now I'm standing outside of this room.
And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
A little later on this morning, we'll do some more Christmas miracle invites. I thought this was pretty cool. This is a letter that was sent internally here to WMMR about the event, and even the clergy wants us to have a good time at the Christmas miracle. This is a letter from Father Peter Poprosky at Holy Ghost Orthodox Church.
Nice.
And he wrote in to our staff and said, I wanted to see if perhaps Holy Ghost can partner with you for parking. While the streets are open, there still may be issues with parking, and we'd be happy to provide parking, knowing if our grounds are solid, i.e. not rainy or muddy on the lawn. We can easily park over 200 cars. Otherwise, we have well over 100 paved and hard ground spots available. And if you're looking for guaranteed parking for radio production staff, etc., we can reserve for you if you like.
Isn't that awesome?
Isn't that nice?
That is a Christmas miracle.
They said, we enjoy working with the Colonial Theater and just wanted to remind you all we are willing to work with you to make this event go smoothly and be an annual event. Take care. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Well, that's the way to do it.
I thought that was really nice of them. And thank you, Father Peter Poprosky at the Holy Ghost Orthodox Church. So we'll find out if we're going to be using that or not. I would assume we would be if the offer is there.
It's wonderful.
So heads up on that. And I love that Phoenixville's a great community.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Yeah,
I haven't been there in a while. I used to go fairly often. And around the holidays, I haven't seen it around the holidays in forever. So I'm very excited.
Yeah, I haven't been there since I haven't been there in a couple of months. So yeah, it's time to go back. I'm sure it's all lit up.
Yeah,
all kinds of cool stuff. Real quick, you guys mind if I do a shout out?
Do it.
This is Hey Preston, didn't know where to send shout outs to, but here's mine. This shout out goes to my wonderful stinky wet shard of a dad. He started listening to you guys before I was born when he was commuting from Hong Kong to Shenzhen.
Man, the car must have gotten wet.
He sent the episode with Duncan Trussell, my favorite dude ever, and I haven't missed an episode since. Neither of us have lived in Philly, and I now live in Iceland while my dad is in Oregon. Miss that John so bad, and listening to you guys always gives me a laugh, a snort, and a reminder of my dad. Keep it up and love you guys. So here's the chart.
That's amazing.
And that is from who wrote in.
That's so cool.
I thought that was really neat.
Yeah, living in far-flung areas.
Appreciate that. All right. So I came across this article over the weekend and wanted to throw this out to you guys. There was a Redditor who wanted to save money on lotion. All right, so like hand lotion.
This guy doesn't keep people in a pit, does he?
And these are the plastic pump bottles of lotion. The thing about that is he has found a way to get every last drop out of the bottle.
That's the age-old dilemma of how to get anything out of a pump bottle.
I put it upside down and then don't use the pump for like the last, whatever is at the bottom that you can't use.
That's the standard way, right?
I think I have a problem when it comes to all this type of stuff. Like I feel like I need to milk all of these things out as much as I possibly can.
Yes.
And so much so that like I hang on to the containers for probably like 3 days too long.
Oh, I Jack the Ripper my toothpaste container.
Well, here's what I'll do. I'll have people chime in with their methods and what you absolutely have to get the last drop out of.
All right.
215-263-WMMR. But this guy calls his method clamshelling. All right, and I'll explain what it is.
Oh, okay. So I use the same hand soap throughout my house because you guys know how I am with scents. A lot of stuff bothers me. I've found something that doesn't bother me, so it's like in every bathroom, in every room. So it's always, again, the bottom. I don't like to throw it out. So I'll actually like turn it upside down and leave it on top of the other one, like balance it perfectly.
Yeah, right.
If the cat walks by, forget it. It's falling over. But
like some sort of acrobatic team.
Yeah, try to balance it as perfect as possible, go about my day and come back. And sometimes it works and sometimes it's all over the counter.
Right.
I'm sure the cats support that.
Yeah.
All right. If you have a method or something for sure that absolutely you will go to great lengths to get the last bit out of, give us a call, 215-263-WMMR. So plastic pump bottles of lotion, soap, shampoo, that stuff are notoriously hard to empty. The straw connection to the pump doesn't reach all the way to the bottom.
No.
And some of the product also gets stuck on the walls of the container, or they say trapped in the corners. So this guy posted a photo of a large glass jar full to the brim with lotion with a rubber spatula resting on top of it. In the background are what remains of several large lotion bottles. Each one has been cut apart vertically along both sides using scissors, making it possible to open them fully, and then he uses a spatula to scrape out the remaining lotion.
That's a lot.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But he's making sure.
Run this by me again.
So he takes the bottle. The bottles are kind of like oblong shaped. So he will cut down the sides. Let's say, Steve, I'm holding a bottle.
Right.
Marissa, there's one sitting on my desk. If
Is
you
it your
wouldn't mind
lotion?
Grabbing that. It is my lotion. It's my CeraVe. You guys know I can't go on the air if I don't
That's
moisturize.
right. You suffered a near meltdown.
And you know
with
what? I noticed over the weekend that I don't need to moisturize at home.
You're beautiful.
I just have to moisturize here. I don't know why. My hands get dry the moment I step in this building. So I've got a bottle here in front of me, and he would cut down the sides, down this way, Steve.
Yeah.
And across the bottom, and then open it up and scrape it all out.
And then he puts it into the...
Like a glass container or
glass
something
container.
like that.
Interesting.
I use the same hand lotion, by the way, recommended to me by Dr. Mike. But Preston,
It's
I use
fragrance free.
It
Doesn't
is.
have parabens. Yeah.
I use the cream version of it, so you can. There's a lid that
And
you can
you
unscrew.
don't stink.
You can unscrew the lid on the top and then dip your hands in, so you don't have the issue. However,
It's a little thicker though than what
it
you
is a little,
use.
yeah. The hand cream's a little bit thicker, but when it comes to body lotion, I have eczema relief because I have bad eczema in the wintertime.
Yeah.
And this is a pump where you can squeeze at the bottom, and I find that when there's a squeeze on the bottom, it does a pretty good job of getting almost all the material
Most of
out.
it, yeah.
There's still some.
better
There's
than
still
the
some,
pump, so-
a little in
it's
there.
It is better than the pump, I believe.
I
So
agree.
I go your method, Nick. I use that type of container for things when it's available. The pump can be a pain in the ass.
The pump is convenient though.
What I will do for my toothpaste is when I if it is the sort of more metallic, I guess what is it, like aluminum, or what are they using? What is a classic toothpaste tube made out of, or the actual plastic? I will scissor.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, and
Wow.
I will actually take the toothbrush and
Wipe
rub
inside.
Inside, yeah.
So you will cut that.
I will cut the toothpaste tube in half.
I will cut you,
I'll
mother
cut you,
effer.
bitch.
Yeah.
I am 100% this guy that you are describing, Preston. And Steve, it sounds like a little bit too. Nick, I have a trick for you.
All right.
So that lotion bottle, I will do this with lotions, with makeups. So it's one of the tall tubes that has a lid and you can squeeze it out the bottom. If you cut it,
Yeah.
and then sometimes you can take a Q-tip or your finger or whatever you want in there. And then the top lid, once you've cut it, actually slides onto the bottom part.
So cut this part, the little nubby at the top?
No. Turn it right side up, so like you're squeezing it out.
Yeah.
And then just like 1/4 of the way down,
Oh.
you snip it.
Okay.
And then that top that you have cut can now slide onto the bottom, so it becomes you can pop it open, wipe whatever you want from the inside and then put it back on.
And
so that it
equalize
stays for a couple
the
of
pressure. Yeah, so it's a little involved there,
I'm going to try the
Marissa.
Marissa's method, though. Yeah. Steve, when it comes to toothpaste, I put it on a flat surface, and I use tweezers to push along the tube, and I usually am able to get most drops of the toothpaste out.
Right.
So this guy that does the clamshelling, listen to this. So 13 empty lotion bottles, clamshelled, produced 36 ounces that would normally be tossed. That's a fair amount.
36 ounces is substantial.
Yeah, because it gets caught in like the little
nooks and
underarms.
crannies. Yeah,
exactly.
He said since these are 20-ounce bottles, they salvaged almost 2 full bottles worth of product worth just under $15, according to his comments.
I should do that for the KY jelly.
Listen, you can get every little bit.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the thing that I will go to that I will scrape
every last
to the
goddamn
very
bit.
bottom
Bitch.
is my hair product.
Real? What do you use in your hair?
I use Crew Forming Cream.
Crew Forming
Now,
Cream.
it's not in a container that takes a lot of work to get to. It's
Right.
it's in a regular
Jar?
screw off top jar. But I will go around and almost like you're licking the bottom of
Yeah,
a plate.
I know what you're talking about.
I will go around and around and around to get the last little bit out of that.
Now, what about-
'Cause that stuff is expensive, man.
What about the
it's
stuff-
like $18 for
Is
one
it
little
18
thing.
bucks?
Oh my God!
So what about
Ridiculous.
the part that will sit sort of in the ridge at the bottom of the?
I dig
Oh, he
that
gets
bitch
in
out.
there. Yeah,
I
yeah,
use
yeah.
my nails.
Yeah,
I'll use
yeah.
a Q-tip, whatever it is. I'll get it all out of there.
So by the
man.
time it leaves, by the time you're throwing it out, it is bereft
it's
of
bare.
product.
I could eat out of it. I could
there you go.
put soup in there.
Turn it into a juice cup.
I have a question and a request of the listening public.
Okay.
I use a Degree brand deodorant. I use a Cool Rush flavor for my armpits. And when squeeze, you have to roll it up or twist it up.
Yep.
There's inevitably 5% of that stuff that's left in there, and you end up with this thing that scrapes the bottom of your armpit.
yeah.
But it's my favorite type of deodorant. I
Yep.
like the smell of it, and it does a great job with sweating. Is there any
No,
method?
it's time to get rid of it when it's scraping
Kathy,
your arm.
All right,
This is a man in crisis, and I understand what he's saying.
Thank you, Steve. And listen, this is messed up, right? But
I have an idea.
Okay, but I've saved.
Oh, God.
I've saved about
Oh, man.
12 of these things, and I'm going to take a picture when I get home today because I've been waiting for this conversation.
You want to save what's in there?
I want to figure out what I can do with
Oh,
it.
So
my
when
God,
Nick is
you're nuts.
at the bottom of a
Hey, shut up.
of a deodorant, there's always a percentage of it that sticks to the lifting mechanism.
Yes, and you can't.
There's
you don't have
nothing
to
you
do
can
it
do.
to dig it
Right.
out.
Yes.
I know what you're talking about, and I will do it till it's painful. By the way,
Yes.
so it's actually scraping layers of my
Yeah.
skin off my underarmpit. Here's what I think. Here's what I think you can do. I think you can take a cotton ball, and I haven't done this yet, and kind of swab it,
Little dabbing.
little dabbing,
Yeah.
and then use the cotton ball on your armpit.
All right.
Hold on.
Now, you might
Here's
get
the
some
thi-
little cotton ball dingleberries in your hair there, but I think it'll work.
But you're
I
saving on
also-
deodorant.
Yes.
Nick, I also think that there's not as much as you think that's there. I think that there's
I
a
can see it.
there's a plastic piece under there, and what you're seeing is
All right.
the tiniest bit. Like if you did that cotton ball rip, you're not going to get enough to put
Kat,
under one armpit.
It's enough to get a day out of it.
Yeah.
I think you could.
Yeah, and that's what you like. Your extra day,
more
right?
day.
Yeah, just one more day.
Kathy, when I get home today, I'm going to take a picture of all my used bottles
Okay,
or
great.
used containers,
Can't
and
wait.
I'll tag you on Instagram, and
Okay.
you can make a comment.
Let me get some calls. 'Cause, people have some ones we haven't thought of. Let me go to Jackie. Hi, Jackie. Good morning.
Good morning, Itch.
Good
How are
morning.
you today?
Good morning to see you, Jackie. All right. So, what do you squeeze the absolute last bit out of a container?
This is Jackie from Spring Mountain, and I am a proud drinker of box wine.
Box
All
wine.
right.
Okay.
Kathy will agree.
Don't
There's
waste
some
any of
really
that.
great wine. Yep.
Right.
Jackie from
say
Spring
that.
Mountain.
So the boxes of wine come with these very elegant plastic spigots, and inside the box is a thick plastic bag.
Yes.
So to get the last ounce of wine, you have to take the bag out of the box. You have to cut the bag with a scissor and pour it from the opposite end into your wine glass.
So, Jackie,
Okay.
are you basically turning it into a wine bagpipe?
Exactly.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Exactly.
Wow.
It wouldn't
Yeah.
sounds at all.
And so,
Yeah.
Kathy, you been in the same.
Well, that makes sense, Jackie. The deodorant, Nick, not so much.
I think Nick. So Nick, to Nick's point, and Jackie, maybe you have some expertise in deodorant as well. there is a lot more than you would think because that thing traditionally in the deodorant container has grooves in it to hold the deodorant.
Right.
Jackie, by the way.
Nick needs to switch to the deodorant that's a gel, and then when you turn it, it comes out through little holes. And
That's true. Yeah,
I know, but I like this kind, and it does wonders for my pits, Jackie.
Well, if you start drinking the boxed wine, you won't care.
You don't care.
Yeah, that's true.
Hygiene goes out the window.
Jackie, have you ever been scorned for going to great lengths to get those last few drops?
No.
right,
My
good.
husband totally knows that's how you get the last.
I got
That's
you.
it.
That's just how it's done. All right, Jackie, thanks for calling.
Absolutely. Have the best day ever.
All right, you too. We'll see you later. All right, let's go to Natalie. Hi, Natalie, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Natalie?
So my husband and we buy the golden mustard, the squeezable.
Sure.
Yes.
It's impossible to get the mustard out towards the end. And I'm telling you, when he cuts it in half and he'll take a spatula, it's good for about 2 or 3 more hot dogs.
About 2 or 3 hot dogs.
I think that's worth it.
Yes.
I think it's worth it. But he does the cutting open and the clamshell method.
Yes, he cuts it open, takes that spatula. I'll occasionally make fun of him, but he's like, you can't believe how much is in here.
Okay.
It will not come off the sides, nothing. It's a horrible process that they have. It's just not a good design, I don't think.
I'm glad you brought this up. Thank you for the call, by the way, Natalie, because I think I have a product in mind because I am with Natalie's husband in that mustard, ketchup, mayonnaise, the condiment bottles, the squeeze bottles.
Right, exactly.
The getting the last bit out of those is laborious, and it drives me crazy because I'm like, I think I can get one more sandwich out of this.
Right. Yeah.
And I would like to, and Casey, like you, I'm an idea guy. I don't have the actual follow through on how to do this, but an at-home centrifuge for your bottle.
I get it.
Okay,
Yeah.
Spin it to the bottom.
So yeah, and it would spin around, and gravity would force all of that.
Yeah.
Like you see these in laboratories
Or NASA.
where they'll put the the test tubes where they have to spin around.
Right.
And for whatever reason, they need a centrifuge to separate things. I think that would work perfectly, and it would push all the mustard or ketchup. And ketchup drives me crazy because I get down to the
Right. The queef.
shake,
the ketchup queef.
shake, queef, shake, queef. Oh,
Queef. Booty.
yeah, queef your booty. Shake.
Shake. Wasn't that a commercial campaign?
It was.
Yeah.
For Heinz.
For Heinz.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
that's right,
Yeah, because it was,
Okay.
there was just a little bit left. It's one of the only instances in which the ketchup and mustard packets are better than the bottles because you can actually
You can
get
get
all of it
everything.
out.
Oh,
Yeah,
you still have to be. I'd be using that the whatever you use, Nick, to get the toothpaste out. That same method. You want every last bit of it out.
There's this thing they use at the nail salon. They put the bottle of nail polish in it. They don't use it to get the very last of the nail polish. They use it to mix up the nail polish. So
like
they're
a
not
paint shaker.
Yeah, that's kind of so you could
Shake.
But there's so if they did one for a lotion bottle or shampoo bottle or whatever, it would have to work similar.
Thinking statistically, all right, about this, how do you talk about the percentage that is left in bottles all the time? I mean, you bought the product.
Yeah.
How much do you routinely dispose of? And just say, okay, I'm not going to get that.
By the way, when I was a kid and we would go to the hardware store to get paint mixed up, I was fascinated by the paint shaker.
Oh my God!
It was a piece of machinery
God.
that just blew me away
amazing.
for whatever reason. All right, I'm going to go to Julie. Julie Jerkoff. Hi, Julie. Good morning to you. Gadzooks. Hi, Julie. What's going on?
So I have to get the absolute last bit out of the peanut butter jar.
Okay. And do you have a method that you use?
So
Because that's a lot. That's hard to get all that stuff out.
They make a special knife for it now.
What? What does it look like?
The peanut butter knife?
It looks similar to like a normal butter knife, but it's much larger and it has like more rounded edges on the bottom, so you can get in the bottom of the jar.
Okay.
Oh, I see it.
Peanut butter is something that I will, when it gets that low, I'll start using my fingers.
Yeah.
I'll just scrape it off the. What do you mean, ooh?
You're sticking your fingers in the peanut butter jar?
He's going to eat
Are
it.
people eating from it?
No, I'm about to throw it away. It's the very end, Kathy.
Within your
What do
hands
you
are all
stick your
sticky.
penis in it?
You can also use bread. Just put the bread in
That's
there.
what I do. You right? Okay,
it
this
works.
bread is going to be kind of clumped up.
Wait a
but
minute.
You take the bread, You ball it up, and the same way you might roll up a piece of paper towel, and you
Stop it up like a spaghetti.
Could you throw it in?
Like a spaghetti.
Let's say if it's at the very bottom, you just throw some bread in there and use like a spoon and kind of.
You could do that.
Whip it up and make a little.
Or put it in a centrifuge.
I haven't gone that far. I just like scraping the sides of the peanut butter jar with the bread itself. And there's a lunch.
Julie, have you ever done the bread method?
I have not.
Okay.
There you go.
No, she has the peanut butter knife.
Well, I'm
She
intrigued
doesn't
by
need
the
to.
knife. I'm going to look into that, Julie. Thank you. That's a good
Kind of
Christmas
has
gift.
has like a little
good one,
like
guys.
lip
All right,
at
see
the,
ya.
at the end of it, and so it would fit into into the bottom of the jar where everything kind of because the jar kind of pops up in the middle, so it will get all the edges, and you can kind of scrape the edges of the peanut butter jar.
I know somebody who that'd be a great gift for. Send me that, Kathy, if you would, please. All right, Marissa.
All right, one step further to use even the peanut butter that is scraped on the sides, and this works for jelly or anything in a jar. Make a sauce in that container.
Okay.
So like
I'm
a peanut
open.
sauce, and you shake it up with a
Yeah.
little soy sauce or
Yeah.
some rice wine vinegar, and also if you have like jelly, you can use whatever's left in there in like a
Dude, okay.
salad dressing.
You just gave me a great idea for the last bit of mustard because mustards are used in a lot of Dijons, or I mean
Yes.
of vinaigrettes.
Uh-huh.
That's a great idea.
So you combine two things that you're doing. For example,
Yeah.
if you're icing a devil's food cake, use your poop knife.
Use your poop knife. Actually, I think it would be good for
It probably was made for that anyway.
I think it actually is probably made for that. We just turned it into a poop knife, but nonetheless. And those are available for
Yes.
Christmas gifts at the MMR Rock Shop. All right. Obviously, space is a big one, and Shane's been on hold for a while, so let me go to him. Hi, Shane. Good morning.
Hey, good morning to see you all.
Good morning, buddy. What's up?
Representing the YouTube community here.
Oh, nice.
Thank you, buddy.
So, yeah, you're all talking about toothpaste ketchup, and I'm the type that will suck it dry for anything that I buy. So with the toothpaste, like Nick was saying, against a flat surface, and then I will hold it by the base just before the cap screw. I will twist it completely and then push it down and get that last sucker out.
Same thing. Absolutely. So when you have it rolled up, you push with your thumb into the cap, the top of the cap, to get that last bit. And I have strangled, I've gored, I've punched. Yeah, you brutalize that tube. Have you ever used the scissor method to cut it and scoop it out?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So can you do that after you do that hardcore pushing, crushing?
Yes.
You can get one more.
There's still some in there.
Out of it. Okay.
Hey, listen, I will fillet that thing open and lick it off.
It
It's going to end up in your mouth.
That as well. It's
All
going
right,
in your
Shane.
mouth.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. All right, these are all good methods. I like this. And then, Nick, what is this text here?
I thought this actually kind of sounds like a little dessert, Preston. For the
Okay.
peanut butter, you pour a little bit of milk in there and then chocolate syrup and shake, and you kind of have a mini chocolate peanut butter shake.
Ooh.
Oh, I would do that. So I would do that with like Bosco.
Yeah.
Or you would,
in a peanut butter jar?
Well, no, with Bosco.
when there's the last of
the
that
last
left.
of it, you put some milk in it, shake it up.
So we use the Hershey's
same thing.
chocolate syrup. And have definitely done that. You just pour milk right into it, shake it up,
bitch.
Pour it out, bitch. You got your chocolate milk, bitch. I'm going to go to Patrick next. Hey, Patrick, good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy, what's up?
Hey, so with my shampoo, my body wash, so the pump bottles, they have a long tube, and usually the tube is pretty thick. And what I'll do is I'll put my shampoo bottle, I'll put the bottle on its side overnight, and when I take a shower, I'll use the tube to scrape it out, and then scrape the tube onto my loofah.
Okay, you use the little tube. Okay.
Wow, that's a wonderful little regimen you have there.
With shampoo, Patrick, what I do is when it gets to the very, very bottom and there's nothing left in, I will add some water to the shampoo bottle, shake it up, and then rinse it over my head, and that gets the last little bit out of it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
All right.
With the shampoo, I'll just, put it in my hair, and I'll create streaks in my hair and then wash my hair. So that's,
All right. I like the method. Thanks,
I use
Patrick.
bar soap as shampoo.
Patrick. Well, so I'm glad you said that because why don't they have bar soap shampoo? I mean, and because bar soap is the most efficient you can get as far, you're not going to lose a drop.
So a more solid version of your liquid
shampoo.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, for especially with people with tight cropped hair, right?
Yep. Let me see. Let me go to another Patrick. This is Patrick P. Hi.
Patrick!
Hey, Patrick. Morning.
Good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Good, Bob. We're talking about getting the absolute last tiniest bit drop out of whatever it is you're using and methods to do so. What's yours?
Well, it's funny you guys are talking about bar soap. I have 5 children, and my wife and I use one bathroom. All the kids use a separate bathroom. And it's sort of become known over time that Dad ends up with all those little shards of bar soap. And I end up having to squeeze them together into this, like, brick of different bars to kind of use up the little bits of everybody
Patrick,
else's bar soap.
We used to do that all the time. Yeah,
I end up with this bar, and I'm not sure, how often I even ever get to use my own bar or a new bar myself. I end up with everybody else's.
Yeah, we used to do that all the time. You'd end up with just a slight soap shaving.
Yeah.
And then you get so many of them that you would literally, we'd put them under warm water and then crush them into like a ball.
Okay.
Exactly.
So you could finally use it.
I'm in the shower and literally taking my 2 hands and pressing these bars of soap together so they stick.
It doesn't matter what the soap is.
You got to do. Thanks, Patrick. Appreciate it.
By the way, they do have shampoo bars.
Nice.
Really?
Yeah,
There you go.
Yeah, bars of shampoo. It is a thing that exists. I'm going to have to look into this.
That's a unique Christmas gift, too.
You know what? There's an issue with cologne. So, Casey, you use cologne, correct?
I do.
So, 2 things. If it's a spray and that little nozzle breaks at the top, the thing is always, embedded in the glass. You can't screw it off. They need to fix that so you can pour out the remaining cologne. It's always death sealed into the container. And then also, I've had it where the hose running down the little
Doesn't go all the way down.
Doesn't go down.
Yeah,
You
there needs
son
to
of a
be-
bitch.
There needs to be like a little bit of a dip in the very middle where the little hose goes down, where you can get every single drop.
And it's
The
expensive.
The hose should actually go down into a corner.
Yeah,
And
that's what I
into
was
a
saying, like into a
corner.
dip
curve.
like that. Where,
Yes.
Into a dip?
Yeah, like think of it like a cone. I think.
Oh, you're saying the bottle.
Yeah.
But I'm saying even if it's a square bottle, they
Yeah.
could make the hose just a little bit longer and have it curl down into the corner.
Yeah.
And that way, when you get to the very bottom, you
tilt
could just tilt it.
Yes.
And you'll get every last little bit.
The better companies do that, but the ripoff companies don't.
It occurs to me, I started, I stopped buying one product and started buying another one because of this very issue, and it's laundry detergent. I hated like the fact that they're at the bottom of the laundry detergent container, there would still be plenty of liquid. So I do the pods now, and I do the same thing with dishwasher detergent because I felt like I wasn't getting my money's worth with both of those. So if you have a little pod, you can just put it in the laundry or put it in the dishwasher.
Nick, we do the ones that sit on the top of the container and the nozzle's on the bottom, and you just you lean it up.
It's like a tap.
But for the last wash or two, you got to hold it upside down
You do.
and press the button.
Yeah.
That's another one. I will get every last bit of laundry detergent.
Besides, you can put the Tide Pods in your mouth, right? You should.
Honey is another thing I will get the last tiniest bit out of. Now, with honey, an easy way to do it is to use warm water
or microwave,
because I didn't think about the microwave. I always use warm
Or a
water
hammer.
because the hotter it gets, the looser it will move a little easier, and it will settle at the bottom. So honey's pretty easy to get stuff. Marissa?
Well, I'm so glad you said detergent because I use the handheld ones, the smaller ones, and I don't want to waste any water, so I wedge the Tide into the washing machine as the water's coming out.
All right.
Use that water, fill it up, shake it, and then pour that out. You usually at least get one good load out of that.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Waste not.
No, I think it should be a standard, like just so we're not as wasteful. And I think it's easier if they just, the manufacturers just did this for us, right? Just make it so our bathroom sinks become the toilet water, right? So like when you're brushing your teeth, that goes into the tank of the toilet.
You can see a turd there.
And then you flush your toilet water with that water. Don't you think that would be? No,
I wasn't really listening.
Me neither. I
So
started talking, and I was like, "Who's saying that?"
No, I was reading the text messages here.
You're saying.
I'm saying we're very wasteful people.
With
like
water.
with
He's
water,
saying
with
that the water
everything.
from the sink should go into the toilet.
It should go into the toilet. So when
After we use it.
Yeah, after you wash your hands or you brush your teeth or whatever, that water gets piped
used as toilet water.
How about a gutter? You just run a gutter from your sink to the toilet.
You could do that.
I was going to say something and I forgot what it was.
Oh, man.
I know what it was. You were talking about being wasteful. A lot of this, though, some of this is the wastefulness, and I want to get my money's worth out of what I've paid for. Part of it is laziness in that.
Yes.
I don't want to go to the store
to get toothpaste
right now, and it's the morning, and I can't, let me see what I can get out. And then you forget, oh, yeah, by the way, pick up toothpaste on the way home.
It's the worst.
Yep.
So my whole family uses my shower, right? It's ridiculous, and I can't stand it when I get into the shower and there's no soap in there or there's no shampoo, and I'm like, and now I have to get out. I'm fully wet, and now I have to get out and go find some. Hopefully, we have some left over.
Where's the other shower in the house?
Just down the hallway, like right where our kids' bathroom or our kids' bedrooms
why
are.
aren't they using that one?
I don't know.
Oh, we had that in our house for a
Really?
while too. We're like, get out.
Get the hell
This
out.
is not your shower.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Good morning to see you.
Good morning, Michelle. What's up?
Well, it's not my little trick, but it's my dad's. He saves all of the little ends of his bar soap, and he puts it in a sock, and he keeps it in his shower, and he calls it his soap sock.
His soap sock?
I love that.
Okay, I get it.
Kind of like a loofah.
So yeah, you get it wet and use that. It'll the suds will come through the sock.
Exactly.
Oh my god,
That's actually kind of brilliant.
Genius.
That's ridiculous. How long will a sock last?
I don't ask those kind of questions.
Okay, yeah, I don't blame you.
That's when he gets ornery.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Kathy, how often?
That's funny. Thank you, Michelle.
You use a washcloth, right?
I use a washcloth for parts.
Okay.
What part?
Well, no. I'm not getting in specific here.
Parts of the body.
But how often do you use a brand new washcloth every single time you get in the shower?
Yeah, you know what? The washcloth grosses me out when it's like wet and it doesn't fully dry.
Right.
So yeah, I gotta.
Do you have a shower hot dog?
No.
I'm gonna go to Sean, who's been on hold for like 20 minutes. Hi, Sean. You're on the air, man.
Hey, yo, long time Glappy, first time. Good morning to see you.
So Glappy, you're on, and good morning to see you, buddy. What's up?
Oh my God! Thanks for taking my call. You guys have got me going absolutely bonkers. So,
okay,
Patrick, with the soap thing all day. Take that little thing of soap that's left over, smash it against your new bar. You're all set.
There you go.
This freaking Lubriderm lotion. This stuff is $13. I am not a cheapskate. Okay, but Lubriderm lotion. There's like an inch and a half of lotion left at the bottom of that bottle, and the straw doesn't go to the bottom.
Yeah, right.
So here's what I do. I shake it. Okay, there's been a lot of people mentioning shake it up.
Yep.
Then I untwist the top, and one of your callers said he does this with shampoo on its side with that tube that goes down.
Yeah.
I wipe the tube onto my hands and use it from there.
Yes.
You can get an extra 4 days out of that lotion until it's bone dry.
Would you go as far as you may have missed the very, very beginning, Sean, where you cut? It's called clamshelling, where you cut open the container and use a spatula to get that stuff out.
So here's the deal. This is okay. My mother-in-law last year for Christmas, she gets me the best, funniest gifts. They make a mini spatula. It's tiny. It is this. Look it up, Casey or you look it up.
Nick, say it again. What's it called?
Nick. It's a little spatula. Just Google mini spatula. They make them in all different sizes. You can put them down into anything. Your mustard, your ketchup.
Ooh.
So this is Sean. This is revelatory here. So,
oh my God.
Yeah. So, and is it specifically for that?
Yes. It's made specifically for things that you guys are talking about right now.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna get one.
All right, we'll check it out. Thanks, bud. Appreciate
it. Oh my God, you guys rock. You guys rock.
Thank you, Sean.
That's
Nick,
that's a cool idea.
Go back to your search, if you would, please, on the initial page. I think it's at the very top left with the really long.
This
there
one?
you go.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different lengths.
I think that's what we're looking for because they've got really long, thin stems on them with a small little spatula head at the bottom.
So is it under mini spatula? Oh, it is.
All right,
mini
it
spatula.
says the Biscasu mini spatula. He just did a search on Amazon. It says makeup spatula, thin jar spatula for thin jars, kitchen bottles, cosmetic bottles. That's a great idea. I want those. That's a Christmas gift idea right there.
You know what, Kath, when it comes to mascara, because I was thinking that's basically just it's a tiny, thin little spatula that goes in and out. How much mascara do you think gets wasted?
Well, mascara dries out.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't. I think it's not that you can't reach it. dries out, and then you just got to get rid of it.
What do you think routinely is the biggest waste when you buy something and
That's a good question.
because there's sometimes where you're like, and it just becomes, well, I'm not getting that.
Probably the hand lotion thing
lotions?
because those the with the pump top. The straw does not go anywhere near the bottom. You can feel the weight of the bottle when you're done, and you know it's in there. And it's just, and because of the consistency of that stuff, it's kind of goopy, for lack of a better term, and it's hard to get that stuff out of there.
I'm on to you.
Yeah, I think maybe that stuff. One last call, and then we got to take a break. I'm going to go to Mike F., who is an equipment manager. Hey, Mike, morning, buddy.
Good morning, Nick.
Good morning
How
to
are
see you, Mike. What's up, man?
I met you guys. I was the equipment manager for the Wings.
Oh, okay.
So I'm putting 8 or 9 bottles out every week, and you get a bottle that's got an inch left in it. So during the week,
bottle of
I
what?
would go and shampoo, conditioner, body wash, anything like. So what I would do is I had a funnel system at home that would go into a Gatorade bottle. So everything, all the bottles that were left over from that week would all be mixed together. So the guys knew if they got the Gatorade bottle, it was a combination of all the other stuff.
So it's conditioner, shampoo, body wash, all that stuff?
Wow.
Dude.
Like a stew.
All together, and then the other stuff, that way I was throwing out empty bottles.
All right. I got it. That's a great idea, Mike.
Why couldn't you combine all that?
I think you could, and I think Mike has.
Yeah.
And do you get any feedback from the combination, Mike?
No, I mean, the conditioner was very rare because the guys would bring their own conditioner in.
Uh-huh.
So the shampoo and the body wash had shampoo in it already.
Yeah, totally.
So
yeah.
We had no issues whatsoever.
All right.
I wonder how much stuff
Thanks,
is
Mike.
repeated. We talked once, Preston, about the how many, like in my wife's shower, how many bottles of things there are. Like, wow. There's a ton of stuff there.
Oh, man.
I literally have one bar of soap in my shower.
Yeah, there was a time when Michelle and I used to take pictures and bring you guys in the shower. There were 30 bottles of most of them were conditioner.
Right.
That has since stopped. Thank God for that. But man, I was going to mention one more thing, and I can't remember what the hell it was. I keep losing my train of thought today. But anyhow, this is a method that this guy came up with called clamshelling for cutting open the bottle of lotion and using a spatula to get in there and then get the last bit of it. But you want your money's worth.
Clamshell is what they call the hard plastic that they toys will come in, right? That routinely slice your wrists open when you're opening up those packages.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you for sharing your methods, folks. Oh, I remember what I was going to say.
Yes.
When I worked in a restaurant way back when, there was this device that they would use for the ketchup bottles. I still had a little bit of ketchup left in them. And you would essentially, it was a funnel, and it could hold 6 bottles of ketchup, and it would all funnel into one spot and go down into one container.
You just flip them over and leave them there?
Flip them upside down and leave them there overnight.
Right.
And they would drain out, and the next day they'd come in and take the bottles out, and they'd have you could fill up one bottle.
That was a crap job at the end of every shift where you would have to refill ketchup bottles or mustard bottles on tables. So you'd have to go out and pour one into the other so that it would all, every time people came in the next day, all the bottles on the tables were supposed to look full. Right. They did, but you had to do that every night.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just to save some money over there. All right. Well, listen, thank you for your calls. We appreciate it. We got to take a break. We will do more invites for Christmas Miracle. It's a week from Wednesday. Headed to the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. First time. Courtesy of our friends from Miller Lite. So hang out. We'll have your chance to win passes. In fact, a little bit of information about it right here.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 W.
There's a step and repeat background. Nobody's there to take their picture with me. And now I'm like, oh my gosh.
Now you're thinking.
I was a child at this point. I was so embarrassed, and I was so inside my own head, and I was like, this is terrible. I am so embarrassed. I almost felt like crying. And then, because I was depressed. I was I legit got depressed at who I am as a person. And then I was a little bit mad. I'm but I was being nice. You know what I mean? I'm a nice person, but God, Case, you're a 46-year-old man. You should freaking know. You have met a celebrity before. stop being such an a-hole.
You were just excited over pretzels.
I was excited over
that. Was the problem. You were excited over great pretzels, and
I still want to open a franchise. And it's not that expensive to open a franchise. My wife said, "No, I'm not allowed to open a Wetzel's Pretzels franchise." And I was trying to think of where could I open a Wetzel's Pretzels franchise? Where could I?
I thought this would have been you going, I need to go back and apologize right now, and then go back in there and then they're with this guy again.
Yeah.
Okay, we can't get rid of him here.
What was the converse? Like, what was the? There was talking and not ending.
All right, so no. Try to get people involved in said conversation. So the questions were asked, I think, I'm pretty sure.
Do you recall a real exchange, like a conversation, or did you ask them to write down their questions and submit them to you?
I don't know.
So was there any point at which...
I don't know.
I'll tell you what, there were questions asked, and you didn't breathe to let them answer.
I had another moment over the weekend, too. Where
Well, wait. Before you go to that, to this point, did you encounter them again? Did you get a chance to apologize to him, our buddy from Stranger?
I talked to the guy.
Yeah.
All right, so I never talked to the girl again from Disney. I talked to the guy. So I had gone into the theater after I had walked away and hung my head in shame for 10 to 15 minutes and texted you guys to try and make myself feel a little bit better. I was then asked to go into the theater to let people, because they collect your phones a lot of times before. So they had just gotten approval to let everybody have their phones back, and then I announced a surprise to hey, by the way, we have one of the stars here, so if you want to take a picture while he's in the theater, you can go get your cameras now. So I did that, and then I brought Joe on to the stage, and while Joe was addressing the crowd, I talked to the gentleman. I go, yo, man, I'm so sorry. I go, listen, sometimes I have no chill. And he was so cool. He goes, dude, he's like, you were fine. He's like, he's like, I want to hear the rest of the story.
Oh my God.
I'm like, this guy, you're
Was
lying.
he texting while he said that?
No. I'm like, you're lying, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. And then
how sometimes we have these events and there's the person who's in charge of making sure that the other person's okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if the publicist did that on Joe's behalf and he didn't care at all.
There's a good chance that was the case.
And
Like I said, I
she's
wasn't
just trying to put up a barrier and get out in front of a situation, because I've been at these things before, and I've been at them with you, and you're just friendly and you're you. You're totally fine. But every now and then, somebody gets weirded out.
You're speaking the truth. 9 times out of 10, it is not the celebrity who has put these restrictions on. It is the handler.
Or it could be like that scene in The Running Man where Richard Dawson, the guy who mops over his feet, and he goes, hey, you're doing a great job. And he walks in the other room. If that a-hole is working here, later on today, you're going to be mopping the floor. But is there a chance maybe we could see about getting Joe on to talk to him and just say,
hey, are we okay? I'm really sorry.
I'd love to talk to him. I'd love to interview him anyway.
I would too.
But,
I really would love to have an opportunity to press.
Well, go to the Disney rep. She was impressed.
Yeah, I know. No, here's the deal. If we were to get Joe on, he's not gonna be like, he's gonna be very diplomatic in that. But
Casey, I've had more moments in my life like that where I've walked out of a room and just felt horrible about myself for whatever way I reacted or have just presented myself, and it's a common thing,
I told you guys about this.
It lives in you.
Yeah,
it does.
I told you guys about this, and I'll just call it an argument that I had in a Wawa parking lot too long ago. And I felt worse about this encounter than I did about that encounter. I really did. I felt worse about myself.
And that one almost came to blows.
No, it did.
Yeah.
It did. And I won't go into details, but I will let everybody know that I was in the wrong to begin with. But I had a very similar experience on Saturday night at the Fish concert. I was talking to a gentleman named Dave, who he was telling me about these guys that were standing behind me, and one of the guys just so happens to be a guitarist of a band that I actually just started listening to, and I was like, what?
Pretzels!
I'm like, oh my God, Corey Wall!
Pretzels! I like pretzels! Do you like pretzels?
You ever had a Wetzel's pretzel? No. So a guy's name's Corey Wong, and he's the guitarist for a band, Wolfpack, and
I love Wolfpack.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So do I. And I started going a little bit off the rails, and then Dave, who introduced us, he sort of had to qualify, hey, this guy is the producer for the #1 morning show in Philadelphia. And that's what he says. And I'm like, oh, man.
I did it again.
I'm doing it again. I'm like, he's totally he's saying to this guy, this dude's not just a, although I am.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, all right, let's reel it back a little bit. But this one time when you did this, no. So I tried to reel it back.
Pretzel bread. I like bread. So listen,
I didn't feel as
you
bad about
probably
that
felt
encounter.
it was worse than it was because now you were hyper aware of it.
Yeah.
I'm sure it wasn't that bad.
It's challenging though too, because when you're with friends, when you're with loved ones, everybody smiles and nods and it's cool. When you're with strangers or somebody you've never met before, it changes the dynamic. And you have no idea what was going through Joe Keery's head. I'm sure he's fine and probably hasn't thought about it since then.
Right. Well, and
or that's the subject of his new movie.
Now, I've also been on the receiving end of a few of these experiences, right? People listen to the show and they're huge fans. Or like introduce somebody who clearly doesn't listen to the show, and that's fine too. And now these people have to act like, oh yeah, and I'm like, you don't have to.
Okay.
Right.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to listen. I know you don't, and it's fun. But because of that, because of my experience that I had with Joe Keery, and to anybody If you want to come up and say hi to me at a restaurant or a Wawa or where, please do it.
Absolutely.
Because the deal is, I don't have a job if it's not for you that's listening right now. It's just, it's as simple as that. All these great luxuries that I'm able to provide for my family are a direct result of you in your car or your home or your office or whatever listening to me right now. And so, same thing for you, Joe Keery. No.
Pretzels! Wouldn't it be great if you guys open up a pretzel franchise, you and Joe Keery? You know?
I just want it by myself.
Local broadcasters open up a Wetzel's Pretzels with one of the stars of Stranger Things.
This is my thing. This is not Joe Keery's thing. This is my thing. And
I was trying to find a bridge.
No, there is no bridge. And you know what? And so at the very end of the night, an asteroid hit and we all died.
Right.
There you go.
So the worst part of this whole story, guys, is once I got done introducing the film and I walked out of the movie theater, I went to go to Wetzel's Pretzels because I wanted to buy some more to bring home to my family.
They were closed.
It was closed! I was like, what did you do with all those extra pretzels that were in the display case?
When was the last time you remember an all-night pretzel place?
It wasn't that late. It wasn't even 8 o'clock.
Was it as quickly when they introduced you to Joe? Was it as quickly? Hey, man, how you doing? Hey, have you ever had Wetzel's Pretzels before? Was it that quick?
It was pretty close.
Yeah.
It was pretty damn close.
That I
I've
think
seen you do that before.
Yeah.
I've seen you do that type of thing where it's like, and I know what you're doing. You're just looking to have a normal conversation.
It's an
with
icebreaker.
Someone,
You're gonna charm them.
All right. Well, anyhow, we have to take a break, right?
No, we do. As a matter of fact,
because otherwise I would go to these calls, but we have to.
No, we got to take a break.
The regional manager.
Sorry.
Pretzels is on.
Santa's got to go.
He's
Pretzels got to go.
The Northeast region and wants to talk to you about franchise opportunities.
Listen, the closest one here is at the Fashion District. I already checked, and they're in North Jersey, but that's the only one that is around here.
All right.
So
I can't believe the winner in all of this is Wetzel's Pretzels.
Right, big time.
You know?
You kidding me? And you got to swing this bigger for me.
All right. Yes, slower too. A slower cadence. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Yeah. Oh! You got 2! Yeah! And he's getting prepared again. He's like a panther waiting to pounce. He jumps in. 2, 3, 3. Ah! 3! And he's doing the Irish jig. All right. Casey's buying his time. He's in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That was the best one yet! That was so good. All right, retire!
Wow!
Go.
That's how people die in this sport. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And here we go. This is where it all comes together. All those years of yoga. 2, 3. Yes! Yes!
squirrels have been laying down flat on their stomachs with their legs stretched out behind them and in front of them. Apparently, this slows them to a complete stop in the soaring temperatures. And though these small mammals might look like they're in stealth mode, it turns out they're trying to cool off. And Steve, it's called splooting.
Splooting?
Yes. Squirrels have been splooting all over Texas.
Oh, yeah.
And an expert said it's...
It's going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
He's going to sploot.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to sploot.
I'm going to sploot.
Ladies and gentlemen, John Dornbach is joining us. Good day, John.
Rockstar, thanks for having me.
No problem, man. Anytime, bud. So, dude, it's how long since you've been and performed Magic live? Has there been a pause on that, or we know you haven't been in the area performing in a little while?
Yeah, it's a year and a half, right? So we're just getting up and going and excited to do so.
I have to ask you because I mentioned this to Casey. I watched the series Hacks with Gene Smart, which I thought was very funny. You appear in that, correct? That's you as the magician in one scene, correct?
Yeah, it was one of those things where HBO called and they're like, hey, Max, and the director's like, hey, we need a magician. Gene Smart's this comedian, and will you play yourself? And I was like, wait a minute. So what you're telling me is you want me to be on an HBO Max HBO show as myself? Yeah, I think I can make that happen.
Right. No, it was a cool scene because there was a big party and she's at this palatial estate, and Caitlin Olsen was there as well. And but that was, you had to be shooting that during COVID restrictions and stuff like that, right? Was there a whole bunch of, I mean, the party seemed packed, but I'm sure they took extra precautions.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, the insurance companies, right? So a ton of precaution. It's funny because it's like 6 seconds, right? It was like 5 days, you know what I mean? But it's like you get 6 seconds. What was really, really cool is when I used to play for the Bills, Chris McDonald, who's an actor in a ton of stuff. I love his stuff. He was Shooter McGavin. And
he's great.
He's from upstate New York, so he would go to a lot of games. So him and I would hang out.
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Real quick, just with playing Pardon Me by Incubus, somebody texted in and said, this song is 26 years old.
26 years old. Stop it.
Not seem that way, does it? That's insane. Wow. Thank you. We appreciate that. All right, Bizarre File. Here it is.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Pro Team Collision, your certified collision repair center. If you get into an accident, Pro Team Collision is there for all of your auto body repair needs. I got some stories for you, folks. We'll start with this. A man was found dead inside a big cat enclosure at a Pakistan zoo on Wednesday by staff who were carrying out routine cleaning. The body was found after zoo staff spotted a shoe in the mouth of one of the big cats.
I just found it. I'm just a shoe.
And that's when they decided we need to take a look around.
Oh, we didn't see him.
Zahir Anwar, senior government official, said when they cleaned the zoo and the dens, they found the animal holding the shoe in its mouth. He said the staff got suspicious.
By the by, you might find a sock in my poop.
And then they found a body inside of the den. The official described the big cat using the word that in Pakistan can mean tiger or leopard, and both are believed to be housed inside of the zoo. Anwar said, our assessment so far is that this appears to be a lunatic because a sensible person would not jump into the den.
Yeah, I'd go with that.
You can see that the den is secured. There are stairs behind the den. Maybe he jumped in from there.
He was a lunatic.
Anwar added that the zoo staff are all accounted for, so they, as of now, they don't really know who this guy was that was eaten, supposedly.
Yeah, sometimes people will commit suicide that way. Just jump into a deadly animal's cage.
Yeah, by these big cats.
Yeah.
We'll see. A Minneapolis store clerk died after a customer beat him and impaled him with a golf club.
Whoa!
The 66-year-old clerk was attacked.
I'll let you me.
On Friday. What was that?
I accidentally hit that button, but I will let you F me.
What were you trying to hit?
Nothing. I was moving the screen.
Oh. So the 66-year-old clerk was attacked on Friday near downtown Minneapolis. A 44-year-old suspect is jailed on suspicion of murder. Police found the victim behind the counter with a golf club impaled through his torso.
You know his dying words, Preston? I'll let you F me.
And the clerk died at the hospital. Witnesses led police to an apartment building across the street. That The suspect there barricaded himself in for 6 hours after lengthy negotiations. Officers took the man into custody without incident. Police are still investigating to determine what prompted the attack. It appears the suspect had collected some items from the store for purchase and then taken them to the counter.
Admit it, the golfer in you wants to know what brand of club it was.
Well, I just want to know what club it was. Was it a wedge? Was it a wood? I don't know.
What would you use for something like that?
The officer said it appeared that he went behind the counter and then began to assault and bludgeon the individual behind the counter in a very grotesque way. That's a horrible story. All right, we need something lighter than that, way lighter than that. This is out of Scotland. A kid who is 19, Callum Grubb is his name. But he lives his life as if it's the 1940s. Nearly everything he owns is from the time period, including his clothes. The teenager drives a black 1938.
The name's Callum McGrubb.
Austin Cambridge only uses a telephone from the 1940s and rides a 1952 Raleigh bicycle.
23 Skidoo, why don't you bring those fine walking sticks over here?
He said, I'm as old-fashioned as they come. Callum's car is 10 years older than his grandmother, Anne, who he has lived with at her home in Kirkcaldy, Fife, since he was 12.
It's wild that he embraced this time period.
And while 75-year-old Anne regularly uses a cell phone, her grandson does not even own one. He said, I'm rubbish with technology. I was forced to have a laptop for college, and I hated it.
That's our grandchild. He's a bit of a moron.
He said he fell in love with the 1940s during his first year of high school. He said, I've always loved history. When I was younger, I looked at my great-granddad's prisoner of war diaries, and I just love everything about that period. He now collects everything related to that period, such as oil lamps and vintage record player that he uses to listen to his favorites like Vera Lynn, Ann Shelton, and Frank Sinatra.
So he's completely adopted the lifestyle.
Yep. He said, I couldn't tell you a modern singer if you asked me. However, Callum told the BBC that there is one thing from the post-war period that he definitely does not do. He said, we don't ration. He said, I like my food too much for that. But he wears the full suit and drives the car and uses that two handheld piece phone and all that stuff.
That's going hardcore.
He's just way into
What about
it.
his 3D printer?
That
seems an anomaly.
Is the one luxury he likes to have. No. A St. Louis man is accused of stealing electrical transformers and selling them for scrap, telling police in one case an individual with the NCIS told him to do so. Yes, the Naval Criminal Investigative Service.
Yeah.
Attorneys charged 43-year-old Vincent A. Groves with 2 counts of tampering with the service of utility. Groves was linked to the theft or tampering.
You need to help the transformers.
Or tampering with of 3 electrical transformers and an investigation into the showed that he was dismantling devices in his backyard and selling them for scrap. In the first incident, he's accused of taking a transformer on July 11th, which was left by a utility company next to his. It was scheduled to be installed. When police questioned him about the theft, he told them that the NCIS told him he could do it.
It seems weird that the NCIS would have him doing that.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Some kind of contract work.
It's the perfect idea. November 15th, police found a utility pole damaged with a transformer missing. A witness told officers he saw 2 men pull up an SUV, cut the pole down, and take the device. The following day,
we find the old spark.
Police also found another pole cut down and a transformer taken. Police were able to use a description of the SUV to locate the guy who was identified as a suspect in a photo lineup.
Did this guy by any chance leave in a yellow Camaro, Preston?
The transformers contain a large amount of oil inside, which I didn't know.
No, I didn't know that.
And a large amount of spilled oil in Grove's backyard indicated he was emptying the devices before selling them.
How did he get every drop of the oil out, Preston, did they say?
No. He used a spatula, yeah. Receipts for hundreds of pounds of metal and copper sold at a recycling center were discovered in Grove's possession as well. So that's what he was doing.
I didn't know they were full of oil.
I didn't know they'd either, yeah. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for now. How about a couple of Christmas miracle passes? All right, I want to start getting excited about this event. It is a week from Wednesday.
It's a Christmas miracle! Yeah!
You need to be a fan of the Preston and Steve show in order to have a chance to win, all right? So we'll take 3 callers right now. First 3 callers, 215-263-WMMR, December 20th, Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. It starts at 6 a.m. You're going to need to be there early. And don't forget to wear your ugly sweater because Miller Lite has got a great prize for us to give away for the ugliest sweater in the house. And everybody's going to have a chance to win prizes. It's a great event.
Awesome.
We're looking forward to some musical accompaniment and all kinds of stuff. And it's in a new location for us as the Christmas miracle continues on. 215-263-WMMR. We will take those callers now and have you on board. And you never know what you might win at that event. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. A little later on this morning, comedian Eric Schwartz joining us. Stay with us.
Okay. And so when I sat next to him, hey, Chris. He's like, hey, what's going on? I'm Chris. I'm like, dude, Dorn Boss, long snap. He's like, oh, my God. It's kind of we got to hang out for a few days, and he's such a nice guy.
He seems like a great dude.
Well, your beard is more pronounced right now, so maybe that was part of it, too.
Well, it's called children. The grays are coming in. Giving it a good shadow, you know?
How many kids do you have now?
Yeah, one. I should have said child.
Oh, okay.
But a split personality. Yeah.
But my wife takes care of me, too, so children.
Right.
She's got two.
Hey, John, when you're putting together your act or show, and I haven't seen, you've performed for us many times here in the studio, but I've never gone to your actual live show. What's it like? Because there's various types of magicians. There are people who put on a big, lots of pyrotechnics and effects, and there's people, the ones that I find more impressive are the ones who are mainly doing sleight of hand and really blowing you away with their storytelling and all the stuff that goes along with that. What's your style?
Well, perfect intro because lucky for you, I'm a storyteller and some big stuff. So I'm really, it's my life story. And so it's the ups and downs that I've had through life, the magic that I found along the way that got me out of it. It's inspiring. It's motivating. Look, we do some mind-blowing magic, obviously, because that's what I love to do. But I promise you, it's not like this gratuitous magic show where you just dance around and want to be David Copperfield. I love that. I just don't want to be that.
Right.
It's funny because the first, I grew up with like Blackstone the Magician and all these, and Houdini, obviously, and all this stuff. And there was that sort of presentation, the presentation where there was a narrative that would start to move in, where there was a story told through the magic, started to happen, I guess. Maybe it was Doug Henning, one of the first, who kind of did like a connected narrative with the magic. Is that correct, John?
Yeah. And Lance Burton did an interview way back when, and it was basically like the hardest part about magic is to get people to care. If I do a dove routine, why do people care?
Right.
And my style has always just gone towards telling personal experience and life stories that obviously, so when you tell a personal story, people connect to it, people relate to it, and then people start thinking about things in their life that are similar, right? And so it's a way to trigger. And then all of a sudden you do magic and it breaks down this barrier, this wall, and people become vulnerable like kids. And so now what you say to me is 10 times more impactful. Look, I'm a big fan of your show. I'm a big fan of rock and roll. I wanted to be a rock star. I can't sing, I can't dance, I can't play an instrument. Check that off the old box. But cards and magic became my instrument, and now the ballad or the jam can be whatever it is you say around it.
That's awesome.
John, did you happen to see a special on Hulu called In and of Itself with a guy named Derek Delgadio?
First of all, huge fan of Doug Audio. I'm like the only magician that has not seen this yet. I have no excuse. I've been wanting to see this. I heard it's phenomenal.
It's just really super unique, and that's what I think is really cool about taking what you do and putting a unique spin on it. And he's very much tells the story of his life as well during that show.
I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to make a promise to the Preston and Steve show. I will be watching it tonight.
All right.
Nice.
But it's similar in your life story, which has so many. If you were to just get up and do a TED Talk about your life, that alone would be interesting. You have such rich fodder to draw upon for the magic. But as you start to develop a show and change it and alter it, and add illusions and tricks or whatever you like to refer to them as, where do you get the opportunity to go do that? Do you have a warehouse, or do you have, not that you're like David Copperfield making planes disappear or whatever, but do you have an actual lab or something that you go to where you work on this stuff?
Yeah, I have a lab. It's my house at Oak Brook Circle.
That's it.
That little garage over there on the side that we don't quite use, that we don't know what to do with the lawnmower, so we shove it in there.
And it's that simple. You just go in and a room in your house and.
Yeah, you know what? I got a great creative team, and so Blake Voigt, Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia is the guy behind David Blaine, all his TV stuff for years and years.
Well,
we're really good friends. Yeah, we're good friends. But what these people are really good at is when us three get in a room and we jam. It's like songwriting, right? Some people just gel, and it's important to know one another's style, and so they kind of get my style, and we just create stuff, which is fun.
You know, it's funny because musicians and magicians, and the words sound very similar, by the way. But you know, you'll take a chord progression and turn it a little bit and make it something new. And I get that impression as being the same with magicians. Okay, there's this old style trick. We're going to turn it, do this, put this narrative behind it, and make it something new. Is that a large part of what you do?
Yeah, I mean, it's like music. There's like 5 chords. Am I right?
Yeah.
I should know that. Six chords. Well, magic, there's 5 things you can do, and I should probably know these 5. You can disappear, you can reappear, you can change, and there's like 2 other things you can do.
Right.
So it's taking a spin on that.
You're getting a little too intricate for us.
Well, let me ask you. I was expecting manipulation.
You change. You disappear, you come back, and then there's 3 other things.
2 other things.
So, all right. So there have been some in the magic world. There have been some constants, obviously, but there has been new variables over the years in technology and stuff. And over the last year, with being able to do things via Zoom and virtually, has that presented itself any new opportunities for you?
Yeah. So in the Zoom world, which is here we are. I did a lot of like keynotes. Believe it or not, the virtual keynote speaking market was out of this world, right? And so I'd be able to do tricks through Zoom, which is kind of cool. I created a few things. Now it's a completely different medium. It's a completely different way of doing things. Right now you're isolated in this little frame here. So, it was a fun, challenging time.
Do you get called? I mean, obviously, I know when I was doing stand-up comedy, I used to do corporate gigs fairly often. Is that still out there? Substantially with so many people working from home and all that change because of what we just went through. Is that still a rich area for you as a magician to work in?
The Zoom market?
The corporate, corporate events and things of that nature. Yeah. Is that a big moneymaker for you without getting? Yeah, but I don't need a dollar amount.
Yeah, baby, throw me the money. But not so much as a magician. Like I said, I get hired out as a speaker, and I get to do whatever magic I want within that.
I got
One of the best advice I ever got was my rookie year, and this guy Kevin Elko, he's a speaker, and I was in the weight room. He's like, "Hey, I'll give you a couple $100 to go talk to these bankers." I was like, "I'm in." He goes, "You know that stupid little pencil trick you do?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "They'll eat it up. Tell your story how you went to college." So I was like, "Okay." And then afterwards, he literally pulled me aside and he goes, "Listen, kid." I was 23. He goes, "Listen, kid, I'm going to give you some advice. Look, the magic's cute. I get it. You need to be a speaker, and you'll thank me for it." And so I've been a speaker ever since. And obviously, the cap that companies are willing to spend on a magician is quite a bit smaller than a speaker.
Right.
And so
true.
Hey, you can call me whatever you want.
Just a reminder, John's going to be at Borgata Music Box on Friday, 2 shows. By the way, John, so what role does football play in your life now? Just a observer or anything else?
I have some friends call me here and there, and they'll have a lot of the guys I played with now are coaching either high school, college, or whatever, and they'll have a snapper or a specialist. And they'll say, "Hey, man, can you work with this kid? Can you give me some advice?" And we can do it over Zoom. We can do it live. And so I'm just kind of like the guy that just kind of goes in, helps out. Believe it or not, there's been some coaches that have left the Eagles and gone on to other teams, and they're like, "Hey, we'd love to bring you in here and just kind of help build the culture of an organization," which for me, I think that was a bigger compliment than help me with X's and O's. I think that was kind of a role I had with the Eagles for a long, long time. And that was, establish a culture, get a sense of community and family within a locker room, care about one another, and then be the greatest of athletes to win.
I have a very objective question to ask you, John. Which fans are crazier, Bills fans or Eagles fans? Because Bills fans over the last few years have really upped their game in the level of craziness that they bring. The Bills Mafia, as I think now kind of rivals the insanity that Eagles fans bring every week.
I'll say this. I mean, anybody that's out there in minus 20-degree weather with no shirt on, run around in the parking lot, I mean, it's crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a different level of crazy. for those that have never been to Buffalo, wow. It was like the greatest thing that ever happened to me to get picked up by the Bills. And then it was like the greatest thing that ever happened to me to get released by the Bills. Because that place was hard. I mean, it was like, now look, you're talking about a kid who came from Southern California. So like I had seen snow, but I had never seen snow.
Yeah, that is snow.
And, you know, and now keep in mind, I kind of hacked my way into college, right? I sent somebody else's film. So when I got into the NFL, I was still trying to figure. And so to go to Buffalo and try and play in that weather and be a specialist. Look, I played with Drew Bledsoe. That guy had one of the strongest arms I've ever seen. I remember there was games that he couldn't even throw a 10-yard out because the wind was so bad.
Yeah.
And then the coach was ticked off at me that I couldn't snap one. Drew can't throw it 10 yards. You want me to look between my legs?
Yeah.
Right.
John, I went to the Eagles-Bills game. Oh, God, I had 2 years ago, and the wind was crazy. We couldn't even kick extra points at this point. You know, the wind was so bad, they kept going for 2-point conversions.
God, that's savage.
But I will say, I thought the fans were great. I didn't get there early enough to really hang out in the tailgate area or whatever. But you know, I bought tickets that were close enough in the end zone, so I just wanted to get on either A, get on TV, which I did, or B, catch a football either via kickoff or whatever, and football landed 2 seats away from me. So I know I was so close, but I had a great time, and they had great hot dogs in the stadium.
There you go.
Yeah. So
well, I mean, think about this. Philadelphia has restaurants Zama, love sushi. Come on, Redstone. Hello, still here, guys.
Kathy.
Oh yes.
I mean, and Buffalo has
wings. Hey, let me ask you: do you have Wetzel's Pretzels there by any chance?
Oh, I don't know.
Casey's a big fan.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. I have noticed some things this morning, and I notice you're noticing. Your noticing has been noted.
The noticers you're noticing.
Yes, and we've
freshly noticed stuff noticed over the weekend, I assume.
Things that
Am I
were
right, noticer?
Yes, I did a lot of noticing over the weekend.
So.
I noticed something I have never heard of before. And I'm going to mispronounce this, I'm sure. I haven't looked up the pronunciation of this, but it's skioring or skijoring. It's spelled Skijorring. Skioring or skijoring. It is a winter sport. It is similar to cross-country skiing, except your dog pulls you through the snow while you're doing it.
Your dog pulls you through the snow, sort of like a modified Iditarod.
Only on skis.
Oh, you can also do it with a horse, Preston.
You can also do it with a horse. I
So
saw
does the
that
horse
as well.
pull the dog and then the dog pulls you?
Nope. The horse pulls you, and when you're using the horse, they'll pull you over like jumps and stuff like that.
That's pretty,
pretty cool. It's like water skiing.
Yeah.
But on snow skis.
With your pet.
Yeah. And I guess you could do it on like a snowmobile or something like that. That'd be kind of fun too.
Yeah,
But
like a tow-in.
But they use animals.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think this would be a blast.
Would you have your Yorkies do
Oh,
it?
yeah. Wouldn't that be great? I would need a whole team of Yorkies.
when I was younger, we would do something similar, not on skis, but on our, the long sleds. We would do that with my dog, but then I always felt...
Like a toboggan?
Yeah, but like a plastic toboggan.
Right.
But I always felt a certain way about that. I'm like, I shouldn't be doing this to him.
Did the dog enjoy it?
Yeah. Well, he didn't he didn't say he did.
Did you nail the harness on him?
It wasn't animal cruelty or anything like that.
No, I mean, I was also a kid. I weighed a lot less back then. But
Right.
we would just, have the leash and he would go.
Was this Hershey?
Yeah.
Okay, because he was a lab, right? Yeah, you getting upset?
I love that guy.
Yeah, I remember. So we're looking at two versions, one with the dog and one with the horse. Obviously, the horse is meant for speed.
Yeah.
But if you were to have I assume conceivably you could do this with a team of dogs.
With one dog. It says here the sport is ideal for healthy, active dogs that weigh more than 30 pounds.
Right.
Yeah.
I'd probably go a couple dogs on my toe.
On your
Just to
your
get
toe?
me speed.
Okay.
Yeah. Super speed.
It is similar to sledding, except with the heavy sled, making it easier for dog and human alike. And like I said, it's for healthy, active dogs that weigh more than 30 pounds. Humans should already be comfortable on cross-country skis before you try it.
Interesting.
But some festivals, like Minnesota's Great Northern, feature friendly skioring races. Skiors.
I learned about skiing in school.
If you care to try it yourself, more and more winter resorts in Montana and Colorado have begun to offer the winter sport.
Do they? Will they allow cats to do this as well, or no?
No.
Probably
not
don't have
that I know of.
the strength.
Have you guys ever done the one-horse open sleigh? Not
Yes.
necessarily one horse, maybe multiple horses.
I've done one and I've done multiple.
Yeah?
And it's a lot of fun.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Where was it?
Catskills.
In the Catskills?
Yeah.
All right, so they actually will take you out out into a winter wonderland.
A winter
if you will.
wonderland.
That would be...
With the blanket and
that
the whole...
would be awesome. The only horse-drawn things that I've done have been, carriage rides in the city. And usually... they put them where you're going on cobblestone, which is just stupid because you're bouncing all over the place.
Do it in Cape May. It's
Actually,
great
I
there.
did do it in Cape May, and it's smooth there. Yeah, you're right. So that was a lot.
Did you
of fun.
enjoy it?
I loved
Yeah.
it. It was cold. I mean, no doubt about it. You got to bring blankets and
hot
snuggies
cocoa
and hot and all those things, and it's very, it's very fun.
I did it in the Poconos, Steve, and probably similar to you, one horse open sleigh. And after about 47 seconds, I hated it.
Oh,
it
too
was
cold?
It was so damn cold out, and the blanket was nice, but it didn't do a good job.
By any chance, prior to the ride, did the horse owner feed the horse beans?
No, it had nothing to do with the horse or the horse
Okay.
farts. It
All
just
right.
was way too damn cold.
So our guy in Cape May, our guide who was driving the thing, he was he almost had a little bit of a New York type accent when he was talking, tells us, and the horse farts. You
Yeah.
know, the horse farts. He goes, don't mind him. He's just blowing kisses, and I don't mean Hershey's.
By the way,
Yes.
you got a little spray of poop on you.
You
That's
got-
his way of saying he likes you.
You got a little schmutz on there. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's all's good.
There used to be a farm in Trapp that did the open sleigh, and but I just looked up their website. It doesn't look like they do it anymore. But they, my brother took his kids there, and
They use Yorkies now.
But like the picture, of course, is like with the snow and all that,
Yes.
and like my
So
brother,
romantic.
When my brother went, he was like, "There was no snow." He said it was still cool, but
There was no snow.
yes,
So it was just a carriage rather than a sleigh.
no, it was a sleigh.
Oh,
Yeah,
on dry ground?
on the farm. Yeah,
How do they do that?
I just pull it along the ground. I mean, it's not
Really?
like yeah.
A regular sleigh?
I would think that'd be really hard to do. Interesting. Okay.
I don't know. Maybe
Yeah, I think you typically would. I mean,
It's like,
What the hell? Come on, man!
yeah,
Don't you have a carriage?
Snow is part of the equation. Yeah.
I think
Something
ideally
with
you would want
wheels.
snow, but not around here. You're not getting it that much.
Wow.
He's real funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why did we get into a horse-drawn Humvee? What?
Well, anyhow, skiing is something to try out this season. If there are any in our area, I doubt there's anything around here, but you never know. Right in the Poconos.
Maybe there's a big skiing place that just opened up in the area.
Well, all right, never heard of that. All right, I did notice some other things. Let's see what else we got here.
More for the noticer. We got skewering out of the way.
Yeah, I noticed this article over the weekend, and this has to do with our career progression. And apparently there are 4 stages of progressing in a career.
Okay.
All right, and this is...
Number one is skewering.
Researchers from the University of Bath conducted interviews with lawyers to define these stages, 50 lawyers, so take that for whatever it's worth.
Is this law focused or just in general?
It just says 4 stages of career progression.
Okay.
It says, here they are. Excitement.
Yeah.
Anxiety.
Yeah.
Joy. And disillusionment.
And then climax.
And then hatred.
At the beginning of...
Regret, remorse.
Yeah.
It says at the beginning of one's career, participants were excited.
Then depression manifesto.
But that excitement turns to anxiety as former mentors are seen as gatekeepers to success. Then positive feelings return as participants achieve their career goals. Unfortunately, disillusionment and disappointment sets in. It doesn't say why disillusionment.
Maybe
and
you're being
disappointment
passed over for promotions.
set in, yeah.
Stuff like that.
Or you have to dress as like a bear or something.
Are there ages attached to these stages?
No. So I don't know at what point you go through these particular stages. It says one participant described the final phase of disillusionment, as having waded through molasses to get to the promised land only to find more molasses.
How encouraging.
I have a family member who built a business, and he has been working really, really hard for 20 plus years to do this. And he just sold it within the last year, and he made a ton of money selling it.
Okay.
But he sacrificed a lot in between the start of it and now, and including his health a little bit and just time away from his family.
Nick, is this company Velour?
No, it's related to that company.
Okay.
In that same general area of the world, Steve. But he made a lot of money. But I'm just curious as to whether or not it's worth it.
It's worth it.
I was hearing somebody talk about there was a proverb or something akin to a proverb where the guy is, he's fishing. He goes out and fishes, and the guy's asking him to describe his life, and he says, "I go out fishing. I come home.
Yeah.
I get with my family. We have dinner. We have our time together." And he goes, "Well, if you had your friends help you fish, you could build up your business." And then if you did that, you could set up different fishing areas, and then you could expand and have more money coming in, and so on. He goes, and then you'd make enough money where you do what you always wanted to do, which is to fish and go home with your family. Right. So it's kind of an interesting way to describe it.
Yeah, I remember as far as that first career progression excitement. I remember when I started in radio. Like, you could not keep me away from the radio station. I would come in when I was not on the clock.
Likewise.
I would just work on stuff because it was fun to me, and I couldn't believe that I was actually working in the business that I wanted to be in.
Would it have been akin to the zeal of being in the band? Or in a different way. Right, there you go.
Most definitely.
Or the drum store that you never actually worked at, but you spent all your...
I know, that too.
Yeah.
Which I did get offered a job right as I was beginning my radio career. They finally offered me a job at the
But
drum
no such
store.
passion for foot modeling.
No, that was
just
a
a money
fleeting...
maker.
Yeah.
That was on the side.
Felt like a bit like a whore.
When I was an intern here at the radio station, Steve, I remember vividly being in the studio for the first time and thinking, "Oh my God, this is so cool!" And and it was just like looking in being in a radio studio and realizing that those microphones were going out into the world. It was a fascinating feeling.
It is amazing.
We've gotten lucky in that regard, and us personally, because we've entered into I'm only speaking for myself, really, into a profession that I wanted to go to.
Yeah.
There are some people who just kind of fall into something and then they're like, well, I guess this is what I'm doing now. You know what I mean?
I was talking about that with some friends over the weekend too. And I had before I got an internship in radio, I worked at a company where it was 9 to 5, and actually it was 8:30 to 5.
What a way to make a living.
Well, it was 8:30 to 5 with a half-hour break every day, and every week I counted down the hours until 5 o'clock on Friday, because every money I made, every amount of money that I made, like, went to vacation and doing other stuff. But there were people that had those jobs. It was data entry, essentially, and the people that worked in that field, they didn't bring any work home with them. You know, when they were done work for the day, they clocked out, and then they just, they got up and they came to work the next day. So for them, there was a lot less stress outside of the job, and so there's...
Everything comes with trade-offs.
Ups and downs.
And everything, and in the long run, obviously, if you can do what you love, that's a wonderful thing. Yeah. I think this stage is here, while they may seem a little vague, that zeal, that eagerness, because radio came in actually through comedy, not through... I mean, I went to school more for television and film.
But you liked radio.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah. The second I really got to experience it, I was like, wait a second. I can record it. I can voice it. I can write it. I can do all of this. I have complete control on these little skits and things that I was doing. I'm like, I think I dig this.
Yeah. So I just thought that was kind of interesting that these are some phases that, and this is kind of a small study. I would like to see more done on something like this.
Unless with lawyers. Because, who knows?
The research could help firms to create a better workplace culture, according to the study.
Did they mention phase 6? Which
no,
is the uncontrollable bowel movement?
But I noticed something else that has to do with
what else?
Our progression in life as far as what we can afford, hopefully having a career. This was an Empower survey of 2,000 adults. And tell me if you guys think any of this is legit or not. They found that they believe that the people that were surveyed believe that the average person should be able to afford a car by 26, afford a starter home by 30, and listen to this, right? And retirement by 44.
No!
Those numbers don't add up.
Ass.
What country are we talking about?
This is Americans.
Yeah, but I think the first two are okay.
Yes, the first two
Retirement
are
by 44. No,
That's for Kathy. When the Social Security, when the retirement age of 65 was set years and years ago, the belief was, well, people won't live much longer than that, so that'll be the retirement age. And now, obviously, people are working longer than that by far. I don't know anyone. Do you know anyone who's taking their retirement in their 40s?
No. We knew, actually, there was a guy that we were friends with when we first moved here, and he retired before he turned 50. He had now his retirement was going to be, like, he didn't have just this big, gigantic nest egg. I'll be great for the rest of my life. But he had enough, and he had a plan on how to continue out his life without having to work. Now, like 5 or 6 years later, he ended up going back to work. And I don't know if that was because we lost track of him. I don't know if that was a choice or, just to relieve the boredom, or if he really needed the money or not.
Was this guy's name Dalton by any chance?
No, it was not Dalton.
Steve, you know where I do know some of those people at retirement at an early age? And retirement comes with a caveat because they're not done working. But, career military people.
Yes.
I have a friend who's a captain in the Army, and he's around my age, a little bit older than me, but he's getting ready to retire from the armed services. And he gets a pension from here on out. But he can go into consulting. He can kind of do whatever he wants. And I mean, he's put in his time. He's been around the world and worked a lot in a lot of different places. So he's earned it.
Yeah.
But
I agree.
An enormous amount of respect for what he's done. But at a pretty early age, he can figure out what he wants to do with the second half of his life.
That's something that, like, I've always loved this. This is all I've ever wanted to do. So being, this thing. But that notion, my older brother retired from the Secret Service, and then he was hired to the Department of Justice.
Yeah.
So there were two careers there. My younger brother is retiring from the police force soon, and then we'll probably get into private security. But yeah, there's that twofold thing where, you are retiring, but you are going to continue to work at another job.
I guess we did buy our starter home. I was 30 years old at that time when that happened. So that falls, I fall into that category. But this is, I said, you buy your first car by 26. And that's a new car. I assume it's a new car. I don't know. And then home by 30, but retirement by 44. God, that's ambitious. 51% say that retirement is their top savings goal. Other common goals include buying a car, paying off medical expenses, and paying off student loans.
Do you see yourself? I mean, listen, the notion of retiring, I think I enjoy the work, and a modified version of retiring might be something, where I'm still doing this at some level. I enjoy.
You mean starting
this.
the show at 10 a.m. or something like that? That'd be
10 to 11.
That sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, from our island studio.
Tuesdays and Wednesdays only.
Yes, and breakfast pizza flown in from the mainland.
If we could do a show from London from here on out, because they start, we started like 11 a.m. London time.
Absolutely.
Now,
then we can hire that road cone player.
Retirement is constantly on my mind in the preparing for.
Right.
Meaning, make sure that
you have a sweater.
Well, that's good too. Yeah. But that financially you're being smart.
Right.
And that's the most important thing. Because after that, if there's now I do eventually, if whenever, listen, all good things must come to an end.
Absolutely.
I just don't see myself not doing anything all day long every day.
I've seen that take down more people. There's experience from within my own realm. I believe that classic, I'll just fish or I'll just do this, will just kill you. You've got to, unless you're the type that's always been that way.
Right.
But if you've had any sort of need to be engaged or active, I think physically and mentally, you have to have something to do.
Yeah. By the way,
that something could be foot modeling.
By the way, this survey also identified various financial styles like givers, mentors, builders, and explorers. Explorers, sorry.
What kind of builders?
So builders are looking to create a secure future. I think that must be me.
Okay.
Givers are more focused on having nice things. Really? That's what givers are?
Givers that would seem to be giving away nice things.
Yeah. Explorers save for material items, and mentors prefer experiences.
All right, go through the list again.
Those
What-
definitions seem weird.
What's first?
Builders are looking to create a secure future.
Yeah, that makes sense. You're building a nest egg. What's the next one?
Givers are more focused on having nice things.
So you're giving bad advice to people who are seeking your financial advice, and then taking, like Bernie Madoff was a giver.
You can give yourself
So
stuff.
he could have
He
nice
could
things.
have nice things. Bernie Madoff
gave bad advice to
so
get
he could get nice things.
him nice things.
So that's the kind of giver you're talking about.
Explorers save for material items.
So explorers steal stuff.
Yeah.
They go exploring in their neighbors' houses.
They go digging around in your bank account, and then they can get their material
They
items.
explore by hacking into your personal information.
And it says mentors prefer experiences. So I don't know. Whatever, man. This is just what
That is a vague, bizarre list. It's a
people
stupid little list.
said in the survey.
You're all stupid.
I have a hard time trying to like save as if I'm going to live till I'm 90 because I just don't expect to be here that long.
So what you're going to do is
Yeah. I don't know, man. I've got like I feel I've got a ticking clock right now, and right now I think I feel like I got like 22 years left.
So listen, I thought I'd pass away in my 40s, but listen, you've taken control of your life. You're doing things that are much going to benefit you in the long run.
Yeah,
you
no, I
don't
understand
know.
that,
I mean,
but
you could literally walk out of the front door of this building and be mauled to death by a polar bear.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a ton of factors that goes into that.
It could happen, Kathy.
But
Man,
listen,
can you imagine if like a polar bear escaped from the zoo today and killed Casey?
That would suck.
That would
In
be
a
awful.
bizarre, ironic story, while showmate Steve Morrison was saying he could be attacked by a polar bear outside the building, Casey Foster was indeed attacked and killed by an escaped polar bear.
If I knew that there was a polar bear
Why a
that was
local
just,
petting zoo had a polar bear.
petting zoo.
they don't have a polar bear at the Philly Zoo anymore, do they?
I thought they did.
I don't know. If,
He's on tour.
Is he on tour?
Yeah, with
Wow.
was it Def Leppard?
Oh, okay.
Def Leppard plus polar bear.
Oh man, they killed.
Oh, he died.
Yeah.
Did they actually just kill them?
His name was Goldilocks, which is a great name for a polar bear.
Why do
And
you
he
say they killed him?
2018.
Because he was mouthing off.
In the headline, it says Philly Zoo euthanizes polar bear, so they deducted that they killed him.
Yeah.
37 years.
We're tired of you.
Yeah.
Wow,
Always
so they're
complaining
dead?
about how hot it is.
He was the oldest polar bear in the country.
So I wonder what they did with that exhibit.
So they killed two. They had the oldest gorilla. Remember, he died on his birthday.
Well, actually,
they had a big birthday party for him at the zoo. And he's like,
What?
Yes.
Is that right?
I remember that.
Well, didn't they throw him into the polar bear enclosure?
Oh, my God.
Polar bears love gorilla
circle of
meat.
life.
What are you doing?
Listen, if they have two really big beasts that they need to euthanize, they should let them fight.
Big
it out.
animal fight.
Just so
Yeah.
we could find out.
Yeah.
You know?
We're going to the zoo to watch the rhino versus the leopard.
But if you, let's say you were somewhere where there was a polar bear and he was bearing down on you and you had a giant ball, do you think you could distract him with said giant ball? Because I've seen them play. They love balls, man. They love giant balls.
They're like urologists.
Yes.
I will say this. They do. They're adorable when they play with those large balls.
Yeah.
I think if the polar bear is in attack mode,
Yeah.
I think that the ball would not be enough of a distraction.
But I do
the
think-
same way you're thinking like a blanket with a matador.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, a red
Case,
cape.
when you head up north, just keep an inflatable ball in your pocket.
I got one here.
What do you
And all you
got
have to
there?
do is just hold up your finger like this and say, hang on, I have to blow this up.
Look at how big the ball is. So we're looking at it. What are you doing with that ball, son?
We're watching
It's to repel polar bears.
a video of a polar bear right now jumping on a ball.
That's what I'm saying. If they made an announcement on the news today that there was an escaped polar bear, go get a beach ball. And just make sure you have one on you at all times.
Do you know what I found interesting? Is that I always thought that the polar bear was the absolute alpha predator bear in the world. The polar bear more than likely would lose against a Kodiak bear.
Right. And then who would win? A Kodiak bear or a gorilla or a lion or a tiger?
Kodiak bear would probably kill the gorilla.
Okay.
And
We've had this
Yes, we have.
discussion so many times, and I never remember. Is it the bear or the tiger?
It's dog to bear.
It's subjective. You guys went with bear, and I went with gorilla because of closed fists.
Yeah.
Dog, the bear.
And he's got fangs too.
Yeah.
Don't forget about the gorilla's fangs.
So, but all bets are off once you have a large ball to throw.
Preston has no idea where to go here.
I don't. I've lost control of it. But congratulations on your retirement at 44.
You know what you can do when you retire? Jump into the polar bear cage.
Yes.
An enclosure.
All right. Do we have time for one more? Or are we done?
No, let's do one more.
Okay.
My mind's reeling out.
Yeah. My mind is rivulets. All right, I have one more. I'm gonna skip that one because
it involves bears.
It's going to go too long, and I don't have that much time. Left.
You can do whatever the hell you want.
Well, no, we have a guest coming up, and I don't
My mind is a raging torrent, flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
All right, this last thing, I actually saw this last week. I noticed this last week, but I'll mention this now because I want
Joel Noticer from the Wayback File.
A quick one. A railroad company has gotten $3 billion in federal funding to help build the first bullet train in the United States.
Nice. I love Steve McQueen.
The electric powered train will zip passengers through 270 miles of desert from L.A. to Vegas in just 2 hours.
Can they bring it down to 2 minutes?
Yeah, right.
2 hours from Vegas to L.A.?
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Does that?
But it's not, I mean, like you can
That's
do
not extraordinary.
No, the drive is 4.5 hours. And the flight's like 45 minutes.
Okay. Well, this is a 2 hour probably. Well, the question is, how much would it be versus flying if it's only,
There's
flight?
those are key elements.
Yeah.
Because that is a route that is very popular, obviously back and forth. You'd have a lot of that would mean a lot to people. However, if the cost of the ticket is prohibitive, a lot of times that's what happens. I always used to think, hey, train travel or railway is going to be cheaper, or the bus. No.
Well, I mean, but I think of it along these lines because they're also building a train line from like the Scranton area to
Vegas
to New York. Oh, and so you have these people who will work in New York but like live in a cheaper area. So,
True.
So if anybody if you want to live in a cheaper area like Vegas or the surrounding areas and work in LA, maybe that works for you.
Yeah.
Is that enough to fund this, though? I think what they're really looking for is the tourism, right?
Well, they've gotten $3 billion in federal funding to do this. So high-speed bullet trains have been operating for years in Japan, France, and China, among other countries, but we just don't have them here. And so I don't know what railroad company is doing it.
I wonder what the status is of that maglev, that cross-Pacific that tube that they were working on. There were plans for that. It looked very intriguing. I mean, it would actually be in a tube. There'd be no windows, obviously, right? Which for the claustrophobic might be an issue. But it was supposed to be, moving ahead pretty swiftly, and now we've heard nothing.
By the way, Nick, you looked at the text messages and cracked up. What was it? Does it have to do with bears?
The King Kong one.
Oh. Says King Kong killed a dinosaur on his island.
He did.
Yeah.
He did.
A Tyrannosaurus.
I just like the fact that it was referred to as his island.
It's Skull Island.
It's not Kong Island.
I thought it was the other one that says Beats Bears Battlestar Galactica.
That's from The Office, and I like that too.
Okay. I didn't watch The Office.
There was a huge mailbox on Skull Island, and it said Kong.
Yeah.
That's how they knew it was his.
Welcome home.
All right. I'm done noticing.
That's it?
I'm not noticing no more. No, finished. Yep, that's all you get today, my friend.
Noticer be tie-tie.
Yeah. Noticer's got to go. Yep. So we'll do it again another time. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. And Eric Schwartz, who has a new comedy special available on his YouTube account, will be joining us. Stay with us. We'll return in a moment.
Yeah. But Buffalo was great, man. But like I said, what a hard place to play, man. Hard place.
Wow. Nice. Well, you don't have to worry about that anymore. How about that, man?
Yeah, you got your own backstage and all that, everything. What is your writer like? Is there anything super unique in a John Dorenbos writer when you show up at the Borgata?
Michelob. So this is funny. Yeah. So I was never. I didn't really drink alcohol a whole lot, and I never drank beer. I didn't like beer, right? I didn't like beer. So my wife's like, "Oh, this is cool. So when you stop working out and stop playing football, now you're going to drink beer."
Right.
Okay. Good timing. So I got nothing crazy. I just got my Michelob Gold Ultras carb conscious beer.
Carb conscious beer.
Crazy.
And that's it. And do you have? All right. So do you have an exclusive partnership with a playing card? Do you know what I mean?
So I use bicycles now. This is crazy. That the president of United States Plane Car Company, huge fan, very nice guy. But this company, zero advertising, zero endorsements for anybody. They just don't need it. They don't
They're
do
just
it.
the best.
And
They're
so
like the Louisville
now-
Sluggers. you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. I mean, it's like, why?
Yeah.
You know, well,
And is that the Charles Magicians? Bicycle?
For me, yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, I like the air cushion finish. Apparently, just gets
Air
it done
cushion
for me.
finish.
You know, air cushion finish.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I keep these guys everywhere. But bicycle is the most consistent. And like, now you're gonna get me going. But like, to be able just to kind of do things like that looked really good on Zoom right there. But they just feel good. They just look good, right? And so they fan nice. Like, come on, are you kidding me? Watch this. Hey, for those at home, I'm just
that's impressive.
That's an impressive fan. Hey, John, can you do the one where you where you're just holding the deck in your hand flat and you just flip that top card up in the air and over? You know what I'm talking about? Oh, and he's coughing him up. I'm blown away by that stuff. It's just.
This comes out of the center. Oh,
man!
You know what I mean?
Wow!
Man, and he catches it. Here's something here. Little Zoom something for you. It's going to be hard. Preston, you're the camera here, so I'm just going to use you. Just say stop.
And stop right there. Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna out jog that.
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of hard here on Zoom, but here we go. Can you see that or no?
Yep, I got it.
What do you see?
I see the 10 of diamonds.
Ooh. Perfect. Do you have a cell phone, a wallet, pad of paper?
I got a cell phone.
He's got a cell phone and whatever
I have
you need.
a pad of paper and a wallet.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Do you have all three?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay, get them. Okay.
We're a major market show.
Okay, so put your wallet on your hand first.
Okay. Dear God.
Okay, here it comes.
Yeah.
And then your phone on top of that.
Okay.
Pad of paper on top of that.
Yeah.
And then your hand on top of that.
Okay.
Oh, this is going to be sick. One more time. What do you see?
10 of diamonds.
10 of diamonds.
Yeah.
Here we go. Hopefully this will work. I don't know, but watch. If we take the 10 through Zoom,
it's gone.
Okay.
We can get it to vanish.
Okay.
Preston, lift your hand up.
Dude, no. Okay.
Lift the paper up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nothing under the paper. Yep.
Yeah. Put it down. Lift the phone up.
Okay.
Yeah. And now put that down.
Okay.
And now just lift your wallet straight up.
Okay.
Is there something on your hand? You would have flipped out if it was. Hold on.
Okay.
You know what? It might have not gone through. Can you pick your wallet up again?
Yeah.
Can you open it?
Yes.
Is there something inside? Go ahead and look through there. Is there something in the?
Are you serious? Shut up. Dude. Stop it.
There's a 10 of diamonds in Preston's
I mean,
wallet.
that's as good as I can get through Zoom. Right there.
Which one of you a-holes took my wallet and put this in here? That's insane.
Oh, my God.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
The 10 of diamonds.
You're the devil.
Yeah, and go Borgata Friday night. I will be there.
Yes, and honestly, that
That
room
just
is
happened.
That room is perfect for magic. By the way, it's going to be awesome.
Why couldn't you do that with like $100 bill?
I thought it was gonna like if I had a $10 bill or something like in that he would.
That's awesome.
Screw you, man. And I mean that lovingly. That's insane, dude. You're crazy. All right, John. We love you, pal. It's good to talk to you. And have a great time in AC.
Yeah, and if you guys want to give away tickets, give them away. Let me know.
All right, that'd be awesome.
All
Yeah.
right, thank you so much,
Love it.
John freaking Dornbos.
Now you're trying. I had nothing to do with that.
That's freaking me out, man.
Yeah.
Because I thought he was just going to make it. I thought he would say that it was a joke, which it was, and it was funny.
And then it's in your wallet.
This was in my wallet. Do that.
Sure you didn't.
One of you guys did it.
No.
One of you guys did it.
No.
One of you guys did it.
No.
I'll find out later.
That's magic, man. Wow. Don't if you upgrade to the premium package on Zoom, it comes with magic.
That if you look back to when test tube babies was a very controversial idea, and there was all kinds of uproar against that type of thing, and now
fertility stuff is commonplace. I mean, it's exactly
You
what
can
you
get
do.
powdered mix.
To make babies.
Okay, can they extract semen out of a fully vasectomized nutsack? Can they do that?
Did you just whisper nutsack?
The question in front of the panel today is, can semen be fully extracted from a nutsack?
Excuse me, sir. We couldn't hear you.
What?
Sir? Could you speak up, please?
Can semen be extracted from a fully...
but can it, though? Or...
I don't know.
Okay.
All right, so
know.
I have my prostate is out and my seminal vesicles, I guess they're referred to,
They
are
ain't
removed.
there.
Right.
Mine are still there, right? So I've been vasectomized.
I believe you can still produce a little...
I can.
If you get the attachment.
So here's the deal. Like, they say that you can reverse a vasectomy.
Yes,
It's
you
not
can.
100%. It's not 100%, but they do, all they do is just, reattach or whatever.
Except it comes out your butt.
So what that tells me...
If you reverse it fully.
I guess my wife would be way less inclined to make a baby that way.
Wow.
Science.
All right.
But
all right, back up to my vagina.
God.
Oh boy.
The
Case, it looks like
Sorry, I snorted.
it says you can withdraw sperm from the testicle, but I don't know if that's after the vasectomy.
It has to be, because if it can be reversed, it means I'm still making
So
it.
you're still making it, but your body absorbs it.
Right, because you've closed or the pathway.
Right.
You've closed the egress, as they say.
Right.
Right.
So if you had to bet on male members of the Preston and Steve show conceiving a baby at this point, where would you put your money? Because Preston and Casey and I have all been had vasectomies.
I'd put my money on Steve.
Steve had prostate cancer and had his prostate removed. So, but
I don't understand your question.
If one of us were forced to have a baby, if we had to keep we had to keep like the population of the earth going.
I would do it.
I would love to have another baby.
Who would have the best chance?
Doctor, I was wondering, could you help me?
Scientists come to us.
Even though we've had a vasectomy.
Right, yeah. Where's the money on the male members of the Preston and Steve show producing another human being?
Without having a reversal done?
Yeah.
None of us, I guess.
But that's what I'm asking about, like with Casey's question. Like, if we took the sperm out of the nutsack,
He's saying who's
the best chance?
Yeah.
Oh, who would be?
It wouldn't be Steve, right?
You guys are the same age. I have
He doesn't
no-
have
His
anymore.
is different
I've got
than what you.
confetti in mine.
You guys can still produce it.
Yeah.
Your body's just absorbing it.
Okay, I don't know. That's why
So
I'm
you're
asking.
full
I've had
of
three
sperm,
kids.
Nick.
You've had 3 kids.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'd put our money
I got like
on us
6 or
over
7
you.
that I don't know about.
Yeah. Wow.
Has Bill hung himself yet, by the way, with this conversation?
I don't know. Did you think about what you were talking about in the bathroom?
I did.
Okay. Casey and I had a conversation in the bathroom.
Did you?
He's like, I think I want to ask you something, but I don't know if I want to ask you on the air or not.
Was it about the Dunkachino machine?
No, I think we're good on that.
We just shot a video, Marissa and I. I sort of had to explain why it literally looks like I threw a grenade into the machine.
I saw it. It's pretty nasty.
I ran into Andy in the kitchen, and she was like, "I just saw the email that said it was all good to go." She goes, "What happened?"
Anyway,
is it all cleaned up? By the way, it's.
I didn't do it. I tried. There were no paper towels. There was no.
Casey keeps stash paper towels if you ever need them.
Yes,
and they have them in the bathroom too. So I'll grab those. Hold on, Marissa has an update, I guess.
I don't know if it's cleaned up, but it is fixed.
Okay.
All right. Excellent.
Matt Calper swung by and
All right.
fixed it.
Oh, that was a
Just call me Mr. Fix It.
I just thought you were just accentuating fixed, but that was a Matt
No
Calper.
reason to stress out.
Yeah. So anyway.
Okay, so this is a judgment call for everybody here. All right. So if
we don't want to talk about this, we'll move on to something
we can
else.
move on.
We decide this is not worth talking about.
Is it about food, pretzel-like food in Oregon?
It's not food.
He was wrestling with the idea of bringing it up or not. So
All right, go ahead.
So judgment call. So your spouse or girlfriend or boyfriend is asleep. They're napping, right? And you have a hankering to go to Rita's Water Ice,
right?
And okay,
I know. Okay.
I know where you're going with this too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quick question: did this happen to you, and did it cause a problem?
This happened to me, and I got the double middle finger.
Okay.
So when said spouse woke up.
I had a similar thing happen recently, so I can commiserate. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you wake your spouse up to see if they would like something from Rita's Water Ice?
As they are resting, as they are getting their much deserved sleep, correct?
Yes. And you know this person.
I can
and
answer immediately when you're done.
You have woken said person up from a peaceful nap before, and it was never a good experience. So, so do you leave them asleep? Okay. So you have a couple options here. You leave them asleep, right? And you don't get them anything from Rita's because, for some reason,
do you touch their boobies?
Always. For some reason, if you go to any other store, you know exactly what to get them, right? You know how they like their stuff. But for some reason, you don't know what their go-to order at Rita's is.
Wait, you didn't get her anything?
Hold on. May I ask you? May I ask you a question?
Yes.
While this debate was going on, did something in the back of your mind go, "She'll never know"?
There might have been.
That's exactly what it was. You thought that if you ate it quickly enough, the remnants of it would be gone, and she would be none the wiser.
No
But
fuss,
you
no
didn't
muss.
know her. You could take it. I'm sure you would have gotten something that she liked.
There was a good chance
Don't come home with nothing.
Good chance said nap could have turned into a full night's sleep.
Or
you could put it in the freezer.
Diane doesn't like it when Casey spends money on frivolous things, and she would have gotten mad that he spent money on them.
My wife. Well, here's my situation. My wife will take 5-6 hour naps.
Yeah.
So I mean, she is, and I commend her for this.
Yes.
It happened over the weekend. It's the ice cream bakery on Ridge, and they have great soft ice cream. And so I'm getting a damn cone as I pass by. That was not the traditional 80-car line going in, and I'm like, I'm going for it. But I call an audible.
Yeah.
And I bought her something, and it was a home run. I kind of knew what she wanted.
Yeah.
But I mean, you do the gesture.
Yeah.
And that buys you. I gave it a shot.
Yeah, my wife just sent me a text. She goes, "You don't have to wake me up. Just buy me my favorite flavor." I'm going to admit, I don't know what your favorite
Your
flavor.
traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. Our next guest joining us via Zoom has got a special, which is available for free.
How about that?
On his YouTube channel, which is pretty damn awesome. And it is, it's a full sensory experience. Like, it's not just a stand-up comedy show.
Yeah, you know what it sort of reminded me of in the best of ways, like a Bo Burnham.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah. But he's got obviously his own style, his own twist on it. We are happy to welcome this morning Mr. Eric Schwartz.
Yay!
Oh, dude.
Rocket Philly.
He's already got the
Watch
auto
me
tune.
for free.
I had to bring the auto tune.
Yeah.
I love it. By the way, the special is called Delivery, and you can find things like that, little voice effects and so on. Nice to meet you, by the way, Eric. Thanks for coming on today, brother.
Good to meet you through technology. This is amazing.
Yes. And you know what? So Steve had mentioned, Bo Burnham, and I'm sure you've had comparisons of that because you've got some musical parts to this show, but also some visual things that are really unique and original and cool. It has got to take a lot of time and effort to put together a show like this. How much time did you spend on this before you finally presented it? And I'm saying, even past like testing it with friends and things like that.
Yeah, well, the material took many years to create, but the actual process of this special, I probably spent about 2 years on it.
Wow. 2 years. Well, there's so much going on, and to that point with the technology and so on, and then finding a theater. I think was it at the Avalon you did? Is it
the Avalon in Hollywood, which is an EDM club?
Right, and I was reading about it, and so it was sort of set and suited for this kind of thing. But just to find that, all of that, the hunting, the scouting, and the tech, putting together the animations.
I was hands-on with almost everything in the whole special. Like, I've scouted the location myself. I paid for everything. I did the animations on the screens. There's 14 LED video walls, so it wasn't just a shape of a normal video screen. I had to cut and shape something that would fit these specific panels.
Right, but ultimately, though, what it is at its core is funny and amusing and all the right things. So it's not like it's a smoke and mirrors thing. Right, everything accentuates it. So you put it together. Did you film it once? I assume you had to film it a couple of times, right?
We did 2 shows.
Yeah,
We did
yeah.
2 shows. And that's the thing, what you were saying, like, people don't expect me to be able to rock, like, it's a musical and multimedia special. And it feels like, hopefully, what I wanted to create was a feeling of like a concert. And they don't expect me because I'm bald with glasses, and they're like, "Why is this NBA commissioner Adam Silver rocking me so hard?"
Well, how many times you must get the Moby thing, right?
Yeah, you know what? And Moby and I look nothing alike.
I know.
They just see shapes.
That's it. That's it. I get it all the time because I'm
looking at you right now, and I'm like, "Is this 2 feet of the same thing?"
I always get, and how many times do you get this where my uncle looks just like you? Just simply because he's bald. It's like, no, that's not enough.
Yeah.
And
It's so discriminatory. I will stand up
Yes.
for bald rights.
Thank you. Thank
Because
you.
We are, I say this in the special. We're the last group you are allowed to make fun of, and nobody cares. Everyone just joins in and makes fun of us, wants to touch our head like we're a novelty. But if we try to touch your head, you hairy people.
Right. Pregnant women, when they get touched, they freak out, right?
Right.
You can't do that anymore without getting arrested. But we're the last bastion of the Copperfield set. So I also have
know.
to. Good.
Yeah, no, they say people complain and they go, "I'm having a bad hair day." No, I'm having a bad hair life.
Yeah. Right. You grew up, Thousand Oaks, California?
Yeah, I don't know if anyone in Philly knows that, but it's kind of like, I guess, I don't know what it would be like out there. It's a suburb.
I lived there for a year in 3rd
You lived in
grade.
TL?
Yeah, we left New York for a brief period. My father worked for Diners Club, and I loved Thousand Oaks. I lived on Avenida de las Flores, and we went to what they called a progressive elementary school where they had 5 recreations a day. So you'd have your main recreation and then 2 breaks in the morning and 2 breaks in the afternoon. Didn't learn a
Do you remember
damn
what
thing.
your elementary school was? Because we might have gone to the same elementary school.
New Horizons?
No.
Okay.
No,
All
too
right.
progressive for us. No.
Was it Belinda Carlisle that grew up in Thousand Oaks, California? I know we were just talking to somebody not that long ago, and I was like, man, you and Steve, you guys could have been classmates together. I can't remember.
Yeah, she grew up, I think, in a smaller part of Thousand Oaks called Newbury Park.
Yeah. So you worked for a long time. Well, club DJing was your main thing, right? Initially.
Yeah, I started as a DJ. I spent all my bar mitzvah money on DJ equipment. My parents were like, "Yeah, you got to save that for college." I'm like, "Nah, mom and dad, I got to spin records."
Right.
So this was, back in the records, when we would use records, and Eric Schwartz, like, it didn't really sound good in a scratch. It's like, if y'all ready to rock with Eric Schwartz. Nah. So I came up with another name when I was DJing, and that was Smooth E.
Smooth
like
E.
the drink, take a sip. I'm the Jamba Jew.
The Jamba Jew is perfect. I love it. So you do this. You get the equipment. You're a big fan of I guess what they call golden hip hop, the age of golden hip hop, right?
Golden era, yeah.
Yeah, and word has it you could. Oh, we're looking at your. There you go.
I'm panning my computer over to show you the records on the wall.
There you go. And you also had a pretty fair breakdancing game.
Yeah, and I wonder, like, my head spins. Was that the cause of my baldness?
The baldness, you just wore it down.
All right, now the question about the bald is that why you went with the shaved look? Were we starting to see receding or patterns or what?
Yeah, it's better marketing. You know what I mean?
It's true too.
Like, you can't tell. I've noticed when I shaved, and there's a misconception of that bald is bad. It's not bad.
I love it.
It's like people think that we have a lack. We don't have a lack of hair. We got a surplus of face, baby. Our faces said we are too handsome to stop at a hairline. We're going all the way to the toes.
I'm using that. Absolutely. Though when people see my face, they're going to argue against that. But still, I like that approach.
I love. I'm sorry to jump in, Steve.
No.
I love the line you use though, because you do, profess to be a bit of a nerd, Eric. But in the special, he takes his glasses off and he goes from nerd to word. Dude,
that's a callback from my first special when I did a bunch of those. I did nerd word, and I was like, I had my glasses on, and I'm all wimp, and I take them off. Pimp. I used to sell a T-shirt that said Wimp Pimp, and it had Wimp with the I. Both eyes were lined up. The letter I, and Wimp had an arrow pointing up, and Pimp had an arrow pointing down, and it was longer.
So was it while
and
you
it glowed
were
in the dark?
Was it while you were DJing that you sort of conceptualized your way of performing?
Yeah, it's kind of a little bit of a hybrid of DJing and stand-up comedy. So I did stand-up comedy first without music in it, and then I was like, I want to do something that feels like that feeling that I get when I'm DJing, when I'm rocking the crowd. And so I was like, well, I'm going to put music in it and see what happens. And it was just so much more fun for me to do that. And it's part of my truth. You know what I mean? Like I've always, since I was 14 years old, I was DJing, and it's been part of me. My stepfather is a musician. So music has always been part of me.
Do you have musical training yourself? Are you classic? Did you attend any sort of school of music?
I attended the school of the record shop at the swap meet. Yeah. They educated me. I was not. Most of the stuff, like anything, like even the special that I created, was just doing it.
Yeah. Well, and so that obviously it's working for you. I want to ask you about the whole DJ thing, because I forget who was mentioning this, but now the DJ technology is so like one button. Is there sort of a disdain from between, or sort of an attitude of the classic old school DJs who are really working the wheels, as they say,
of steel.
Right?
The wheels of steel, as they say,
right?
Yeah.
And the ones who just push a button. I mean, do you see, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I would say the technology is so good. Shout out to Serato. That's the program they use. It's so good that you almost have to force yourself to go back and learn the basics. I would say if you're a DJ and you want to get started, like the DJs will respect you. You will be a better DJ if you learn how to actually do it kind of on the analog tip. There's no really way to go back, because now they have, just the fact of not having to put a record on the turntable and find it and have a heart attack thinking, what's the next song going to be? I got to find it in my record set. Like you just type it in and it's there. That's not really going to go back. It's not going to go back to how it was. But yeah, I actually DJ'd for fun about a month ago, and there was another DJ in the club, and he goes, "Wow, I've never seen anyone mix without using the auto sync button." I'm like, "What's that?" I didn't even know it was on there, and it matches the tempo for you. And I'm like, I didn't even know it was there.
So you had to do it the old style.
Yeah, I just do it by ear.
Yeah, which is pretty amazing.
That's how the audience is hearing it.
Yeah, because right now it seems to be like you're basically, a lot of these guys, you're basically showing up to listen to their playlist, right?
Right. Yeah, and that's they're out there. If you're out there dancing in front of the DJ set, like who's DJing?
Right, yeah.
Hey, Eric, I wanted to ask about the show and the special and all that, and as big of a production as that is. Do you now, when you roll in and you do club gigs and stuff like that, what do you have to bring with you? I mean, obviously you're not bringing all this multimedia. If you're just doing at the comedy club, what all do you need with you to do an evening?
Well, I'm adaptable, you know what I mean? And stand-up is the core of what I do. So there's shows where I don't do any multimedia. There's shows where I do full multimedia if they have the technology. As my show grows, as I'm on WMMR, all of Philly's listening. So next time I come to Philly, there's going to be a grip of people out there. I could rent a screen if the venue doesn't have anything, you know what I mean? So it grows with the audience.
Hey, so what can you explain what your holiday edition of Fan Art Review is going to look like? Because this is going to be tomorrow at noon, right?
Wow, you guys really did your research. Yeah. So what this is it's a show that I did for fan art. Okay, so fan art, anime shows have fan art, and I was part of an anime show called Hell of a Boss. I play this shark, this like Playboy shark. His name is Chaz, and he's like, "It's Chaz time," these things like that. And so
it's very Timberlake.
Yeah, that's how that's everyone says I sound. I use my Justin Timberlake. I can sing. Yo, hold it, check it out. Yeah. That's my Justin Timberlake right there. Oh, wait. But I'll get into the Who fan art and I'll answer that question, but I want to do a little something for you guys.
All right. Yeah. Absolutely.
Because I feel like you want that Timberlake vibe. All right, here we go. I looped it. I looped that beatbox. Here we go.
All right.
Yeah. So if I wrote you a symphony, would you say how much you mean to me? What would you do? This ring here represents my heart. And that's what they tell me I do. Because I see your soul in hands, walking on the beach with the girls in the sand. I can see us in the countryside, laying in the grass side by side. All I want you to do is be my love. So good. My love. My love. My love. Yeah.
Yeah. We were losing just a bit of it, but we could tell it was pretty damn good. Yeah, you have that instant record to loop the beat, which is very cool.
Yeah, that's right.
I want one of those.
That voice right there, I used to have a babysitter growing up, and she used to read us the sweetest book called The Berenstain Bears. You remember that book?
Oh, absolutely. There's a whole series of Berenstain Bear books.
It was so sweet. And she was 68, and she would smoke 2 packs a day, and the book sounded like this. What's going on?
Oh, we can't hear it, man. Eric, for some reason, it's not coming through.
Oh, you can't hear that?
There
we go.
There it is.
Oh, I gotta yell it. Once upon a time, there was a family of bears.
The authors of those books live locally, or they've passed away, but lived in New Hope here in our area.
Shout out to New Hope.
Yeah.
You were talking. Go ahead.
Okay, so Who fan arted? That's the name of my fan art show.
Who fan arted?
Yeah. I love that.
Fan-arted. So the Hell of a Boss community is like, they are rabid fans, and so I was like, man, all this fan art was just coming out on Twitter, and I'm like, I want to honor these people. They're making so much great fan art. So I made this show called Who Fan Arted, and we're doing a Christmas and Hanukkah edition called, after my character Chaz. We're calling it Chazmas and Chaznica.
That's great. That's awesome. Yeah. So voicing stuff. Have you done any other animation? Have you done any animation voicing outside of that as well?
I've done a handful of little stuff, but this is the most notable one. I did it. It came out this year, and the show Hell of a Boss won the award called the Streamy. Do you guys know what the Streamy is?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
It's like the Oscars for online content. So, hey, it couldn't have gone any better.
And obviously, you've worked a lot creating content, but as you do this and as you put together shows like this, does that take away some of the ability to do your online stuff and other projects?
Man, I don't even know, because I just work straight through it.
Yeah.
And I'm just in a point right now where it's like, just go. Get this comedy special out and just keep promoting it. And luckily, right off the bat, the first clip that I released to Instagram got almost 3 million views.
Nice.
If your listeners go on and watch it, it's a bit about Comic Sans. It will hit 3 million views today.
Absolutely. That's very cool.
We're about 5,000 views away.
Are you up on TikTok as well?
Yeah, TikTok. I got to hit all of them. It is a different world than, when I started. You gotta post to 5 accounts every day.
Yeah. So do you have people now, or is it still just you?
I need to do that. I need to hire people. It's hard. It's really hard. You can find people. I was a journalism major, so that's what's really hard. If they make spelling errors and like grammatical errors on my captions, I'm like, you need a period there. Yeah. So I do a lot of it myself. That is probably one of my weaknesses, is I do too much myself. And I'm sure a lot of people out there like that.
I'm sorry.
Did you fund this whole thing, the live show yourself? And if so, it's on YouTube and it's for free.
Yes, I did. They call it a labor of love, and I must love debt. That's what must be my love.
Yeah,
but yeah, it is on for free, because I wanted to reach the biggest amount of people, the largest amount of people that I could, and that's why I put it up there.
Wow.
So does delivery pertain to a delivery system?
Yes. Oh, I'm glad you picked up on that.
Yeah.
It's a double meaning, maybe triple. the way that I deliver my show is different than most. So delivery, there's one. And then I don't know if you remember, in the very opening of the show is a very different opening than any show you've ever seen.
Yes.
It's my origin story and like a baby being delivered.
Nice.
And is, kind of like a rebirth.
That's perfect. That's a perfect tie-in, and I love the way you show that birth and how it happens via multimedia. You got to see it, gang. Well, listen, it's available now on Eric's YouTube channel. You just do a quick search on Eric Schwartz, and you'll be able to find it. And it's called Delivery. Do you see yourself making your way to Philadelphia down the road next year, maybe?
Yeah, if that's an invitation.
Hell yeah, man. Come out and see us for
Let's
sure.
do it.
Yeah, if you're going to be in town, we'll have you by for sure, Eric. So
I'd love to.
Well, listen, we want to wish you luck, and you're doing great, and we'll see if we can get that up to 3 mil, the view on that Instagram video, all right?
Yeah, just have them comment Preston and Steve, and I'll know it's them.
Awesome.
Nice.
All right, Eric, we appreciate it, dude. Thanks for checking in. We'll see you soon, okay?
Thank you, guys.
Eric Schwartz. And it is called Delivery. It's very funny stuff.
Nice
you will
guy.
enjoy, trust me.
Very
All right.
innovative.
We got a little bit of time, right?
Do we?
Yeah, we have a little bit of time to chat about something real quick. So I'm gonna move into this, because I did want to get to this today. There was a woman in the United Kingdom who was left stumped by her first grader's homework assignment. And she put it on Facebook, and it's gotten a bit of traction. Her name is Laura Rathbone. She lives in Buckinghamshire, England. And she said, at first I thought I was losing my mind. I was like, what am I missing here? So I posted it in a group with loads of moms, hoping that they could answer. So her 6-year-old daughter got this take home, and she was asked to complete this. Which word is the odd one out? And the choices are friend, toothbrush, or desk, and egg.
Which one is the odd word out?
Yes.
Say them again, please.
So friend, toothbrush, silver, desk, and egg. You might want to write that down.
Yeah.
Have them in front of you. A little easier to comprehend.
Friend, toothbrush, silver,
Desk,
and egg.
and egg. Yeah.
Reflexively, I would guess friend.
I'm gonna
That's
say
what
friend,
I
too.
guess friend as well.
Yeah.
All right. Well, egg is the only one that starts with a vowel.
Okay.
So do you guys do the connections on it's like one of those New York Times things?
I will do it, periodically. I'm usually pretty good at it, but I don't think I don't really think in a committed linear fashion. So
there's a 16-box grid, and each box has a word in it, and you have to match them with 3 other words that they match with, right?
Okay.
So, but it could be a whole bunch of different, like it could be like 4 words that are colors, or it could be 4 words that like.
You have to find the connection.
You have to find the connection. Like it could be like the word could be super, right? And then there could be like bowl and Sunday and super califragilistic. Anyway, so this is very reminiscent of that. So I'm having a good time looking at these letters. These
It's like the
words.
what was the thing that Jackson used to do? The where
Barden Blue.
No, it wasn't that. It was trying to. They would play he would play the cluster of songs, and you had to find connection.
That's right.
Within them, and I was never good at that stuff.
His 12-pack or whatever.
Never got it. Yeah, sometimes there was a thread that went through. Nick?
So my guess on this one is toothbrush, because it's a compound noun.
Okay.
And none of the other ones are.
All right. I guess friend, because it's the only living thing out of all those.
So an egg could be
friend, toothbrush, silver, desk, and egg. Yeah. What?
One other thing about toothbrush is there's no E in it.
Okay.
There's an E in every other one.
There's an E in every other one? Okay.
Every other
Sorry.
word
We're all
E.
right, as a matter of fact.
That's what I thought, too. So do you want to tell me what the answer
So
was?
can I guess?
Yeah.
Moses didn't have an ark.
It was a polar bear.
You can't bury the survivors because they're still alive. No, the answer is silver.
Okay. Now, can I try and figure out why the answer is silver?
Yes.
And the answer is because I said so.
Oh, that's a good answer.
That's the parent answer.
That's the parent answer.
Friend, egg.
Toothbrush, silver, desk.
I have no idea why
It's not a
silver.
thing.
They all wear clothing.
The toothbrush doesn't wear clothing.
I guess silver could be a thing.
Oh, it does. I have a little toothbrush suit at home, Nick.
You're the only one on the planet. Yeah, I got nothing.
Where's my toothbrush suit?
All right. Well, then this doesn't make any sense.
It's got to be something. Nick, what are all of the others like?
Oh, I know why. Okay.
Okay. They all drive.
All right. So it is silver because it is the only one that is not a noun, but it is.
Yeah, silver is absolutely a noun.
But in this context, I think the teacher was thinking it as an adjective.
They haven't specified that.
But silver is also it's a noun. It's a metal.
So you can make friend a verb. I'm going to friend that person.
Yeah. And then silver was also the name of the one.
No, really. I mean,
I just hadn't thought about it that way.
Yeah, and I'm gonna desk that guy in the ass.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, I just made that a verb
And
too.
then, you know what? So initially when I saw this yesterday, and it was making the rounds, it was on a bunch of different web pages, news and aggregators and so on. But the whole thing is context-based because
it is.
What the woman ended up finding out is the reason that silver was the answer is because the lessons they were working on at that point in time had to do with nouns. And so I thought, there wasn't any context.
Unless it's
why is it
specified.
the odd word out?
You're a complete dirty hole.
She's a whore. Why isn't whore on this list?
Because that's what you are with this list. No, there is again.
But when I see the word silver, I automatically think of silver, the precious metal.
Yeah.
I don't think of the color silver.
It's also an element, and it's not a compound. There's nothing else in that element except for silver. All the other things have multiple ingredients. So I guess I could separate it out that way, but I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, each of these could be separated out for one reason or another.
Yes, it's a little vague.
Yeah,
Too much wiggle room.
You know what a better answer is? Which of these don't like each of them couldn't match for a reason.
Which one of these would win in a fight?
Yeah.
Desk versus egg.
Oh man.
So you had mentioned toothbrush being a compound word. Okay, so there's that. It's it's got multiple syllables. Egg is the vowel thing.
Egg beats bear.
Desk you can do in somebody's butt. Right, Nick?
Yes. Desk you can do in somebody's butt. Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, no, silver has more than one syllable, too.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, toothbrush
I'm an
and
idiot.
silver. But,
hell.
But anyway, I thought it was kind of interesting. And then I read the end there that it was a lesson on nouns. And then that but then again, silver is not, it could be both an adjective and a noun. I see this as flawed.
This is flawed. And I submit to you.
Tell you. All right.
How is your visual acuity when it comes to discerning the difference between two pictures?
It depends. So I took an an IQ test one time, and they show you some of them are shape oriented.
Right.
And they show you a series of shapes that are rotated in different ways. I don't do well on that.
Okay.
Now, if you're talking about like in Highlights magazine where you try to find the thing that's missing from the other page, I'm pretty good at that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty decent at that. But like I'm classic, round peg in a square hole.
Could you?
I have a problem with shapes, and when we do puzzles, like Rochelle can just bang, bang, bang. She can knock them out, and I have a hard time going. Wait, if I turn this way, the shape looks like that. It's just something I'm not very good.
It's the
at.
way we process things. Do you think you could, on any given night, step outside, look at Venus, and calculate how far away it is by sight to the foot?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now that I can do.
That's easy. Come on,
man. But I never have been good at shapes and fitting things into, because Rochelle she will just go, oh, it's like this. She'll just grab whatever's in my hand and turn it and go, there, it goes like that. I'm like, kick your ass.
That test with the shapes and the blocks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The square peg thing.
Right.
That's me.
Was that
Classic.
perfection? I
Oh
love
my
that game.
God.
We played it in here.
Perfection. That thing gives me anxiety.
Are you watching? Not to go off on it. Go ahead. And,
What gives you more anxiety, that or operation?
Or a tumor.
Or a tumor.
Perfection.
Yeah.
Yeah, without question. Because
the timer.
The timer.
Yeah.
Operation is not timed.
Yeah.
I can back off if I need to.
You son of a
child.
bitch. Yeah.
I can back off, poor child.
The surgeon does not have to be rushed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, unless they're bleeding out or something like that. But,
some surgeons.
Yeah,
So have you started to watch the series? I don't know if this is brand new, but it's on history. It's the people that fed America the great classic toys. Preston.
No,
they're going into all the creation of the game of Operation, and the amount of work that went into the Etch-a-Sketch is astonishing.
Oh, I believe it.
And the guy who really slaved at building that thing, finding the type of powder, the screen that would house it, where it could be sort of charged to hold the powder against the screen, so that when the stylus, all that stuff. The guy who was charged with, putting the patent in, for it, he put it under his own name. Whoa. So the guy who had nothing to do with it in the United States got all the royalties for the sales of Etch-a-Sketch.
Wow.
The guy who created it, I think, was French.
Oh, my God.
But,
horrible.
Can you believe that?
Wow. That's
Son of a bitch.
That's theft.
You want to desk him in the ass.
Hey,
Is this an Etch-a-Sketch thing?
No.
Because by the way, we found out from Breaking Bad that stuff's explosive inside an Etch.
That's right.
In fact, they go into how many deadly components there are in an Etch-a-Sketch, and that's how it had to be formed. The plastic had to be form-fitted and perfect.
Apparently, we're going to play perfection.
All right.
We have one here.
And by the way, they should have an operation game where if you hit the metal sides, you get shocked. And if they should have that.
Yeah. Do you know what the original conceit of the operation game was? You were supposed to be sort of digging for, or at least looking for water in these little tracks, and to do it without touching the edges. And then the game company decided to make it an operation game.
All right. So you really want me to do this?
How much time do they give you?
2 hours.
That's way too much time.
60 seconds.
That's too much time.
Yeah. No.
You're that good?
Too much time.
No,
What are you?
He said 2 hours.
What are you, a ringer?
Oh, 2 hours. Yeah. All right, you want me to do this?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, I'm going to put the mic down by this so you can hear the timer. All right, here. If I do this, this will be miraculous. All right, here we go. Diamond, got that. Look at that. Got 2 of them. Why is that? See, now that should fit. That's ridiculous, man. That's ridiculous. That goes there.
I call no fair.
I call no fair.
All right, you got 2.
All right. What shape is that?
I can't. Sorry, I can't talk.
Can't talk.
Santa's got to go.
All right.
I'm thinking. I want a BB gun.
It's
for
a
this.
half moon. He's got a half moon here.
All right, Casey, give us the color commentary.
Yeah. He's got another diamond. That diamond doesn't match, but up there you go. Oh no, that was a pentagon.
That was a pentagon.
How many does he have, Case?
4.
What other federal buildings are in there?
Nope, there he goes. That's
There's
like a
the
star.
R.J. Murrow building.
That one was. This looks like a cross, like a red
The
cross.
key is to take your time.
He's only got 5 seconds left.
Oh, shut up. To not overdo it. Don't get rushed. That's an S.
Get in the zone.
The other one.
Auto zone.
Oh, there's that diamond. There's several diamonds.
Yeah,
Different shaped
messing you up.
diamonds.
There you go.
Oh.
He jumped back.
That was like Elf with the Jack in the Box.
Because I wasn't looking at the timer.
Yes.
You got another, you were in the zone.
How many did you not have?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like not even close.
Okay.
How did we have just this game live?
Oh no! I am not cleaning that up.
I wanted you to do
You
it.
just sounded
Case.
like a dad.
Do we have a game closet? Where did this come from?
That what you know what?
Who are these
people? Greg Monahan gave that to us a little while back. When
Really?
We were, yeah, because we were talking about it.
Oh.
And he had
And
it.
he
at home.
makes them at home.
I think Steve wants to play Monopoly in the next break.
Yeah, I do. Just meet me on the roof so I can dive off.
Sorry, I made a mess.
It's okay. You got upset.
Yeah.
Do you feel better now? No.
No.
I thought I was going to do it.
Preston,
Yeah.
do you want some Jello?
I hate Jello.
What about spaghetti in a bag?
Oh, we got those mini melts. You gonna have that?
How about mini melts?
We're going to have those on Friday.
All right.
Oh man.
It's going to ruin his supper.
All right, there's something I wanted to hear from
A
last
violin?
from last week. No,
I'm still mad about that word game. I don't.
It's stupid.
I apologize for even bringing it up.
No
I
wonder why
should have
those-
known there was no real.
British kids.
We didn't even
Metric
need to
system.
talk about
Stupid
it.
bastards.
No, I wanted to hear this audio, Steve. There was a AI version of Jimmy Stewart.
Yes. I
last
want you
week.
guys to tell me what you think of it.
So Jimmy Stewart, the great American actor, before Tom Hanks, Jimmy Stewart was Tom Hanks. Let's put it
Basically.
that way for people who don't.
Beloved.
Yep.
Was this getting sent over today?
No, it was from
last
it was
week.
from Friday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, no.
I mailed it.
So it was AI generated.
Voice. So they generated the voice, and it is him reading or beginning to read a bedtime story. It's basically a soothing tone to
Hold
put
on.
you to sleep.
Marissa, do we have it? Or Steve sent it via email. If you can look for it. By the way, okay, well, they're looking for that because we don't have it over right now. The other night, I was about to drift off to sleep, and I thought of something that made me laugh out loud, and I couldn't stop laughing. And I believe it was from South Park. It's Jimmy Stewart. It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah.
It's you're a little bitch.
Oh, you're a little bitch.
You
I
have
bet
that,
like-
don't you?
I do, yeah.
If you could pull that up,
find
that's their version of Jimmy Stewart, right?
I don't use that a lot.
I don't think I ever saw it, but you played it not that long ago.
I bet you'd like to suck it.
And, the idea of
I'll
Jimmy Stewart saying, I bet you like to suck it, wouldn't you? Blows me away. And by the way, we have an operation game.
Where
here
the
now.
hell did this come from?
I don't know. But it doesn't.
Give me a second.
Well, it lights up.
The batteries are almost dead. In fact, we have an operation.
Connor has 2 operation games because
Has 2 of them?
there's 2 of them.
Okay. Yeah, we need AA batteries. You can't find it, Steve?
I'm going to find it.
You're a little bitch.
Yeah, I'll find it. You're a little bitch.
Bet you like
got
to
it.
suck it, wouldn't you?
Got it.
Yeah, this was cracking me up the other night.
You're a little bitch. That's right. You're a bitch, and I bet you'd like to suck it, wouldn't you?
It's Jimmy Stewart.
What was happening on South Park that he was saying
There's,
that?
from the episode called Merry Christmas, Charlie Manson. And there's the holiday special, It's a Wonderful Life.
You're a little bitch. That's right. You're a bitch, and I bet you'd like to suck it, wouldn't you?
Wow.
I was fading off to sleep, and that randomly popped in my head, and I just cracked up, and it woke me back up.
Can you name this one?
Don't just stare at it, eat it.
I have no idea.
Oh, yes, American Psycho.
American Psycho.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I haven't seen that movie in a long time.
It ain't no.
You're a little bitch. That's right. You're a bitch, and I bet you'd like to suck it, wouldn't you?
All right, we have the AI Jimmy Stewart. I would like to hear this. So they took this from audio of him over the years, and they've managed to manipulate it into whatever you want Jimmy Stewart to stay.
I want your
right?
assessment, yes.
All right, here we go.
Well, hello. I'm James Stewart. But, well, you can call me Jimmy. Tonight, I'm going to tell you a story. It's a heartwarming story of love, of loss, of hope, and of joy. But most of all, it's a wonderful sleep story.
That doesn't sound like Jimmy Stewart at
It's
all.
terrible.
No.
It's terrible.
I was expecting it to be spot on. That doesn't sound anything
it's
like it.
Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah.
And I bet you're a little bitch.
And you'd like to suck it, wouldn't you?
But that would be the kind of thing that's the way he delivered. You remember that?
So as he got older, he got that way. But there is no. So with good job, AI. There's no job. There's no similarity to Jimmy Stewart whatsoever.
Yeah. And Jimmy Stewart, as he got older, yes, he would stammer a little bit.
That's right.
Use
paddles.
And you can find collections of him when he would go on the Tonight Show.
Yeah.
As he got older, he got a little bit more loose with his language.
Oh, yeah.
He was hilarious.
He was great.
man.
Dana Carvey once did a pair. You remember that classic? I was in a brothel in Mexico.
Yeah.
I had to cut that bitch.
Yeah, and when they do It's a Wonderful Life, where they found out that Mr. Potter was actually
Right.
behind the whole thing. Let's go
Kill
get him. They go over and they beat him to death with baseball bats.
And Potter was played by Lovitz.
Oh, that was just the best, man. I'm disappointed by that. I
terrible.
thought maybe it would be,
Right.
but then again,
And the family signed off on that.
Really?
Yeah. So apparently Jimmy Stewart's family signed off. That sounds nothing like Jimmy Stewart.
That's lame. But that I'm okay with that.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Stewart.
The more they get into AI, and the more that it can.
Jimmy. The name is Jimmy. Jimmy Stewart. Hooah! Come here. Ah, Susie, you smell good. And why?
But I don't want the technology to get so good that they can do that type of thing. It doesn't feel right. you
It
know?
does not feel right.
Yeah.
I
It can
agree.
be a little scary.
So I'm scared.
Yeah, you should be.
You too. I love those Pacino clips.
What a sham.
All right. Well, anyhow, that's anticlimactic. I apologize.
Are you a fan of around this time of the rolling years? They say It's a Wonderful Life.
I have never watched the whole thing.
It was on the other night.
Yeah,
I cry every time.
I've watched
like a little bitch.
Look, Nick's crying like a little bitch.
He's gonna suck it.
It gets me, man. I don't know. It gets me in the feels.
I've never watched it from beginning to end. I've watched chunks of it.
That's not the whole thing.
And I really should watch the whole thing. I was telling Rochelle, really what I'd like to do is go watch some of these great movies, not just holiday movies, just movies in general. And not necessarily, I don't have to go all the way back to the golden age of Hollywood. But there's a lot of great movies I've never watched.
I can help you.
And I need to watch them.
I can direct you.
Well, you can buy, we had one. We got one for Christmas one year. It was like 100 greatest movies, blah, blah, blah.
Starring Ernest.
And you, it's a almost like you use a coin for scratch offs.
Yeah.
And you scratch them off after you've watched them. And I'd like to do that. I would like to do that.
So Jimmy Stewart is one of the greats, obviously, with the Frank Capra movies, Mr. Smith and It's a Wonderful Life and so on. But he is also in one of the best courtroom dramas ever made that at the time it was made, Preston, was considered incredibly scandalous. Did you ever see the movie Anatomy of a Murder?
No.
He plays he has real sort of Southern smarts, and he's defending this this client, is Ben Gazzara.
Okay,
and, it's a great movie, and for Jimmy Stewart, it would basically be like Dolly Parton starring in Two Girls in a Cup.
It was really against type?
It was against type.
Okay. All right. Interesting. But yeah, if you got some movies that
yes.
maybe we should check out.
I'd love to, Preston.
All right. Let me see here. What do we need to do? Speaking of movies.
Yeah.
This is perfect. Casey's going to be hosting the advanced screening of Rebel Moon. And this is coming up a week from tomorrow. So this will be 7 o'clock showing at AMC Fashion District.
I'm coming down, Case.
You're going to go to that?
Yeah, I have to, yes.
All right, we'll take caller number 10 and 11, and we will give away passes for that. 215-263 WMMR. Our good friend Zack Snyder is the guy who brings you this film. Of course, he brought you movies like Man of Steel and 300, Army of the Dead. It's been decades. This has been his opus, his big project.
Well, yeah, when he wanted to make a Star Wars movie, now he's created his own universe. And if you see check out the trailer. It'll blow your mind.
Yep, and you can catch it before it is released around the world on Netflix starting on December 22nd. So this will be on the 19th, and it's a new universe that awaits you. 215-263 WMMR. We'll take those colors now. We'll set you up with those movie passes. So we'll take a break. We'll get back in a second, and we'll get into another round of Bizarre File stories. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Name a store, and I can tell you what she gets from that store.
I believe that.
For some reason, Rita's, I'm like, I don't know what your favorite flavor is there.
Rita's is a sweet spot thing, too. I mean, like that's a very specific, you're omitting somebody from you going there, right? So, and in my household, if I were to do that, that would be the end of the relationship. So I would, Casey, not wake her, though. Right. I would take an educated guess and try and bring something home.
Yes, of course.
I did not do that, and I made a mistake.
Wow.
The educated guess with the purchase will buy you the insurance you need.
you tried.
Yeah, you tried, yeah.
You didn't even try. Sorry, Marissa.
No, I'm going to throw out this option. Just buy multiple very small ones, even if it's just two. Say I tried to take a guess, and then if one of those happens to be your favorite flavor, Casey, then you win in the end because you get to enjoy it as well.
And also the gesture.
My story is much more selfish. The Big Top Surfing came by our house.
Oh yeah.
And Rochelle was taking a nap, and I'm like, I'll just zip out and get a thing, and she'll be asleep, and
she'll never know.
We'll never know. And by the way, ice cream, I don't think keeps as well.
Right, I
in a
was just going to
freezer
say,
as water ice might. So then maybe
water
that's
ice
a little
definitely does
caveat.
not keep as well in the freezer. Not my
Well,
freezer.
you're right. If it stays in there too long, I don't like that frozen solid. Yeah,
It
I'm
becomes
not down
like
with
an
that.
ice cube.
Yes.
But in my mind, I was like, she'll never know. She'll never know. And then she knew. And then
what happened?
She gave me the hard time. She's like, you went without me?
My freaking daughter dined me out, man. I was like, oh, dude. Yeah.
I do feel like
the bond of trust has been broken.
Right? And I paid
I'm watching you.
Yeah.
because you know why? Because she probably understood. No, she understood because, and I hate to be like that person, but like a lot of guys are the same when it comes to things like this. Like it's just common sense. Like, why would you have not picked your wife up something? Even if it went in the freezer, even if it became a block of ice, she would have been like, oh, okay, well, he helped me out. It's great. I'll go get my own tomorrow or something like that. But like,
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. And my house is filled with people. And, I probably should ask my mom if she wanted something, and I didn't. Me and Avery
just tell me?
Me and Avery just snuck out. And oh my God. I did ask my older daughter. Casey said no, she didn't want anything.
She was like, no, I'll just tell Mom.
Yeah.
Hey, every now and then it's okay to do something for just you. All right, I'm gonna back you on this because I was thinking the same thing, man. If I got Rochelle, then I got to ask the kids, and then it's a whole big thing.
I don't have that.
And then I got to wait for these guys to all get their shoes on and come outside and get it. And by the time we get out there, it's gonna be a huge line.
Yes.
I could just zip in and zip right back out and get my little cone and eat it, and I'm a happy man.
May I suggest something though?
You probably shouldn't have had kids.
Right. the kids you can take off the list, but not the wife. You know what I'm saying?
No, you cannot take your kids off. If
Absolutely.
you are going out to
You're
get
trying
ice
to
cream,
teach them to
a thing that a child would
don't
love.
eat that food. Eat vegetables.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna go get ice cream, but you're gonna stay home, and I'm not gonna get any for you.
Well,
exactly.
I got the double middle finger last night. Okay.
That's pretty harsh.
Well, I mean, she's
Jokingly.
Jokingly, but
right.
Still there was intent, and so what I'm saying is,
Were your lips discolored from the Rita's water ice?
No,
What are you talking about?
dude,
Why are your lips blue?
I went with like flesh colored. I was like, she'll
lemon?
never know. I got lemon.
Yeah. Do you have any flesh colored ices?
By the way, my new favorite flavor is they have a Florida orange. They didn't have Florida orange last night, but they did have an orange cream. So I went lemon on top, orange cream on the bottom.
You thought about that? You thought about your mouth being discolored?
No, it's just my favorite flavor. The lemon is
that would be the best. So he's got these big, bright purple lips.
What are you talking about?
talking
It's
about?
really cold.
No, I just missed Prince.
Listen, if you're going to give me the finger, then you have to make sure that every time you get something somewhere, you either text me or surprise me with something. That is never the case.
I could have gotten the sundae that she likes, but I got the ribbon soft chocolate and vanilla ice cream, and you do things to buy yourself a little insurance.
Yeah.
I got her a quart of it so that she could.
I failed.
Yeah.
I failed. I definitely failed. Okay, I failed. What's your flavor? What's your favorite flavor? I don't know what your favorite flavor is.
Did she ever tell you?
No, let's see if she.
You need to know now for your.
This is actively happening right now.
Yeah, it's
okay. He's
right.
checking his text messages.
It does not indicate. Now, what would I?
Do you guys all know Do you know your roster of favorite menu items for your significant other?
I mean, give me a store and I'll tell you.
When it comes to
I know something that I could get that she'd like. I don't know, maybe not her favorite, but yeah.
Right.
Like if,
no, just when it comes to desserts, I know my business. You know,
Okay, likewise.
That's important. And if I were to swing by an ice cream store and not get her something or a Rita's or whatever, I would know what to get. Yeah, if I'm ordering takeout, it's more of a guess game.
I'm actually my ability to call an audible is quite sensational.
On desserts, or
don't mind. I'm dealing with one person I can.
Yeah.
So with everything, however, we'll do this thing, and I'll be going out to get milk from the Wawa. So you want anything, and she'll look at me and she'll do this thing we do. She'll, why don't you surprise me?
Oh.
And I always nail it.
Steve, I could get you dessert.
Yes, you know.
You know what I mean? Like, if Steve was like, "Oh yeah, I'll take dessert," like I would know what to get him.
Right.
Chocolate chip cookie.
Chocolate chip cookies, brownies, dark
Chocolate
dark
ice cream.
chocolate.
Yes,
No whipped cream.
No whipped cream.
You can get me anything. I'll eat it.
Yeah, you're more. You like to try stuff.
But your favorite recent is the
pistachio is my favorite.
That's
flavor
now at the top of the
cream.
list.
Yeah.
In fact, I bought some pistachio gelati.
Yeah.
Gelato, I guess I should say. Last night.
Dessert-wise, you know what's become a little bit overrated is that chocolate lava cake.
Oh, but it's so
Has
good.
become
Why is it overrated?
I was just talking to my wife. I said, is there any situation in which chocolate lava cake is not applicable?
You seen the movie Chef?
Yeah.
When he wigs out on the chocolate lava cake.
What is it? What's he say? Because it's in the middle.
It's a chocolate ganache. It's frozen.
Yeah.
It's frozen, and you cook it, and that's how it becomes molten in the middle. He's just this critic doesn't understand how it's made, and he's just wigging out, and he's like, "There's more to it than you think." But yeah, chocolate lava.
Don't let you do takeout chocolate
lava cake.
Lava cake because it's not going to port well.
Yeah, right. I can't turn away a bread pudding if I'm out to dinner and that is on the dessert menu. I have to.
So even the Desmond has, it's won Philly's best for their bread pudding, and it is sensational. I know a little bit of the secret of their bread pudding.
Oh,
hot dog rolls.
Hot dog rolls. You know what else? Those Hawaiian rolls.
Yes,
King's Hawaiian. Those ones are really good.
Yep.
And the best dessert I've had in the last couple of years is actually they have
get for your wife.
That one.
All right, I have an actual Kardashian roundup.
Oh, okay.
I got like 3 Kardashian stories here. So.
Think of it as one group flush.
Okay, Kardashian roundup. Here we go.
All right, we're going to round them up for you.
I'm Robert Mitchum, and this is Kardashian Roundup.
Kim shared an amazing throwback video featuring her, Khloe, and Kourtney auditioning for Star Search.
Oh, it was amazing.
Did you see it?
I did.
I've not seen it.
Okay, for what, spokesmodel?
They lip-synced Tiffany's I Think We're Alone Now while wearing matching metallic outfits chosen by Kris Jenner.
Not much has changed because they're still pretending to have talent.
And they were little kids when they did this.
Oh, okay.
She wrote on Instagram, our Star Search audition. Clearly, we didn't get 4 stars, but Kris Jenner did for our outfits. The family matriarch commented on the post and wrote, "Those were the days when I got to dress you guys. I knew I should have been a stylist."
I thought, seeing this video that we're watching, I thought that was Ed McMahon, but it was Khloe.
Yes. Speaking of Khloe, she celebrated hitting social media milestone yesterday, or on Wednesday. She added a photo of herself topless.
What?
In honor of her 178 million Instagram followers.
Okay.
Is that a milestone? 178 million?
No, it's just a reason to drop your top.
Okay.
Yeah, right. That was just an excuse for the photo.
It's kind of an arbitrary number, isn't it?
It's not topless.
Yeah, in the photo, well, her hair is covering her
It is
boobs.
topless.
She's not wearing a top, but her top is covered.
Yeah.
I think is what Casey
She is sans top.
With
She is
fake
topless,
hair.
but
And
her boobs aren't out.
It's covered with fake hair.
Man, I'm looking at these pictures. They just don't look real.
No.
It's so
don't look real.
And I do not find this cosmetic surgery look in any way attractive.
Yeah.
I think there are a group of people that do, though.
They do, yes.
And I think it's people who all get plastic surgery and I guess understand it or understand why she wants to get it.
Yeah, body dysmorphia group.
Whatever that commercial is, Steve, that we see on TV with her in it, like she can't even really move.
I'm eating popcorn.
You what?
I'm here with my daughter eating popcorn.
You're here with your daughter eating popcorn.
Yeah. And like it just looks so awkward. Like she's like hugging and playing with her daughter, but it's like her face.
Don't touch the face!
Yeah, her face doesn't move.
Don't touch the face!
It's so bizarre.
Yeah.
Wait, excuse me, Chloe. You got a little schmutz here on.
Don't touch! Don't touch! Let it fall off. Let it dry up and fall off.
Don't touch. Don't touch. It might cave in.
Don't touch! Don't touch! Close the windows.
Close the window.
Mommy, you got a little something on your lip.
No! No! What did I tell you? I said don't touch mommy's face. Don't touch mommy's face. Don't touch mommy's face.
In the photo, Chloe is.
Don't even look at mommy's face. I don't know, the eye beams or something. I don't know.
Eye beams?
Radiation, I don't know. I'm not willing to take the risk.
I want to remind you that our Love You Help You line is available for your convenience should you be looking to, if you're looking to get a little boost to a business. It's something we've still, we're continuing, even though things have gotten a little bit more back to normal. But,
yeah, but they're
going back as well, you know.
There's a big conundrum out there, and if I can take this opportunity, Preston, just to give you an idea of what we're looking for, what people are looking for. Our friend JP, who used to own the Ugly Moose in Manioc, now owns a place called the Bagataway Tavern in Conshohocken. Listen to what he's looking for. He needs a GM, kitchen manager, servers, bartenders, barbacks, experienced chefs. He's a great guy, great boss, and all those positions are available, and he needs help. He's finding it hard, to keep things running.
Right.
And that's the issue. So if you're looking for work, time has never been better. He actually says you can call him on his phone, his actual phone, which is 484-988-0942. The great place in Conshohocken. But again, if you have a business and you're looking for assistance, to help you get up and running. As you said, Preston, it's eased up a little bit, and hopefully we keep going in a good direction. But, man, it's wanted signs all over the place.
Wait, did he buy that from the owners, or was he always the owner?
He was always a co-owner, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he's always been associated with that. The Ugly Moose sadly no longer exists.
Yeah, that was a great place.
It was great.
I loved it there.
That was a cool place.
Yeah.
Well, let's try and forget about the moose for a moment.
Forget about the moose.
We need...
Why don't you forget the moose?
Ugly Moose! Ugly Moose!
I really enjoy the intro to the moose clip.
All the mooses are waiting for you.
Hey, which button was that?
It was pink then green.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why don't you forget the moose?
That's
for a moment. Why don't you forget the moose? For a moment.
We need that needs to be a set clip.
That's great.
Yep, we'll have to do that.
Man, this is one of the best shows we've ever had.
And a moose charged a runner.
Again!
Did you not?
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
A moose charged a runner and left him with a hoof print-shaped cut on the back of his head.
Oh, that's awful.
Colorado officials
Left you
said.
something to remember me by.
Yeah. The New Mexico man was running on a trail with his two dogs Wednesday when they encountered a moose.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
The runner was on a trail. The dogs were off leash about 50 feet in front of the man during the run. They suddenly bolted back toward the man. He stopped and saw the bull moose at about 50 feet. At that point, the dogs ran past him and left the scene. Yeah, they're out, dude.
Yeah.
They're checking out.
You had a story, was it earlier this week or last week, about a woman being, stopped?
Yep, exactly. The man took 2 steps towards the moose to see it better, and that caused it to charge towards the man.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
The moose attacked the runner, giving him minor injuries, and he was taken to the hospital and released the same day. The sheriff said he was very lucky that his only injury is a hoof print-shaped laceration on the back of his head.
You bet your ass.
Moose attacks in Colorado are increasing. They are protective animals and will defend their territory and young. Now, I had a moose question earlier this morning, trivia question for the Stupid Question, and did not know that they're solitary, so they do not have herds of moose.
That's why a lot of them are writers.
They live a lonely existence. And
Oh, that's sad.
Once their offspring are about 18 months old, the cow, the mom, will shun them, like push them away. Yeah, exactly.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
That's essentially what they do, and then they just kind of roam alone.
Maybe they're happy, Kath. How do you know?
They are happy.
I guess. I mean, could be happy a lot.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Horizon Services. 0 down, 0 interest financing on select Energy Star rated systems, plus no payments for a year. Visit HorizonServices.com/radio. This story is out of South Carolina. A man is accused of being at the center of a trash buildup and storm drain clogging. And there's a little more to this. So police say the culprit, his name is William Whitfield. He lives in the wooded areas along Bees Ferry. Like he just lives in the woods. Over the last decade, Whitfield has had 18 run-ins or arrests with the Charleston Police Department. Some of the incidents include trespassing, vandalization.
I just ate a rock.
Violations, setting trees on fire.
I set them on fire.
Cutting them down.
I cut them down.
And throwing the trees.
And I throw them.
At moving cars.
At moving cars.
Officers say they witnessed Whitfield.
Officers say.
Stuffing storm drains with trash, branches, and other debris, causing them to be inoperable.
So could he be more prototypical as far as a guy who lives in the woods.
No, he's that guy.
He's that guy.
The officer reported to the scene, knew through prior instances of the same.
I got a pet chipmunk
of the same nature.
All right, buddy.
That Whitfield was the likely offender. Back in 2021, Whitfield was accused of and convicted of cutting down several of the city's trees, costing about $55,000. Reports state that he started
at least to the McQueen family.
Started a fire with the trees he cut down using a machete. And also, he's been convicted of being nude on Bees Ferry Road, where he was standing in the roadway, pleasuring himself and humping trees.
What the hell?
The community is also concerned about Whitfield's safety as well as his impact on the safety of others.
I only hump pine.
And they are asking why he is allowed to call the woods his home.
Sycamore slut.
A city councilman, Stephen Bowden, said that he has received emails for years about the problem. Whitfield is scheduled to be in court for one of the charges on December 19th.
We've talked about these classic people. Everybody had one growing up in the neighborhood. There was the guy who wandered around who was that guy.
Yeah, and this is that guy.
Yeah.
It's been one of the universe's great mysteries, the disappearance of the first tomato grown in space. That is until this past week when the 7 astronauts at the International Space Station announced on the 25th anniversary of the orbiter.
We have a space rabbit aboard.
Well, they found the rogue fruit.
What?
NASA astronaut Jasmine Mogbelli said, well, we may have found something that someone had been looking for quite a while. The tomato was the first to be harvested and grown in space, and it was grown in March by American astronaut Frank Rubio, who holds the record for the longest space flight at 370 days. The red robin tomato is harvested as part of a NASA experiment to grow produce in space for longer-term missions in the future. Rubio said it was a proud moment right up until the day he lost track of the fresh, fleshy food up in space. He said, I put it in a little bag. He said he ended up taking the tomato out of the safety of the Ziploc bag to show some students the prized produce, but he seemed to misplace it afterwards. He said, I was pretty confident that I had Velcroed it where I was supposed to Velcro it, and then I came back and it was gone. Rubio said he unsuccessfully spent about 18 to 20 hours searching for the tomato and assumed that it would have been dissected to the point where you couldn't tell what it was, or maybe it had been tossed into the trash accidentally. Because of the weightless nature of space, any object that's not secured is likely to float off. And then the ISS, which is larger than a 6-bedroom house, there's bound to be a plethora of good hiding spots for a lone tomato. Well, in the months since the produce vanished, some had suspected that he ate the tomato, a claim he denied until it was found. So this thing has been rolling around for like 8 months.
So a quick question, because there is oxygen in there, it would decompose, right? It would fall apart. And so wouldn't all that separate matter be floating around freely?
Well, it was in a Ziploc bag.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that part.
So I think he put the tomato back in the Ziploc bag.
Okay.
Mogbelli was indeed quick to clear Rubio's name after announcing the discovery. They didn't offer details on where the tomato was. It was in. The story's out of Australia. Josh Taylor was at a beach campground on Queensland's Bribie Island on Saturday when he fell into a hole that had been reportedly dug to roast a pig.
Oh, boy.
Mr. Taylor was airlifted to the hospital shortly after the incident, but he died.
What?
Authorities are still investigating the circumstances that led to his death. And what I'm not sure about is whether he was buried when he fell into it or not. He was with friends when the incident occurred. It took about 15 people to pull him free, but rangers performed CPR on him until paramedics arrived at the scene. They took him to the hospital, and he didn't make it. That's when you dig really deep holes at the beach, it can be really dangerous.
People die every year because they think it has the appearance of being strong enough to retain the walls, but no.
Yeah.
They collapse often.
Exactly. A group of high school students in Utah ran to the rescue and lifted up a vehicle to help save a mother and her 2-year-old son trapped underneath in a dramatic scene captured on video. Students at Layton Christian Academy rushed to the school's parking lot after a mother and her 2 children were hit and pinned underneath a vehicle. A 3-year-old girl was able to free herself while the mother and son were still trapped underneath. The pastor and CEO, Chris Crowder, said, I looked across the parking lot, noticed a car, and they were screaming. So I ran over there. And I look under the car, and I see a mom and a child underneath the car pinned.
Oh, my God.
He said it was a split second. I immediately just ran into the building because I knew I had to get a lot of people to lift this car. Surveillance video shows about 20 students rush into the parking lot, surround the vehicle, and pick it up an inch or two off the ground to allow the mother and her son to be pulled to safety.
It's pretty amazing, the footage.
Yeah, officials said that the victims were hit by a driver temporarily blinded by sunlight. The mother was identified as Bridget Ponson. The 2-year-old boy was flown to Children's Hospital. The 2 children are now out of the hospital and did not suffer any serious injuries. The mom was still in the hospital. But, yeah, they managed to actually...
That's the footage.
You get enough people together, you can actually lift a car.
Yeah.
And they got it up just enough to get them out of that. So it was a really close call, but they managed to help out. All right, and then this is the final story we have for you. An off-duty captain took control of an air transit flight after the pilot suffered an uncontrollable nosebleed. The incident took place on a flight from Toronto to the Dominican Republic. An incapacitated captain was temporarily unable to continue his duties because of an uncontrollable nosebleed, prompting the off-duty
There's a new pilot now.
pilot to take over. I'm sorry.
There's a new pilot now.
There's a new pilot now. All right. The second captain was traveling with his family for vacation when he was called into action. A statement read, as one of our captains was on board with his family, he was fit and able to take over the duties of the incapacitated captain for the remainder of the flight. A report from the Transportation Safety Board noted the pilot became incapacitated approximately 3 hours into the flight.
Wow.
The plane continued to the intended destination without further incident, and none of the people on board were injured.
Have you
and
ever had a bad nosebleed like that?
Yes.
Yeah. And like, I got to get out of my life.
It just seems like it's never going to end, and for whatever reason, it just keeps on going. But yeah, this guy had it, but he was trying to fly a plane. And that's what I have in the bizarre file for you.
Yeah, Steve, I had chronic ones when I was in like 8th or 9th grade, and it was...
How long would they last?
Well, it was just every day.
Oh.
You know, and so they would normally last like, I don't know, a few minutes or whatever, but it's just such a weird feeling because it feels like your nose is just running.
Just running.
But it's slightly
Until the
different.
crowd goes...
Well, it's in a weird way, like it's a little warmer than snot.
It's warm blood.
Yeah. So anyway, it was just something that lasted for a while.
Kathy made a gag face there for a moment.
I know.
Kathy, have you noticed that the snot and the blood taste different?
Yeah. There are so many ways in which I turn Kathy on every morning.
But hey, no. Listen, this is the truth though. And I learned this after having a couple of nosebleeds, and you can freak people out with it.
Oh, yeah.
Is you go,
yeah.
And then spit it.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
it's
my God.
blood. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But it's yours.
Hey, watch this. Oh my God.
What happened?
That's the B file. We're taking a break. We'll come back and we'll get to the lesson question, the trash, the music news when we return. So stay put.
Sad to not have any family or friends.
All right, how about this?
Poor things.
Police.
One is the loneliest number that you ever moosed.
So we'll go through some stories here for you, starting with Zoe Kravitz and Channing Tatum. They are officially a couple.
Yeah!
Us Weekly has confirmed it. This comes after weeks of rumors. A source exclusively tells us of the actors Channing and Zoe are dating. They connected while working on their upcoming film, Pussy Island.
Pussy Island.
Yes.
Yes. Which is, we have yet to determine what Pussy Island is about.
Nope.
We assume it's an island that looks like a large vagina.
No, it might be cats.
Oh, that's true. Yes, cats, of course.
Oh.
So this is perfect timing because just by happenstance over the weekend, I watched the second Magic Mike movie. And Nick, you said you saw that.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't quite get it, but and I'm not sure what exactly I watched. I felt like I went to the whole movie is basically a male dance review.
You're not sure if it's a movie.
It seems like there's really nothing there.
Yeah.
Other
There's
than
no story. It's just the show.
a lot of sitting around talking, and then a lot of pelvic thrusting into women's faces, and big presentations. And I can't say that I hated it.
I went with two women, and they loved it. So, we all left the theater in a good mood because they were in a great mood. So, why not? A little eye candy.
There's stuff, Nick, and you'll agree to this, that Channing Tatum does to these women. Like Preston, standing on the chair, thrusting, flipping around. You would F someone in half if that's the way you approach sex.
Speaking of Channing Tatum, totally different than the movie. What was it that you just mentioned?
Magic Mike.
Two.
Yes.
My daughter turned me on to a movie that Channing Tatum is in, and it's called The Book of Life. I had never seen it. It's an animated movie. It's great, and he voices one of the main characters.
He's really talented. He's good.
Guillermo del Toro produced it, and it's really, really well done. But I had never seen it. It's no Pussy Island.
I was so intrigued by Pussy Island. If anyone has any idea what it's about,
it might be cats, man. 'Cause you know some of those island nations. Remember when we were on Anguilla or St. Martin? It was overrun with cats.
Yeah.
They're all over the place. So it very well could be that. I don't know.
Yeah, when I was in St. Lucia,
near the Butthole Islands,
they had these little. I mean, at the resort that we were at, they had a bunch of different
Butthole
restaurants. A bunch of different restaurants, and there were definitely cats at the restaurants.
Yeah.
You know, not our maitre d's.
No,
but,
Case, for the longest time, so you're familiar with Dirty Dancing, obviously, the Catskills. If you ever went up to a resort in upstate New York, around the restaurant, the actual place where you were eating, cats were walking because they were there to take care of the mice problem.
Yeah,
and so
I'd rather have cats than mice and rats.
Here's the of Pussy Island. Frida, who is Kravitz, is a young, clever Los Angeles cocktail waitress who has her eyes set on the prize. Philanthropist and tech mogul Slater King, who's Channing Tatum.
Slater King, that sounds like a name.
When she skillfully maneuvers her way into King's inner circle and ultimately an intimate gathering on his private island, she is ready for a journey of a lifetime. Despite the epic setting, beautiful people, ever-flowing champagne, and late-night dance parties, Frida can sense that there's more to this island than meets the eye, something she can't quite put her finger on.
on. Steve.
I can't put my finger in it.
On it.
Oh, on it.
On it.
You still have it wrong.
But it says it's something terrifying.
I'm sure it is.
Those are the last.
You remember the first time?
It was a little scary.
Wait a second. I'm up to my wrist.
What am I doing here?
I'm up to my elbow.
A little scary that first time. Succulent.
I handle my succulent.
Yes. That's the main reason I brought this up. I was hoping that
Mandy would join.
All about the succulents.
Not watering enough.
My index fingers around my nipples.
Oh my God. And that wet ass succulent.
Wet ass succulent.
Interesting.
You had me at wet ass.
I know.
On the Hallmark Channel tonight.
Wet ass.
Succulents. I inherited my grandmother's succulent shop. And here comes Brick Laser, the new man in town.
Brick Laser?
His child died of some disease. I don't know. I didn't ever know the kid. It doesn't matter. And he helps me with my succulents.
With the flashlight thing, an easier way, if you are doing some work and you need to use it and your hands are full and something like that, you can ask Siri to turn it on and off for you if you want to.
No.
You don't
What,
have
the
to.
flashlight?
Yeah.
Show me.
I'll show you.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
I'm talking to Siri, will you, please? Hey, Siri, turn on the flashlight. Here you go.
Oh, my.
Did mine go on?
Hey,
Mind
Siri, turn the
blown.
flashlight off. Yeah. There you go.
Oh,
It's on.
wow.
So if your hands are full, you can use it, or if it's sitting
Love
in a
it.
position where you need it on or off at certain times, you can just use that hands-free function.
Dude, thank you
I
so
didn't know
much.
that. I came across some, Siri tricks that you can do online. I was like, well,
You didn't
son
know.
of a bitch.
I knew that when I was 12.
A historic milestone has been reached by writer-director Nia DaCosta. She is the first black female director to have a film debut in the #1 spot in the U.S. box office with Candyman.
Nice.
She co-wrote the sequel to the original 1992 horror film with Jordan Peele, casting all black leads and addressing elements of racism throughout the film. The movie is also the second highest-grossing 3-day opening for a black female director, right behind Ava DuVernay for A Wrinkle in Time. Candyman is currently in theaters.
I saw a tweet that was really funny about Candyman, and it's true. It's like Candyman he's a reasonable person. Just don't say his name and out of your life.
Yeah,
It's as simple as
a couple
he's
times.
there.
You got to say it 5 times in
Yeah.
front of a mirror.
You just
Leave you the F alone.
he's just minding his own business.
Just being all Candyman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you say his name, and then why now I got.
Well, you wanted me.
But why does that bother him so much?
What? I don't know.
Well, he's got issues. I mean, he's
he
not
says,
innocent.
Keep my name out your mouth. Is
Yeah.
what he said.
That's basically it, man.
So, but if I were to say your name 5 times, you wouldn't come and kill me.
No,
Well, it depends
he
on
would
how
give
you
you beforehand.
Right. Go ahead. Go ahead. Say my name 5
Casey
times.
boy, Casey boy, Casey boy, Casey boy, Casey boy, Casey boy. I think I said 5 times. I just got a kiss on the forehead. That was nice.
You guys are so weird.
Say my name 5 times.
A different kind of thing.
That would be the worst horror movie ever.
It's scary.
Yeah.
It's a little creepy, I
said
guess.
this guy's name in the bathroom mirror, and it came out and kissed my forehead.
I was sitting here minding my own business.
I did it.
To kiss your
I went
forehead.
and did it.
Keep my name out.
Well, that kind of made my day. You know, it honestly did. So thanks, pal. I appreciate
I was just relaying the legend.
But right now, it's
peanut butter jelly time.
Yeah.
Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. Where you at?
all right. So yesterday,
There you go. There you go.
yesterday, how did this even come up? I forgot.
Well, Steve sang his jingle, and then you guys
Oh, that's
commented
right.
on Peter Pan,
Yeah,
and I
it's-
said Peter Pan is an inferior peanut butter, and Preston, you took umbrage with
I
that
took offense
statement.
to that.
Yes, which you grew up on it.
Yeah, I grew up in a Peter Pan household.
Yeah, and so Casey and I were defending the honor of Jif, and I said that Jif is my favorite, although we'll see if that's actually true.
And then I said, well, at least we can all agree that Skippy sucks. And then Kathy jumped in, so we all took sides.
But here's
or did Steve, do you take a side at all?
Yes, I agreed. I agreed with Kathy. Kathy is her pirate. Yeah. And I also, believe it or not, I think Peter Pan is merit.
Okay.
So
all right.
I'm kind of Switzerland in this because I think everything has merit.
Here's the thing for me. I think I'll definitely be able to identify the Skippy, but I honestly don't eat any other peanut butter but that, so I don't know if I'll be able to decipher between Peter Pan and Jif.
I don't think I've ever had Peter Pan.
So, all right. So here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to see, A, if you can identify what it is.
Right. Okay.
And B, rank which you think is the best one.
So we have.
I think
we have
all peanut butter's great.
Yeah.
I do too. I'm a big. I can't ever remember saying, "Oh, that's terrible peanut butter."
Except maybe some of the natural ones. If you're really in the mood for the super sweet peanut butter, it can be a minor letdown. But I do like those too.
And by the way, the 3 spoons that we have here, fortunately, only equal like 1,000 calories.
Oh my God!
Good.
Peanut butter is insanely high in calories.
It's great for protein.
Yes.
It's great if you're just gonna stop at like half a spoonful.
Yeah.
That's fine. No one does.
Yeah, but who can do
And
that?
so you have 45,000 calories.
I think like a tablespoon is like 80 calories.
Yeah,
Kathy.
yeah.
Or maybe
Oh,
more,
no,
maybe
it's
like
more
110 or something.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Here's the deal, and I don't want to besmirch peanut butter. I hope peanut butter's not listening right now, but I think peanut butter is only good when it's accompanied by something else.
Milk?
Peanut butter
I don't
by
agree.
itself. This is my opinion.
Yeah.
I feel like peanut butter needs something else to shine.
Some type of bread.
No, some type of, well, maybe bread, yes, but I don't even like peanut butter sandwiches, but like a jelly, a honey, a pretzel.
I can do just peanut butter on an English muffin, on a piece of toast.
Absolutely.
Stuff like
you could
that.
put it so especially when you have it on a fresh out of the toaster.
Yes.
And it melts. Yeah, we're looking at the calorie.
That's tablespoons.
That's two.
Two
So
tablespoons, 188
about
calories.
90.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we have a clear spoon. Casey, give me some music because we're just going to be sitting here smacking our lips.
Peanut butter jelly time.
People are going to hate that. So try white spoon. And see,
which one first?
Clear. Yeah. You have your scoring sheet.
I do. Yes, I do.
All right. Now, if you're one of those people that hates the sound of smacking lips,
You're
and so
gonna
on,
hate this.
You're going to absolutely detest this. Lincoln Park on 93.3 WMMR. Fighting myself.
I want to fight you.
Yeah. 10:21 on a Monday morning in the Preston and Steve radio program. We have I'm going to make sure I have the information here. There is a big freaking deal. Yeah, here it is. And it's with our friends at Montage Mountain. You can get a lift ticket to Montage Mountain for just $40. And that's better than 50% off. That's 55% off the regular price of $89. So it's available now. You can use the keyword at WMMR.com. The keyword is deal. All right. The vouchers valid Monday through Sunday, excluding holidays and blackout dates. So that's pretty sweet.
Mount High, awesome.
Yep. They have 140 acres of the most diverse terrain Pennsylvania offers, open 7 days a week, and is 100% lit for night skiing as well. So get those now. The big freaking deal while supplies last, and you can go to WMMR.com. Jackie.
You can't see it, but it makes us laugh.
Yeah, he does his pointing thing with his tongue out. It's the best. All right, lesson question time. What do we have to give away? We have a 4-pack of tickets to Luminature at the Philadelphia Zoo. All right, and the question that we will ask, all right, let's do an animal-related question since it's a zoo prize pack that we're giving away. What escaped animal might kill Casey when he leaves work today? 215-263 WMMR. That was uttered around 8:45 this morning. What escaped animal might kill Casey when he leaves work today? 215-263 WMMR. If you heard it and you know it, you need to call it and come and get it.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Wawa. They have you covered with gift cards for everyone on your list from Wawa gift cards or a gift card from your favorite brand. Happy holidays from Wawa. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, the late Queen Elizabeth apparently wanted to make providing effective security for Prince Harry and Meghan Markle a top priority. However, many question the Queen's sincerity after hiring a gentleman who claimed to be the world's most accomplished practitioner of crab food.
Oh my
It's a joke for
God.
us. Controversy in the rap world with Blueface accusing Offset of sleeping with female rapper Christian Rock. According to his inner circle, this has been going on for a while when Blueface was just blue balls.
Oh my God.
Now that Sofia Vergara has moved on to a new partner after a divorce from Joe Manganiello, he has announced he is dating model Caitlin O'Connor. Manganiello says just when he thought he would never find another woman like Sofia Vergara, in walks a woman with, quote, even bigger jumps. That's your Hollywood.
All right. All right, what escaped animal might kill Casey when he leaves work today? We'll go to Kat. Try and get that answer. Hi, Kat.
Hello.
All right.
Hi.
Kat, what escaped animal might kill Casey on the way home from work today?
A polar bear.
A polar bear.
He's a cat.
That's perfect, Kat. Hang on a second. We are going to give you that 4-pack of tickets to Luminature at the Philadelphia Zoo. Luminature is back for another season of sights, sounds, surprises at the Philadelphia Zoo. Now through January 6th with more than 1 million twinkling lights. It's the biggest and brightest holiday light show yet. Reserve your tickets now at philadelphiazoo.org.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
You're a little bitch. That's right, you're a bitch, and I bet you'd like to suck it, wouldn't you?
Brought to you by Valley Forge in Montgomery County, PA. Plan your holiday shopping trip to one of Monco's shopping destinations, including King of Prussia Mall. Visit valleyforge.org for more. Over the weekend, and I didn't do my research and go find this audio or anything like that, but David Lee Roth dropped a very untraditional bluesy Christmas song. In a low, raspy voice, he tells the story of getting trashed with Santa Claus and Elvis. He sings that the paparazzi shows up, and then he gets interviewed by Oprah. It's an acoustic performance with a harmonica. The original audio song, Talking Christmas Blues, can be found posted on his Instagram account if you would like to check that out.
Has David Lee Roth all over it.
Totally. Julianne's auction of the collection of Dusty Hill of ZZ Top netted more than $3 million. The auction made history with his signature 1953 Fender Precision bass guitar, his most played instrument. It sold for $393,700. The price was second only to Paul McCartney's Yamaha BB 1200, which sold for $496,000.
I'm better than you.
My God.
So wasn't Dusty? Didn't Hendrix say his favorite guitarist?
No, that was Billy Gibbons, the
Gibbons.
guitarist.
Right.
Dusty was a bass player.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right.
Other items of the late Rock and Roll Hall of Fame member include his fur bass guitar played on ZZ Top's iconic Legs music video.
Oh, wow.
That went for $317,500. And a custom sky blue wool suit jacket with yellow and red embroidered flowers worn on the cover of the Fandango album. That sold for $11,430.
I wonder if they've ever auctioned off those original. Remember the keychains that they had that were supposed to be the all to those videos
from the ZZ Top mobile.
Yeah.
Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band have added a Vegas stop to their 2024 world tour, marking their triumphant return to Las Vegas for the first time in over 20 years. Bruce and company will perform at T-Mobile Arena. That'll be March 22nd. Tickets go on sale this Thursday, December 14th. He's one that could do a Sphere gig.
This here?
I mean, he's got so much material, and so much of it adds to visuals, you know? So I would think that...
kind of what Jersey looks like. Pretty impressive, isn't it? Got this tattoo shop down there. Maybe this is the wrong venue for...
Late Doors frontman Jim Morrison would have been 80 years old last Friday, December 8th.
That's where J-Wow used to live.
J-Wow. Jersey Shore.
Yeah.
And both of the band's surviving members, guitarist Robbie Krieger and drummer John Densmore, honored his memory. Densmore took part via Zoom in a special Q&A screening event at the Orpheum Theater in Saugerties, New York. He chatted about Doors and the Doors and Morrison's legacy. Also in memory, Morrison Krieger played a concert with his solo band called the Soul Savages. He says they plan to release an album next month, but I guess they wish him would have been an 80th, happy 80th birthday.
Surprised they never started a cottage industry where they installed storm doors.
The Doors? That's actually, that would have been...
Right?
I mean, it's
Hi,
in the
I'm
name.
Robbie Krieger.
I am Robbie Krieger.
Perhaps you remember from the band The Doors.
Yeah.
Well, I've been living indoors, and now it's time for you to have one of my doors.
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 They call it that.
Doors.
The Pogues frontman Shane MacGowan has officially been laid to rest. On Friday, December 8th, fans, friends, and collaborators alike came together to honor the Irish icon's life and legacy with a moving funeral in Dublin. Outside the St. Mary's of the Rosary Church, where the ceremony was held, though, another touching tribute was taking place. Mourners took to the streets of Dublin to sing McGowan's songs. We have audio of this, by the way. Fans who had been waiting on the streets to see his funeral procession passed by, where they ended up sticking around and led to an impromptu jam session. Musicians equipped with banjos, harmonicas, and tin whistles led the arrangement. So I'll play a little bit of this for you. The crowd consisted of people of all ages coming together to celebrate the folk tradition that he was a torch bearer of. And as one tweet put it, this is the real Dublin. I remember when we were there the first time we did a live broadcast from Dublin ages ago. Or not Dublin, this is in Newcastle West, but we were in a pub and people would just start to sing.
Yeah.
I mean, there was no sound system. There wasn't anything playing in the pub.
Love that.
People would just start to sing together, and it was pretty freaking magical.
It's what you wanted it to be.
Yep.
Fairy Tale of New York is one of my favorite songs because it's just people, you know, there's a downside and a plus side, and I guess we're stuck with each other's side. But there's something about it, especially the imagery that just, you know, is very cool. So, but yeah, you're right, Preston. That was real Ireland. That's what you had hoped it would be.
Yep. At the funeral itself, McGowan was honored by Nick Cave, who performed an emotional rendition of A Rainy Night in Soho. Since his passing on November 30th due to complications from pneumonia and viral encephalitis, tributes have come in from Nick Cave, Tom Waits, Bruce Springsteen, Bono, Flea, Jason Kelsey, and many others.
Well, they had covered Fairy Tale of New York, he and his brother.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Right, and so he had gotten a good feedback, or he had sent them good feedback about the song. So, Shane McGowan.
And one more story. It's been more than 27 years since Sublime performed their last show with Bradley Noel. The band's lead singer died of a heroin overdose in 1996. His son Jacob was 11 months old at the time. But tonight, Sublime bassist Eric Wilson, Sublime drummer Bud Gauch, and Jacob Noel, son of the late Bradley Noel, will perform together for the first time. Jacob has found his own music career as the frontman and guitarist for Jacob's Castle. The event bringing the trio together is a benefit show for Bad Brains guitarist HR, who's had to quit touring due to health issues. So that'll be tonight that they actually play together. And you never know, it might lead to something down the road.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
Yeah.
So.
All right, and that's the last item in music news. We are going to take a break. When we return, we'll get the letter of the day for the word of the week. We're expecting the triumphant return of one Mr. Pierre Robert from vacation. So stay with us. We'll be back in a little bit.
Clap your hands.
Is it? Can we comment, or is this a contest?
I think I know what that is. No, it's a contest. Don't comment.
No comment.
Okay.
Okay. I think I know what that one.
I think I know what that one is too. All right, when you're done.
Wait.
We don't have any palate cleansers either. So.
Oh, I do. I got water. You got water.
Yeah.
Can I tell you, I know which one is my Skippy before I even taste it, just by the look of it.
Really? I'll be impressed if that's
Kathy, that's how I felt.
Now I'm
about,
try.
not about Skippy, but about
Are we
you.
doing 1 to 10 or 1 to 5 for rating, numerical taste?
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go through all three of them before I decide which one I like best.
But 1 to 10, is that the?
Let's do 1 to 10.
All right, now white spoon.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh.
Okay. God, it's all good.
Okay.
Also good.
Oh my God, I got too much in my mouth now.
Yeah.
It
You hear that
can
in porn movies.
be like a full-on paste. All right, I think I know what that is.
I may change my answer, but
You can. You just have to when we do the final tally. All right, and then I'm going to turn this music up so people don't hear us going.
This is a lot. This is a lot harder than I thought.
Yeah.
By the way, I want you to know that I wrote down my Skippy answer before I even tasted it.
All right, just on site. All right, we're doing the yellow spoons now, correct?
Yeah.
Yellow.
Colored, whatever your color is.
All right, mine's red. I'm like, oh no.
To be honest, they all pretty much taste the same to me. I can't really clearly, definely pick out a difference between those, but I'm just jotting down.
Skippy's creamier than the other two.
It is. Okay.
That's what I think.
Honestly.
All right, now rate the taste.
All right. All right, rate your taste here.
Oh.
1 to 10?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or should you just do 1, 2, 3? Which one you like best?
All right, yeah, let's do that.
Best to worst. 1, 2, and 3.
All right.
I've actually surprised myself.
One being
here.
the best.
I may be a changed man.
Okay.
I'm trying not to use my predetermined, my bias, my predetermined decision on what I was saying yesterday to influence. But if I'm wrong,
that's a sign of a man looking to evolve.
Well, I would like to. Life's about change, Steve.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, real quick, do we want to say what we thought was the best tasting one first?
No, here's why I think the way we should roll this out. Now, Marissa's the only one who knows the answers.
Right.
I think we all say what we think number 1 is.
Okay.
And then she'll reveal what it is. And then we all say what we think number 2 is, and so on. Okay. All right. All right. I thought number 1 was Jif.
I thought number 1 was Jif.
I thought number 1 was Jif.
Wow.
So again, I don't know the difference between Jif and Peter Pan, so I went Peter Pan.
Okay. And Nick?
I thought number 1 was Jif.
Okay. And Marissa, what is number 1?
Confirming that number 1 is the clear spoon.
Yes, number 1 is the clear spoon.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Mind blown,
dude. Hang on, because all right, never mind.
Well, we'll find out at the end.
All right.
I think I know what you're gonna say.
Oh my God!
All right.
My world is upside
So
down.
I was the only one that got it right, by the way.
You were?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, you said you're right. Yeah. Kathy gets it. All right. So for the white spoon, the second one, I thought that was Skippy.
I thought that was Peter Pan.
Okay.
I thought it was Skippy.
Yep.
Jif.
All right.
Skippy.
And what is number 2?
Kathy wins again. It's Jif.
I identified Skippy before I even tasted it. I knew it by the look.
Unreal.
Wow.
Okay.
And then the
number
colored-
3 I had is Peter Pan.
And number 3 I had
Peter.
Skippy.
Steve,
Sorry.
I had
Steve, you and I had all 3 the same.
Same thing. Yeah.
So did I had the same as you, Preston, and I am just my world's upside down. I was wrong with what I said yesterday.
Well, wait till you get to the taste.
Yeah.
Well, hang on a second.
Wait till you get to the taste because then it's inverted my perception.
All right, so hang on a second. So the colored spoon was Skippy?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
that
All
was
right.
Skippy.
So here's
I got them all wrong.
I felt I got the last one right. I got Skippy right, and I'm so glad that we did this blind taste test because I'll reveal something a little bit later.
All right, so I ranked as the best tasting one as number 1, and it turns out that is Peter Pan.
Right, which is what you said yesterday.
Which is what I said, yeah. Okay.
Preston, I rated as the best tasting the third, the colored spoon.
So Skippy.
Which is what you and I said, Steve.
Yes, yeah.
And I did.
Yes.
Okay. Thinking that the white spoon was Peter Pan, I ranked that the best. And as it turns out, it was Jif that was the best in my eyes, my mouth. And I just want to point out that I also, not knowing anything, that I ranked Skippy as the worst tasting flavor.
Okay.
Not knowing anything. But I really thought that Peter Pan was going to be the best. And as it turns out, it was Jif.
Well, let me tell you, Peter Pan, to Kathy, I think is the sweetest.
Yeah, so I picked Skippy as number 1 as best tasting, and then the other 2, again, not really knowing the difference, I did not like 3 at all. That was Jif. So I went Peter Pan was number 2
I
for me.
believe Peter Pan does have the most sugar of all 3.
Really?
No, Kath, you said number 3 was Jif. Number 3 was
No. I rated Jif number 3 in taste.
Okay.
So I didn't like the Jif. I liked the Peter Pan better.
Marissa, by the way, how did our Twitter poll turn out? Because that should be done by now. It was 24 hours ago, roughly, that we did
That's
that.
a good question. I'll pull it up right now.
So she put the 3 out, and at the beginning, Peter Pan was just getting crapped on. And I took
Here,
a
it
little
looks like it's up here on the screen.
All right, so the results are in. Yeah, we have it. Number 1 is Skippy.
Wow.
Number 2 is Jif, and then absolutely way in the back distance, Peter Pan.
So I'm going to say Peter Pan was my favorite of the taste.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, like this, just my sense of all of my senses, my smell, my taste, like it just, I knew I was going to be able to do this.
Okay. Yeah, you have very sharp senses.
Remember, I don't know if you guys remember this, but we did water years ago, and I was able.
We said we were going to do it. Did we?
We did it, and I was able to pick because I knew I could pick Evian out of the other bottled water, and I think the other one maybe was Poland Springs or Fiji, something like that. But I was able to do it. There's something in that Evian water that I can taste.
Well, so can you just check on the back of the notion that Peter Pan, and Nick, is that what you said, that Peter Pan has the most?
That's what I heard when we were talking about this yesterday,
right,
and
so
people
here
were
we go.
posting on social media.
Because you really want as much sugar as you can in any product.
Yes.
Calorie-wise, they're only 10 apart, and the most calorically high is Peter Pan. It's got 200 calories per serving, which is 2 tablespoons, and the other 2 have 190, so it's neck and neck.
About the same, yeah.
But as far as the sugar content goes, it looks like they all have 3 grams of sugar.
There you go.
Although Skippy has a little extra. It says total sugar's 3 grams, includes 2 grams added sugars.
Well, what does that mean?
The other ones don't have. Or wait, no, I'm sorry. Oh yeah. They have it as well. I just didn't see.
They
that part.
all have added sugar.
It only
So
has
they all have the same sugar.
3 grams of sugar, but with an additional 2 grams, which
So-
I would figure that to me is 5 grams.
No, it says. So it's
3
not.
grams
It's
of
not
sugar
like a-
includes 2 grams of
It's
sugar.
not like a natural sugar. They've added it to the product.
1 gram of natural sugar, 2 grams of added sugar. So just so you guys know,
Gotcha.
I have, for the past year and a half, have been really paying attention to added sugars and trying not to have added sugars in my diet.
We know that.
Yeah.
So, which you take your preference taste here was which one, Case?
Skippy.
No. It was
Yeah,
Jif.
it was.
No, it was Jif.
Oh.
I thought it was going to be. I thought it was Peter
You
Pan.
wanted it to be.
Well, okay.
If you believe in peanut butter,
Yeah.
clap your hands.
Right. And Casey likes to add honey to. He turned me on to the honey peanut butter sandwich, which was good.
Honey's high in calories too.
Oh yeah. But it was. I liked it. I'm not as gaga about it as you are.
Are you doing it with chunky peanut butter or creamy?
Creamy.
Okay, you got to try it with chunky.
We went because creamy is my preference. Actually,
It's the classic.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So
That seems like so much. What do you need more?
Yeah. What kind of animal?
But you do put jelly on peanut butter, and that's a
that's a good
standard.
point.
So,
That's
and
a-
it's
that's
got to
a good
be.
point, yeah.
Do you go with
just as
chunky jelly or
sugary? That would be marmalade.
marmalade?
Yeah.
But that's
I do
why-
like marmalade.
I do
though.
like marmalade,
All of that stuff that you. This is a nice, healthy breakfast, and it's only 41,000 calories.
Well, so listen, it's maybe not healthy, but using like a good like Ezekiel bread or like
Or Jebediah.
or a Jebediah bread. No, but Ezekiel bread's really good. It's like natural ingredient. I'm using an organic chunky peanut butter and honey. I'm like, that's calories or sugars or whatever aside. Like that actually is all like kind of natural-ish. So I feel
Natural-ish.
well, and I feel
No, you're right.
and I feel better about that.
No, there is a mindset, and it is a legitimate nutritionist sort of take on things. If you're going to go with the natural sugar, go with the things, substitutes and chemicals as you start to add in that stuff.
Yeah.
That's where you're going to come up against problems. Eat as much. Take in as many calories as you can in every day, and make sure whatever you're eating is absolutely jammed with sugar.
And sprinkle
I think that's the
aspartame
best
all
way.
over it
And
as well.
aspartame,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Somebody just reminded me of something. You remember that time my mom made me make her a peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwich?
Yeah.
And then
You
we found
actually-
out somebody had texted in just now and said that they did peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwiches, and I was like, I could barely make it for her. This is a woman I've known my entire life, and I never knew she liked peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwiches. And apparently, it's fairly common in the South. And
You
that's
were very honest. You said you close fist punched her.
I was close to it. I mean, like, how dare you? Ooh, it's gross.
To me, that has no word. There is no place for that in my life.
But some people see it as adding even more of a creamy texture to it, and that's what does it. But no, I can't see that.
No.
So we had the what started this off yesterday was the Peter Pan theme or the jingle.
Right.
And how did that go?
If you believe in peanut butter, clap your hands.
I don't remember that, but I do remember Choosy Mothers Choose Jif. What about Skippy? What was there?
Frigid mothers choose.
Frigid Mothers
what
Choose
is it?
Skippy.
I don't
But we
know.
do know Annette Funicello
was
a longtime spokesperson. Pearl Jam on 93.3. WMMR Even Flow. It's 10:43, and we are at the end of today's program. The Monday one. It's always good to get the Monday one out the way.
Absolutely. You're on your way to the weekend?
No. Not on our way to. Well, I guess technically we are on our way to.
I was trying to rush things.
I know. That's okay. I appreciate the nudge, man. We could definitely use it. We're getting so close. I mean, towards vacation and all that stuff, and of course Christmas miracle and all. It's just.
I'm sorry. You know what? It's a double-edged sword though, because I love savoring all of the holiday stuff. It's been phenomenal.
Yeah.
And so you want to sop it all up.
But the good thing about it is, though, it lingers for a little bit. I mean,
it
once you get
does.
past the 25th, that
It
stuff
does.
hangs out for a little while, and that's when I kind of enjoy it more personally.
Well, our family gathering, as legend has it over the years, actually occurs the weekend after New Year's, so that the stress and the onus of all that stuff is removed, and it makes it a lot more enjoyable.
I applaud that plan, sir.
Yeah.
I do. I would like to thank our one and only guest this morning, Mr. Eric Schwartz.
Yay!
Who has a very cool comedy special. It's a high tech, full-bodied event that is available on YouTube, and it is absolutely free. If you want to get some laughs and check that out, feel free to do it. Eric Schwartz. You can find his channel on YouTube, and he's across all social platforms.
And the Schwartz is with him.
Super nice guy. We'll always be with him. Yeah. Pierre Robert is back from vacation. Nice to see you, sir.
And to see you kids is a swell thing.
Like your festive necklace, that must mean one thing and one thing only.
That is correct.
He's got the lit up Christmas light necklace, and I think the elves are going to get to work today.
Today is the beginning of the transformation that Kathy so looks forward to every year. It is the Victorian Martha Stewart Christmas that you so crave, Kathy, that we endeavor to create.
One of these years we'll have to deliver. I know we almost got
know.
close to it this year of the decoration battle.
Yeah.
Between the more Currier and Ives, Kincaid Christmas that Kathy embraces, and your
Liberace
explosion
on
in a
acid.
pain store, Liberace on acid deal.
Yeah, I really was hoping we could have that this year because
I know. We were so close.
Something fell through. but whatever it was.
You know, Bill
hopefully-
actually wanted to move up his retirement to get ahead of the
Well, he's got that going for him, and that's a good thing. I never took my Christmas tree down.
Really?
From last year?
Yeah, it's been up all year.
Wow.
I did take the ornaments off about July or August.
Well, that's only
And,
appropriate.
yeah, I thought so. But it's one of those aluminum trees. So it's got wild lights on it, and it turns it wild colors, and then it shoots up to my roof, and then it makes twirly colors of red.
Sure, it's
and
not a
green.
missile.
It could be, and it could be seen from outer space. Yeah, and it occurred to me, I've never taken it down. I got so used to looking at it, I didn't even see it anymore.
Do you decorate up your house inside?
Not so much, a little bit here and there. I give everything I have to this place.
Okay.
You used to have a party where you invite people over. I always thought this is a brilliant idea. You give them some booze, and they come over and they decorate your tree and decorate some stuff around the house. And did you just get away from doing that, or did
I sort of got away?
Yeah.
But some friends do come over and do it when I'm away.
Oh. Of course they do.
Yeah, well, it's just like, can we hire someone for that? But you can. There's all these companies now that decorate. What we have, one of our sponsors, Bryn Mawr Lights or something, Christmas lights will come out and decorate your house. I don't know if they do the inside or not. But nonetheless, there it was.
All right, so it gets started today.
Yes,
All
and
right,
they've apparently just brought up the pink Christmas tree.
Oh,
which
excellent.
It's bright pink, and Liberace would be proud, and Kathy cannot stop touching that.
She loves it.
She loves it so much.
She really has a fondness for the shotgun shells. Those are the ones.
It's Pepto-Bismol
Really
pink, that tree.
warms
It
her
really
heart.
is. Pepto-Bismol pink. And nothing, I would follow up Preston's point, is nothing says Christmas like red and green shotgun shells. Yeehaw. Light them up, Phils.
We've got to get our living nativity video up on.
Oh, my God.
And behind us is all of your decorations.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, it's resplendent.
Marissa filmed, I think, last year. It was in vogue to do bombs, little Christmas video bombs, meaning you do something and then you drop something and then it transforms. And so we were in the studio and before, and then we dropped a Christmas bomb, and the next thing was the explosion, the Christmas pukage, if you will. And the theme is, you don't need to throw anything. You don't have lights at work? Don't worry about that. Slap them against the wall. Put big masking tape up, duct tape, slap them against the wall. They'll hang there, and then from that hanging, you can hang other things.
Yeah.
We found, one of the kids a couple of years ago found a microphone stand in a closet. They go, this is ripe for decoration. And indeed it was. So we raised the pole like you would on stage, or the mic. There's no mic on it, but just the stand. And we started decorating and twirling around it, and it became a beautiful mic stand, far more beautiful in its Christmas madness than it was in its originality.
Makes total sense.
Thank you.
You're the Martha Stewart of your type of decorating.
I suppose.
Yeah.
Or what's the guy from Back
Timothy
to the
Leary.
Future? Or the Timothy Leary.
Timothy Leary. The LSD addled.
I like that even better. Yeah. Uncle Tim.
Uncle Tim.
Call me Uncle Tim. Yeah,
Excellent.
I'm ready, Presbo.
Nice, brother.
All right.
How about we do the letter?
Yo
Before
ho.
we get started, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
D, as in decorate.
And it gets underway. We are going to give away, for the Word of the Week prize, a stock car racing experience at Pocono Raceway. Christmas is right around the corner. Don't give another gift that's boring. You can put that special someone behind the wheel of a heart-pounding 160-mile-per-hour stock car on the super speedway at Pocono Raceway. Get a gift voucher at 877stockcar.com. That's 877stockcar.com. So what is going on today, dude?
Well, we'll have workforce blocks of Motley Crue for Nikki Sixx's birthday, a block of The Who, and has the station started playing Christmas music? I don't think we have. Okay, so we'll begin that officially with a giant Christmas block coming up.
Nice.
Somewhere between 12 and 1 or 1:30 or 2-ish or something.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Pierre. Good to see you, by the way.
Oh, and I have Def Leppard tickets, I just realized.
Oh.
Yes.
Can't leave that out.
Def Leppard and Steve Miller will be appearing sometime. It doesn't have a date or when they go on sale, but apparently they're coming sooner or later, and I'll have tickets for it whenever it is, wherever it is.
All right.
All
Sounds
right.
good. All right. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Wawa. Wawa has gift card for everyone on your list. Happy holidays from Wawa. And also brought to you by Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Tomorrow on the program, we will have Weird Al Yankovic.
Wow.
We will also have Darlene Love on the show.
It's phenomenal.
And we'll do Tattoos Day and many other things. So it's going to be a good one. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.